hello. Sorry about not streaming yesterday. I said I would, and then other things came up, like me wanting to do things other than streaming. There's something about Saturday where I always say I'm gonna stream. It's like every day I always say I'm gonna stream earlier than I actually do. And before I know it, it's like 5 p.m. No one is more slothful than me sometimes. But 7:40 p.m., not bad. Not bad for me. Not bad for me considering it's a weekend and tomorrow's a holiday, so. For most anyway in the United States. But how are we doing? And thank you, Spore, for the $3. Just for playing, I guess, 8-bit music. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Things have been happening. I leave and things happen. That's how my gym schedule goes. At least you have a gym schedule. My exercise right now just consists of me taking my dogs outside. Okay, so Ken Klippenstein went and published the Shooter's Manifesto, the guy who went and shot those 2 Israeli embassy workers, diplomats. I have no fucking clue. The details are escaping me. But he pretty quickly after it was reported to have happened, somehow had access to the manifesto, which will be a relevant section later. I didn't read it on stream. I read it off stream. It made some, decent points, but of course it falls apart at the justification for murder because I don't see how that's supposed to help anyone or anything. But this prompted the FBI, Trump's FBI specifically, to come visit Ken Klippenstein for posting it. Now, I covered that last time. And here he is thanking the FBI because he's number 18 in US politics on Substack now. He has 149,000 subscribers. And my thoughts on it were that I actually didn't really have an issue and wasn't that surprised that the FBI would be interested in asking him some questions surrounding how he obtained it. But the issues came about when I read what questions they asked him, because it was obvious that they thought he could in some way be personally implicated, which is stupid to me. And then they also made the mistake of asking him not to talk about the questions. And it's like, if you're investigating a guy who got a copy of the alleged shooter's manifesto and then posted it on his Substack, do you really think that he's interested in not in keeping anything to himself? So I don't know why they did that. But the questions I'm okay with them asking is like, how did you get this? If they believe that it could actually be a lead to somebody who might have been complicit in it. Not the type of question. And a few of the questions that they asked were related to that. The majority of them were just like, did you in any way personally know this person? I guess questions I'm not surprised if they're already knocking on his door and asking him questions, but I just also felt like it was not something that a New York Times journalist or someone for the New York Post or someone working for any mainstream outlet would be asked. I felt like the only reason why he was asked these specific questions was because he's independent, and that's also what really bothered me. So he puts, if FBI thinks I materially supported terrorism, then doesn't this mean they're materially supporting terrorism by boosting me like this? Not a bad line of reasoning. And he also believes that the FBI agent who visited him subscribed. Well, I mean, they did. Unless you can fake an FBI.gov, email address. So, but to be fair to me, or not to me, to why I guess this shouldn't be happening. I did see this and I haven't read it, but I did want to read an argument as to why it should be allowed. So he quoted this part. This is a journalist who stuck up for him. I disagree strongly with left-wing reporter Ken Klippenstein on many issues, but he has the right to publish the quote-unquote manifesto of the alleged Israeli embassy shooter without getting a visit from the FBI. This is from Alex Berenson, who is somebody who has their own Substack. Of course, they have 600,000 Twitter followers. I've never heard of them until now. Trying to intimidate journalists is wrong. I'm linking two articles from Ken Klippenstein, who's an independent reporter with a large Substack following. The first is the quote-unquote manifesto posted by Elias Rodriguez, the Chicago man who allegedly gunned down 2 Israeli embassy staffers in cold blood in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday. The second is an account Klippenstein published today of a quote-unquote visit he received from 2 FBI agents following his posting of the manifesto. Obviously, I don't endorse the manifesto, and I find the shooter's anti-Semitic violence horrifying, but pretending these strains of thought do not exist does not slow their growth. Even more importantly, from my point of view, government efforts to discourage journalists from publishing as they see fit are dangerous and wrong. I felt the sting and power of the federal government when it tries to suppress speech, and I will stand with other reporters, even those whose views I disagree with. I wish they had done the same for me back in 2020 and 2021. I have no clue what they are talking about, Mr. Unreported Truths. The First Amendment matters more than ever. First, the manifesto itself. Now, Ken's discussion of it. And then this is a comment. This is actually probably what I was thinking. So reading about his visit from the FBI and the questions they asked, I had a whole different feeling than I originally thought. As a minister, there are things that if I heard, confidentiality goes out the window. I guess like of a church or something. Because this whole thing reminded me of like, I expect them to ask the questions, but I don't expect them to get answers because there have been instances where Catholic priests have been allegedly told things that pertain to sensitive matters, violent crimes, etc., criminal confessions from parishioners that have visited them. And the Catholic Church has an obligation, and the priests individually within the Catholic Church have an obligation to keep that private between the person that confesses and themselves. And they have been subpoenaed to speak and testify, and they won't do it usually. I can't think of a notable instance where they did. I'm sure it's happened at some point, but more often than not, they refuse to do it because it violates the code of the church. And I would think the same thing here, where journalists have a code of ethics that is obviously non-binding, but I wouldn't expect them to violate it because the government wants them to help with the shortcuts. Apparently, the US government has a monopoly on boosting terrorism, much the way it has a monopoly on violence. Many people are saying this. After reading the questions, I wondered about this. When and how did he get the manifesto? Did he keep quiet so we could have a big story after the murder? Okay, see, why? And so on. These are, never mind. I thought I was going to agree with this person. I don't agree with this person. This assumption that journalists publishing information that they're coming into are now implicated because of what they're publishing is weird to me. And that is the weird precedent. The only thing that makes sense to me are any questions that try to see if he's willing to help them collect information on the alleged shooter. That's it. These are not questions that are meant to intimidate, but rather see if he was involved. I mean, it's not mutually exclusive. You can be interested in seeing the extent to his involvement, and it's going to be intimidating. There are journalists like Ken that kind of welcome this sort of scrutiny. It ends up backfiring spectacularly if that is their intention, which is just to intimidate so he doesn't cover the story or doesn't amplify speech like that, which is obviously constitutionally protected. But there are other journalists that do not want to deal with the hassle, and that is obviously what concerns me more. As I said, I originally thought this was blatant intimidation. After reading the questions given to his attorney, the questions were valid. No, not all of them were. Not all of them. He should have answered them before he published the manifesto too. Okay, now this is weird. I don't agree with you, Volman777. If you publish relevant info related to a high-profile terrorism hate crime, expect a high-profile visit from the FBI. It really seems that simple to me. See, nothing pushes me into the corner of like unambiguously opposing it when I see justifications like this because they're very bad. Sorry, Alex, I don't agree. Perhaps he had a free speech right to publish the manifesto, which looks to me, a college professor, like it was written by AI. I tweeted this out a while ago. I tweeted this out, like how close are we to the first ChatGPT manifesto? It didn't seem to me like it was written by AI, but I wouldn't be surprised if it had been edited by AI. But I also believe the FBI had a duty to interrogate him. This Ken dude clearly wants to be a martyr, as did the shooter. What? Dude, who is this journalist? Autism Speaks. What does this guy cover? Former New York Times reporter, author of 13 novels, 3 nonfiction books, The Unreported Truths, Pandemania on the COVID response and on the coronavirus and our response to it. Okay, no clue. No clue. I was getting the vibe that maybe he was a conservative, but now he seems like a lib, and now you got a bunch of weird defenses in the replies. But then this was the other thing that was strange to me. And I have mixed feelings on this. I definitely have mixed feelings on this. So FBI agent Ella Thurmer, who visited me, is a DEI advocate, saying women should, quote, have equal representation in the Bureau, and they bring a different perspective than our male counterparts. Hey, at FBI Director Cash. Hey, at FBI Dan Bongino. I thought you guys opposed this stuff.
And while women, I think, bring a perspective to the FBI that is different than our male counterparts. And we need to reflect the community we're serving. And if approximately 50% of the country is women, then we should have equal representation.
And while she never doubted herself in being a great special agent, Special Agent Thurmer credits the women who came before her to help her see her full potential.
I was lucky that I worked with many female special agents in my capacity as professional staff. Women, I think, bring...
Okay, so someone... Okay, quiet. So someone put, you're going to get her fired, LOL, which is the first thing I thought. But that would be a shame.
Perspective to the FBI.
And I don't know where this line starts and ends, because with like drawing attention to this, which I don't really have an issue with. I didn't love that he like tagged these people, because as far as I understand, the FBI hierarchy is that the agent who visits you is not necessarily the agent who felt it was necessary to open an investigation, and is usually has a higher up that sent them. So I have no idea the political affiliation of this woman. It's kind of irrelevant to me, but I guess it just seems strange because is he trying to get her fired for this? Because she kind of is just doing what she's told to do, and her being fired won't really change that. If I thought her being fired, if I thought corruption had occurred or something illegal had occurred, I could see this sort of response. But I guess I just think it's strange because I don't think that she's just like a boring cog in a machine. So I think posting the clip is funny. It's the tagging these people that I'm like, what are we trying to do here? Because if like she gets fired, nothing changes. The reason why she came to visit you is probably because of her proximity more than anything. I love how Ken should have answered the questions that he got after publishing the manifesto before he published the manifesto. Yeah, I noticed that. Somebody who said they were like, he should have answered their questions before he published it. It's like they're only at his door because he published it first and they didn't know how he got it. It's not. A couple of things are out of order there. This is petty as hell, man. Just reporting the facts. But it is objectively funny. I do think it's funny. It's just the intent is a bit weird to me. But his explanation for it was, let's see. Was this? So he says calling all patriots to spread the word. So he was like continuing to like quote tweet it. And I think this is where his desire to do this stems from. Media coverage of the FBI is pathetically fawning. Here's how CBS covered the agent who visited me for publishing the Elias Rodriguez manifesto. If you think a woman isn't man enough to work in the FBI, Special Agent Ellen Thurmer is here to prove you wrong. So.
You're here. If you think a woman isn't man enough to work in the FBI, Special Agent Ellen Thurmer is here to prove you wrong.
Can you believe that you're here?
No. And I think that's why I originally didn't think to apply.
Fire.
And speaking of women in the FBI, there's also Janine DiGiuseppe, the special agent in charge for the Albany office.
For me, it's very humbling, and I never thought I'd be an SAC.
They and Supervisory Special Agent Donald Chu know what it takes to join the ranks of one of the most respected federal organizations.
Fire.
But as minorities, they also know they represent much more than just the agency.
It's important for the FBI to reflect the communities we serve.
Sometimes when we go into a community and we want to interview a witness or speak to a victim of a crime,
that victim or witness may be reluctant to talk to someone that they feel isn't like them or represent them.
I do feel like I work with some really amazing women. I also feel like they're...
I mean, regardless of your politics or whatever, there is absolutely no way you could be part of these organizations and it not just be this glaring... You kind of have to have these politics towards diversity, no? Because you are going to be outnumbered if you're a woman in the FBI. Is obviously, for every one female FBI agent, there have to be 30 men. There's a level of quote-unquote acceptable targets going on with what Ken is doing, but this coverage sounds like a local news pub piece. Yeah, for real. This stuff is so, like, nauseating. This girl boss FBI agent shit. They did the same thing with, like, the CIA. There's that CIA ad that was like, I'm a bisexual Latina CIA agent. I have Havana syndrome or whatever it was. But okay. Just a little update on that. Let's get to Taylor Lorenz versus Ethan. Okay, so I have an exclusive, obviously. I'm the first on Twitch to report that and notice that political streamer Hasan has been banned. You heard it here first, people. I covered the motives of the Israeli embassy staff shooter. Twitch TOS dictates a suspension for even critical examination of the manifesto. I believe this is a bad policy for news and press freedom. I'll take the suspension, but hope Twitch changes this policy in the future. So he was temporarily suspended. It doesn't say how long. I would be shocked if this is actually longer than 24 to 48 hours. You called it a false flag. You hate the Jewish people and you're anti-Semitic. You're spelled Y-O-U-R. If this was an attack on two Islamic humans, Jewish people, Islamic humans. Jewish people, Islamic humans. Am I reading into that too much? That's too weird. You would be attacking anyone calling it a false flag. You are a terrible person, and I hope your life gets turned upside down. Okay, so he didn't call it a false flag. He did say that it looked like it. He said, how could this, like, what did he say? Hasan, false flag? He didn't say that. I mean, you could say it's inappropriate for him to joke around about it, but that was not, he was not trying to give the impression that it didn't happen or anything like that.
But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like, you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay. But like
that loops perfectly. Brain broken and then it goes back into the beginning. You can argue that this is not responsible for him to be doing. If I were him and I had his platform size, I wouldn't even be touching it as a joke because this tweet would be the result of doing that. But I guess I don't really have an issue with what he said. We've been ruined as a communicating species by the I'm not saying and just asking question arcs of discourse. Yeah, now anytime anyone says that, it is immediately suspect and seen as like Pepe posting. So he puts, LMAO, I didn't. Ironically enough, I was showing the motive to dispel the rumors of a false flag, which is the reason for this suspension, but I don't think you're capable of critical thought. Well, I'm scared to even, I can't play what he said on stream because I don't want to get banned either. I don't have the time to sit and rewatch your brain dead clips, but yeah, you did tell the Hamas bros. I said hi. Okay. Okay. A lot of people on the internet. Lots of different people. So, and I saw this image going around. So apparently he's covered the Cybertruck explosion manifesto, Luigi's manifesto, Wisconsin school shooter manifesto, Ryan Ruth, and the Israeli diplomat shooter manifesto is like the line in the sand. But I have no way to examine how he went about reporting it. I should have watched it off stream, I guess, and like said if I thought that there was too much endorsement or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. The idea that there's going to be, I mean, I believe this is a bad policy for news and press freedom. It's like, yeah, they don't give a shit about that. It's they care about making money. So if they say, no, you can't say that, it's not because they found some free speech loophole or not. It's just about them trying not to lose sponsors or whatever, advertisers. So the reaction to the, oh wait, there was a follow-up tweet as well from him. So this feared buck, Hasanabi, has been banned on Twitch. I saw a lot of this. Every blue check power farmer is an Israeli dick rider on this website. And this probably got him more shit than the, what, covering it? It's just strange to me. I don't principally have an issue with them covering the manifesto, obviously. It's just the way you go about it. So let's look at some dumb reactions. I haven't read this. This is the New York Post. Lefty influencer Hasan Piker kicked off Twitch after sick comments about DC Jewish Museum shooting. That's one way to frame this. How did the New York Times frame it? Israeli embassy. Yeah, this was how I understood it. And this is not like some electronic intifada shit. This is the paper of record. Okay, no antagonist to or enemy of Israel. What we know about the deadly shooting outside the Jewish Museum in DC. 2 employees of the Israeli embassy in Washington were killed. A suspect was charged with murder. Oh, so I actually remember this being different. I didn't remember it saying like, oh, outside the Jewish Museum or whatever. But point being that, yeah, there were... What happened? The shooting happened just after 9 p.m. on a street outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, where the American Jewish Committee was hosting a reception for young diplomats. The museum's in the heart of official Washington. Among federal buildings, embassies, and other museums, the U.S. Capitol, the FBI's Washington field office, and the headquarters of the Justice Department are all nearby. So this museum was hosting the reception for young diplomats. I'm scared to even unmute this. Left-wing darling Hasan Piker has been booted from the streaming platform Twitch after he suggested that the killing of 2 Israeli embassy diplomats in Washington, D.C. looked like it could be a false flag operation. Piker, this is a highly misleading way to frame it if you actually see the clip, but whatever. Piker, 33, claims his account, which has more than 2.8 million followers, was suspended because of his quote-unquote critical examination of the manifesto suspected terrorist Elias Rodriguez, who was charged with executing embassy staffers Yaron Lischinski and Sarah Milgram outside the Capitol Jewish Museum on Wednesday night. He said the attacker had all the hallmarks of a false flag operation, a term used for an action that is staged to look as if it was carried out by a different group to pin the blame on them. Sick conspiracy theorists have claimed that the shooting at the Jewish Museum was staged to discredit the pro-Palestinian movement, although Piker said he did not explicitly believe Wednesday's shooting was one. Well, okay. I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that Rodriguez did in the aftermath of this shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like you could not have designed a fucking incident like this. You could not have decided a better false flag incident like this. He said in a live stream, which was also shared to his 1.6 million YouTube followers on Friday. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think it's just one dude who's genuine in his actions and maybe a little brain broken, which is like the understatement of the year. He added. Gotta include this photo. Piker announced a temporary ban with a post on social media. I believe this is a bad policy for news and press freedom, he wrote on X, along with the screen grab showing the email he'd received, which we looked at. So Piker, who streams under the handle Hasanabi, was suspended for quote unquote improper handling of terrorist propaganda and quote sharing content related to terrorist or violent extremist groups, according to the grab of the message from Twitch shared on X. He claimed he had been examining suspected gunman Rodriguez suspected gunman Rodriguez's manifesto from a journalistic standpoint. But the Champagne Socialist's high-minded statement was met with disgust by many, who accused the influencer dubbed the leftist Joe Rogan of peddling anti-Semitism. I've never heard anybody call him this unironically, but maybe I'm missing something. You called it a false flag. Oh my God, they're quoting this person who responded to him and was misspelling things and said the Islamic humans, Jewish people thing. In response, something Piker was quick to deny. Ironically enough, I was showing the motive to dispel it. He retorted, promoting hate will get you banned, a second X user wrote. It is so disturbing to me when like random Twitter users are cited within these actual articles. This should have happened way sooner. You've been spewing hateful and violent rhetoric for years, a third added on X. Twitch did not immediately respond to requests for comment. No shit. The suspension comes just weeks after Piker was reportedly questioned by U.S. immigration officials as he flew to Chicago from France. I wonder if anywhere in here there's like skepticism. Liberal loudmouth streamer Hasan Piker. This fucking outlet is beyond parody. And I don't even care about his out. I just think it's so funny how his critics like characterize him. Piker alleged that he was asked about his past statements. Critics claim were in support. Again, like the critics in question are like random shitters on Twitter. We're in support of terrorist groups such as Hamas and the Houthis. And they'll just end it there. You're right, but there is a line not to be crossed. This kind of free speech leads to what we see at universities and exactly what happened in DC. So you're just like not cool with free speech. Because this was unambiguously protected speech. Unambiguously. Like, I like free speech until it leads to things that I don't like. Then you're not for free speech. I watched the stream where Hasan covered it and I don't remember it, him going over it line by line. He just rightly focused on the fact that everyone in the media was calling it an anti-Semitic attack when the manifesto is entirely anti-Israel. Yeah, when we watched that WIC panel the other night, it was talking about like stochastic terrorism is the pro-Palestine movement, you know, influencing this sort of violence. And to me, it's just insane to think that's the primary cause or a cause at all. It's like, you know, I think that the thousands of dead Palestinians under rubble in Gaza have a lot more to do with people's opinions on this than like Twitch streamers personally. But Doobie was making the same argument. He said, if you read, yes, it was at this museum, but it was because they were hosting these diplomats, and the manifesto doesn't mention anything that gives the impression that this guy had it out for Jewish Americans specifically, or anti-Semitic tropes, nothing of the sort. It was mostly political. It seemed unambiguously like political violence. And there were two, I think it was Bernie Sanders. Let me see. He has too many Twitter pages. What did he say about it? So, Jewish grandfather, Bernard Sanders. I'm appalled by the killing of 2 Israeli embassy employees in Washington last night, and grateful for the quick response from law enforcement. We must all absolutely condemn this heinous act. Violence must have no place in politics. This was more of the response that I expected. But then you have, what is it? AOC. Saying absolutely nothing justifies the murder of innocents. I'm devastated by the killing of 2 people outside an AJC global event here in Washington. Our prayers are with the victims, families, and loved ones of all impacts. Yet another thing that's brain broken. Anytime a politician says thoughts and prayers, even if I think they mean it, it comes off as hollow. As we await more details, we must be clear that hatred has no home here. Anti-Semitism is a threat to all we hold dear as a society. It must be confronted and rooted out of everywhere. What does that get her? At Grok, why does AOC hate Jews? So, nice one. It's like AOC will call it a genocide, but then she'll also call this stuff like anti-Semitic, and Bernie won't call it a genocide, but then he just says it's violent. It's like political violence. Interesting things going on. New York Post be like, Hasan Piker is a big Jew hating meanie at random Twitter. User thoughtfully added. No, literally. It's like beyond parody, practically. It comes off as like Babylon Bee or like the Onion tier, but it's serious. So there was a crazy, I don't even know if I'm going to show the subreddit reaction. I found a subreddit post that was like, he should be in prison. Hasan Piker should be in prison for what he said. So a couple of reactions from people whose names look familiar, but I don't know who they are. Who is this guy? Person. Are they a streamer, a game designer, the Scrums person? What a joke. Hasan's ban is just 24 hours. I don't know where this was confirmed, but maybe not. But call Frogan fat and you got a 2-week ban. Who got banned for calling Frogan fat for 2 weeks? Who? Even Asmongold got 2 weeks. Care to elaborate why he got a 2-week ban, which is so conservative given what the fuck he said? No, we just gonna leave that out, okay? Twitch's continued hypocritical enforcement of its toss is going to come back to bite them one day, and that day could be very soon. I don't understand what this means. Don't worry, I got banned for a month for saying I don't understand why Miss Universe Netherlands was a dude last year. Gee, I wonder why you got banned for that. Okay, so another brilliant mind contributing. This is Chibi Reviews. Don't know who this person is. 200,000 followers, a YouTuber. Friends call me Jacob. Okay. Oh my god. So this is why don't click on Twitter profiles that have anime profile pictures, basically, or like this type of profile picture. Oh, Hasan got an indefinite ban on Twitch. Temporarily suspended. I mean, I guess, yeah, they didn't say. Guess Twitch is afraid after what has happened in the last few days. They're referring to the shooting. All it took was literally the government to start talking about him. There's rumors almost all advertising is pulling out of Twitch because of this too. BTW? Source? Source, I made it the fuck up. Source? Okay, thank you. You think they'll expand on this? Like, what do you mean? Can you believe people just go on the internet and say things? There was no time frame. That's why I don't know why everybody's jumping to the idea that it's 24 hours. And really, Twitch should learn that these 24-hour bans are stupid because they just draw attention to the streamer momentarily, and then they're back on, and then they end up leveraging the ban for more publicity, usually. Source, wish casting on an apocalypse. Where's the, what is it? Works cited. Yeah, this reaction image. Me when I say Twitch advertising's pulling out very soon. The DC attack was anti-Semitic. He didn't know they were diplomats. He didn't know the event was for Palestinians, and he didn't know what the beliefs of the people he killed were. I know, but the type of person that finds it necessary to murder people in the name of a political cause, one, it's not rational. It doesn't make any sense. There is never going to be an argument for why killing individual civilians, even if they are tangentially or loosely affiliated with the Israeli embassy, ambassadors, diplomats, etc. There's never going to be a compelling argument for that. He didn't know the event was for Palestinians. I mean, the New York Times reported, I know what you're talking about because, where is it? LA Times, this one. So this LA Times thing reported, active terror, Israeli embassy events were killed in DC were at Gaza Aid event. Metropolitan Police Chief Pamela Smith said the suspect was seen pacing. No, I don't care about this. Where do they talk about it? The event that night, which Kaylin's wife, who's Kaylin again? So Kaylin, a 31-year-old Washington resident who works in biotech, said he still had no idea that 2 Israeli embassy employees had been fatally shot outside. So when police started to pull the man away and he dropped a red keffiyeh, or traditional Arab headdress, Kaylin picked it up and tried to return it to him, he said. The event that night, which Kaylin's wife had helped organize with the American Jewish Committee, the humanitarian aid groups, Multi-Faith Alliance, and Israel, had been, quote, all about bridge building and humanitarian aid and support, Kaylin said, and he figured returning a protester's keffiyeh was in line with that ethos. I regret that now, Kaylin said Thursday morning after a nearly restless night. I regret touching it. So that was what the LA Times reported, but we just read the New York Times. Where is it? Where this was reporting. Where it says the shooting happened just after 9 p.m. on a street outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, where the American Jewish Committee was hosting a reception for young diplomats. The museum is in the heart of the official Washington, among federal buildings, embassies, and other museums. So unless there's news report coming out that the shooter had no way of knowing that this was, he didn't realize it was a reception for young diplomats, this gave the impression to me that they did realize that. Or that they did know that, and that was why they went there specifically. He didn't know what the beliefs of the people were killed. No, he didn't. He's obviously making assumptions. But I think this, like, yes, is it noble to get aid into Gaza? It is. But I think the argument, not from him, just from like myself and other critics of these sorts of orgs at this point, is that anything short of calling for a ceasefire is not enough, given the carnage that's taken place in Gaza over the last 19 months. Like, would I rather have aid get in than not? Obviously, but it sort of sidesteps the dynamic of, like, I don't think people want them to have full bellies before they have bombs dropped on them. I think the call at this point, and has been for months and months and months, has been they want it to be a total ceasefire. And then this Nux Taku person was another reaction that I saw. This is like a Rant Sona YouTuber, like a VTuber. Random guy, big streamer was banned. Hasan, dirty Jew. Read, not an anti-Semite. BTW, 2.2 thousand people thought this was compelling. And then Hasan was reacting to it. He just put like, yikes. We're going to cover that in a bit. Did Asmongold react to it? If he has a whole reaction video, I might pull that up.
And examples of this happening. And the one thing that he does end up getting banned for is reading the manifesto of somebody else. Come on. What's going on here? You get a slap on the wrist for 24 hours, and this is after you say you're 10 toes down supporting the Houthis. Like, I think that we have a huge distortion here, don't we? That reading a manifesto is bannable, but saying that you support a terrorist organization isn't? Where's the logic here? Where's the rationale? It doesn't exist. And so anyway, he doesn't usually...
So he really thinks that Twitch TOS is not intense enough, I suppose.
Really stream on Sundays anyway. Yeah, and I found that, I mean, like, this is, again, like, this is like a conspiracy thing, right? But Hasan, if he takes days off, it's often on Sundays. So he basically gets a, so let me get this straight. So he gets a suspension on his day that he was going to take off. And that like, and now he's going to come back. This gets a lot more people talking about him. It promotes him a lot more. And this is like,
I mean, is he arguing that they should not just issue bans as soon as the offense has taken place, that they should be timing it at non-optimum moments?
They banned him on...
I mean, maybe, but
right.
I don't I'm not surprised that they just issue it as soon as they see the violation.
Exactly. Like, again, I'm not a conspiracy Andy, but if I was, I would be very upset right now. And so anyway, it's a ban for optics. Well, what I'm saying is that it actually creates the worse optics, because when everybody starts discussing the fact that he got unbanned, and then all of these clips start circulating around again of him saying X, Y, or Z thing, this is just another point where Twitch, like in my opinion, I think Twitch either should have suspended him for longer, or they should have not suspended him at all. One or the other.
I mean, if he's like, I guess I've never understood the logic of the 24-hour ban. So, but why argue that if you believe that it's kind of like it's correct to ban him for this? Why argue that like nothing, either multiple weeks or don't do it at all, which is strange to me. Wouldn't you be satisfied that he gets anything? Also, he's leaving out the fact that he was lucky to receive only 2 weeks given the shit that he said, but whatever. Can you square how everyone calling for a ceasefire actually keeps them alive if no one gets them aid in the meantime? I think the people calling for a ceasefire want both things. And why do you think Biden had the humanitarian pause in the first place? It's obviously much easier to get aid to people when there's not hostilities and bombs and airstrikes going on, as opposed to when there is. This isn't a defense of Israel. It's literally just some people have to spend more time on aid than ceasefire. It's like saying the WCK was doing it wrong because they did aid instead of ceasefire. But I said that them getting aid in is good, but if it's not paired with a call for a ceasefire, which is not mutually exclusive, you can push for aid to get it, and you can also say that there ought to be a ceasefire. I would be shocked if that's the position, but like, I'm not even interested in looking into whether or not that was the position of the org, because even if they're not calling for a ceasefire, that doesn't mean that they can be killed mercilessly in the fucking street or whatever, because it's not okay. There's a difference between WCK doing aid and any group connected to the Israeli government doing an aid event. Let's see this video. Okay, so he did cover it in the longer video. Guys, we got an ad coming up in 3 minutes and 15 seconds. If you do not want to miss out on any of this crazy, exciting content, you can always subscribe to me on Twitch, and then you will not have to suffer through my 3-minute ad breaks that happen every hour.
You 10 toes down support the Houthis, that doesn't get you banned. But if you criticize a manifesto that...
Again, what about you? You call for the genocide, that doesn't get you the genocide for an entire group of people because they have backwards views or backwards social views. That doesn't get you permabanned?
Does. I'm sorry, make it make sense. Okay, so do you see what I'm saying here? So Hasan got banned for, this is what he said.
This also presupposes that he was covering the manifesto favorably, almost.
He says, I covered the motives of the Israeli embassy staff.
Like, maybe my understanding of what he seems to think happened on Hasan's stream is wrong, but we'll see.
Staff shooter. Twitch TOS dictates a suspension for even critical examination of the manifesto. I believe this is a bad policy for news and press freedom. I'll take the suspension, but I hope Twitch changes this policy in the future. So this is his entire email right here, and this is what it explicitly said. So I'll just go ahead and just to make it easier for you guys to see it, we can go ahead and just pull it up, and I'll make it bigger so you guys can see it. So improper handling of terrorist propaganda. So sharing content related to terrorist or violent extremist groups. Examples of violative conduct include, but they're not limited to, showing a violent extremist manifesto on stream while denouncing it. So that means that you can get suspended even if you say something is a bad thing just by showing it, just by the nature.
And this was happening, didn't Denims get banned because she read like Bin Laden's letter to America on stream?
Of showing it.
So there are already instances of Twitch showing that they're not cool with certain things like this.
And get suspended by doing this, right? He didn't even...
But the other thing is that Hasan had done this with other manifestos and not gotten the ban.
Even denounce it, right? Well, like what I'm saying...
And I wouldn't even be surprised if he did that at the time that the breaking news was occurring. He wasn't covering it once a court had already decided that they should be convicted with domestic terrorism or something of that sort, where it's unambiguously, like, according to the United Justice the United States justice system, if you're convicted for terrorism or whatever, you can call them a terrorist, and you'd be accurate.
Saying is that even if you do denounce it, you would still get suspended. I'm going to be honest. I think that's stupid. I do. I think you should be able to look at stuff and say that it's bad. Because, again, obviously, this is not necessarily what he would do, but I try to be fair. I know it sounds crazy, but I try to be fair with this kind of stuff. And it was weird that he denounced January 6th, but he promoted Hamas as the only organization that's helping Palestine. I don't know if he said that or not. I didn't see him saying that. But
I was going to say, where did he say that?
Anyway, and I hope not, because it's certainly not true. But either way, let's go back. Hasan denied it for 1 minute, defended it for 5 minutes. Right. And this is the thing, is that whenever Hasan says that he critically analyzed this manifesto, I don't believe him. And the reason why I don't believe him is because he interviewed a Houthi terrorist, and he said it was a Yemeni teenager. He said he wasn't a Houthi. He said it was
that kid's not a Houthi.
Journalism. And then he's like,
I mean, Hasan thought he was a Houthi. That's the most you could say about that. He obviously was hyped to do it because he thought he was, but
like, we love you, and he's doing it.
At this point, when you're saying this 4 hours in, he doesn't have an excuse to not know that to me, because it's like, you live online.
A hand heart, and he's like,
and you follow this drama, so how could, unless you're really only ever just taking individual people at their word, taking Ethan Klein at his word, or like Hasan's critics at their word, then I guess you wouldn't know that.
Like, you would do what Luffy is doing, and we support you, right? And so whenever somebody has a history of lying, I'm going to assume that the next time they say something, they're also lying, right? And so anyway, call him Tim Houthi. Well, I don't know if they call him that or not, but regardless, you're misunderstanding it. Bad take.
They literally did. There was like the first Vice article that came out profiling that kid said, "Who is Tim Houthi Chalamet?"
Not about denouncing it, but him showing it. You're not. That's not what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying before typing out whatever your argument is against something that I'm not saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I am not saying
he's purposefully misconflating it, or he's actively doing the research or analysis of the content at hand. There's no other explanation. I guess he really just doesn't ever fact check or verify anything.
That he didn't denounce it. But what I am saying is I don't believe.
Which is scary, because then that just means all of his commentary is literally just relying on word of mouth from other content creators, notably reliable cohort of people online.
Believe that he denounced it based off of the fact that he lied about the Houthi thing. He did. And I remember whenever that happened, I defended him. Everybody remembers, like historically, I defended Hasan interviewing the Houthi person because I thought that he was interviewing them in a journalistic way. I later on watched the entire tape.
That's so stupid. Okay, he wasn't, though. I mean, that was my criticism of it. I have no issue with these types of these creators bringing on people from these orgs to interview them. There actually is journalistic value to doing that. Whether or not Twitch sees it, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. But I didn't feel like Hasan gave like he went in thinking and assuming that this kid was part of the Houthis, and then he went on to give a very silly interview. Let's see. But did Asmongold defend him? I don't trust a word that comes out of this motherfucker's mouth. Asmongold defends Hasan Houthi. Let's see. Oh wait, they debated, right? They debated at one point over this. Isn't this where Hasan said like, "Oh, he's like Anne Frank or whatever"?
I found out that was not true, and I reversed my stance. Hasan interviewing the Houthi person because I thought that he was interviewing them in a journalistic way. I later on watched the entire tape. I found out that was not true, and I reversed my stance on it because of that reality. So when I see Hasan, who previously had said that he was just simply interviewing a Yemeni teenager, and he totally misrepresented the situation, and now I see it happening again.
Oh god, I never saw that. Please use any other analogy than Anne Frank. It was so stupid for him to say that.
And he's saying, oh, well, I was just talking about the motives of the Israeli embassy staff shooter. Guys, I don't believe that. I don't.
You could go watch it, though. No? And then you would know.
Not going
if
to
that was true. You actually don't have to base your opinion on your preconceptions. You could just go look at the content. You could mute your stream for 2 seconds and go watch it sped up and decide for yourself. Let's see. If I put like Houthi, if it'll come up.
They were not like, oh, you're trans, we're going to kill you. They were like, oh, thank you for your fucking humanitarian aid. They don't give a shit. Like, it's the same as any other kind of person. I talked to a teenager from Yemen, okay, who everyone called, myself included, called Timothy Charlemagne, or Chalamet.
Is that the One Piece one?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, this kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like, he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically, okay? Being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time. That's all he's known is death and destruction of his
fantastic analogy to make to the gamer boy whose reactionary audience definitely knows where you're coming from by saying some shit like that.
Home, right? With American bombs.
But he's not getting killed by gay people, right? He's not getting killed. Like, if he's
hold on.
talking about,
we're not even talking about gay people. I'm going to bring up something.
Why are we talking about gay people?
Houthi, I asked him. He was like, I'm not. Which many people said, oh, he's hiding it. He's PR trained, which is really funny to say about like some random fucking dude who can't even speak English. Like, he doesn't give a fuck.
What? Why is it so inconceivable that kid could have been PR trained? That was the impression that I got when given the setup or whatever. It's like, this is a ridiculously impoverished area. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the fact that a Yemeni teenager went viral all of a sudden, that wasn't something that was noted by people within the government in that territory, no? Or like people with power within that region, no?
Fucking people call him anti-Semitic. And I asked them, like, what do you think?
Like, I don't think you don't have to conclude for sure that he was, but I also don't think it's inconceivable that he could have been. And he's like closed off to the possibility that, yes, even a 19-year-old, if you go viral on Twitter or whatever, if you were previously unaffiliated with any, media organization, state-run media organization of any sort, like, yeah, they would probably notice that. It's not a region that gets a lot of attention until recently.
About Jewish people, what if I were to tell you that like Jewish people are leading the anti-Zionist movement in America? And he was like, that's great. I love them. That's awesome. Anyone who's against Israel is my friend. Now, that might have...
I'd be surprised if most of Asmon's audience knows who Anne Frank is. I mean, Anne Frank, the Diary of Anne Frank, the Holocaust studies tend to be a standard part of American curriculum, at least... Start maybe as early as 5th grade, if not definitely through middle school. That was when I was exposed to it for the most part.
Have been one of the first.
So even with my horrible opinion of and I assume he's a mostly American audience, they probably at least do know who she is.
Instances where this person ever even heard that Jewish people were against the state of Israel. Okay, but his immediate reaction was that's great, love that. I'm a big fan of that. Something along those lines. And the reason for that is because there is a far greater problem.
No, we never read it. South Carolina education. No, I mean, I'm from Texas and I didn't, I have read it and I read it when I was in middle school, but I didn't read it because the school had me do it. I just read excerpts and then I ended up reading it at some point in my own time. And I think in 8th or 7th grade.
That people care about.
But you were at least told about the diary, no?
And that is Israel's complete domination over the region, America's complete domination by way of utilizing Israel over the region. That's all they care about. If that was removed from the equation, okay, these people, some of them would absolutely be right-wing. Some of them would absolutely be like, oh, no, I still don't I don't fuck with gay people. Fuck those guys. I want to kill them. And other people would say, I'm gay. I fought alongside you. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's just how human beings are. That's just how they...
Okay. I don't know if that counts as praise. I don't know if that counts as praise, but he's not really voicing an objection to it, so.
Oh, and I'm not.
And maybe he meant some other moments in his, 10-hour-long stream, maybe.
I'm going to just believe that, right?
I can't find it on Twitter, and I didn't find it in that.
Right off the bat. Am I crazy for thinking this? I'm not going to immediately believe this is what's happening. Yeah, how many points on the graph? Yeah, exactly. And so, like, no. And I'm not saying that he's lying either, but I'm not going to assume that he's telling the truth. This is like a conspiracy thing, right? But Hasan, if he takes days off, it's often on Sundays. So he basically gets it. So let me get this straight. So he gets a suspension on his day that he was going to take off. And and now he's going to come back. This gets a lot more people talking about him. It promotes him a lot more. And this is like, they banned him on Sunday. Right, exactly. Like, again, I'm not a conspiracy Andy, but if I was, I would be very upset right now. And so anyway, it's a ban for optics. Well, what I'm saying is that it actually creates the worse optics.
It's funny because he's out, like, a lot of people, again, keep pointing to that false flag. Him being like, this looks like a false flag, but it's not. And him being like, I'm not a conspiracy brain person. I'm just saying, like, literally doing the thing.
Because when everybody starts discussing the fact that he got unbanned, and then all these clips start circulating around again of him saying X, Y, or Z thing, this is just another point where Twitch, like in my opinion, I think Twitch either should have suspended him for longer or they should have not suspended him at all. One or the other. Because a 24-hour suspension, all that's going to do is because, again, this is the other issue too, is that a 24-hour suspension, he's gotten like 5 of these, right? And Twitch has a kind of a punishment pyramid, right? Where it's like you do, it's a warning, a day, 3 days, 7 days, 2 weeks, a month, and then perma, right? That's generally the way it works. And so when you see a person that it doesn't follow that paradigm, well, this becomes a problem now, right? And so it's an escalation. And so when you have the same thing happen to one person, it looks obviously biased. So again, it's his 6th ban after breaking the TOS so many times. It should have been a month or a perma. I mean, honestly,
does that signal bias? All that does to me is signal that the punishment is fitting the crime, and this seems like a pretty minor violation of the terms of service. No, especially if he'd done it before and he'd never been banned for it.
If he gets a 24-hour suspension, in my opinion, I think a 24-hour suspension will make this entire situation look a lot worse. And the reason why is because they will show that this is a person who was, there are so many points on the graph for him promoting and supporting terrorism. Just straight up, flat out, plain English. There are too many examples of this happening. And the one thing that he does end up getting banned for is reading the manifesto of somebody else. Come on. I don't know why Twitch would do this. I think it was stupid for Twitch to ban him, especially if it was...
I mean, it makes sense to me because they'd gotten mounting pressure and calls for him to be banned entirely because people don't like his politics, his coverage. They smear him as an anti-Semite, whatever. It makes sense that you're starting to see that in some respect, they have caved to this pressure, no? Because this is something that probably would have flown under the radar just a few months ago,
for a day, because now Twitch is basically confirming, hey, by the way, he is actually doing terrorist propaganda and he's discussing it. Like, what people are going to see and what the media is going to see is Hasan banned and improper handling of terrorist propaganda. That's what people are going to see. And
the media.
That's what the headlines are going to be and everything like that. And you know what? Let's actually look it up right now.
As if the only somewhat mainstream rag that covered this was New York Post. That's the media in this context.
Hasan banned. Let's read what people are typing. And let's see here, after sick comment, and this is, again, lefty influencer Hasan Piker kicked off Twitch after sick comments. Hasan banned after violating terrorist content policy. And this is...
Again, New York Post or Daily Mail. That's the only outlet that gives a shit. And you can't even use Daily Mail as a Wikipedia citation because that's how shoddy the reporting is.
The thing, right, is so now you have all of these articles that are being written that Hasan violated the terrorist content policy. Now, are these articles going to explain and contextualize what that policy is? Sure, maybe they will, but it won't matter. Because at that point, everybody will have already seen that he got banned for violating.
I mean, if they were really contextualizing it, they would say that this is the first reading of a manifesto that actually resulted in a ban, even though those other readings, it seems like, if their terms of service have been the same for the last several years, would have fallen into violations, but nonetheless, it was ignored or he wasn't reported.
Violating a terrorist policy, and after all of the other things that he's done that has been promotional of terrorists, I don't see how anybody can disagree with that. But how does that happen? VTubers get banned for the first time offense for 1 to 2 weeks if they show hips. Hasan's on a 6 ban and he doesn't even get 3 days. Really now? Well, that's because he's getting, in my opinion, I think that it's very obvious that Hasan gets preferential treatment from Twitch. I think it's very obvious. They're baking him a cake. They're singing him happy birthday. Dan Clancy's saying he's one of his favorite streamers. Hasan openly supports terrorism multiple times. Nothing ever happens. I mean,
CEO of Twitch pays lip service to massive streamer on their platform that keeps the lights on. Yeah, no shit.
How many points on the graph do you need until you can draw a line? And this
to actually take that seriously, to think that Dan Clancy actually watches anybody's streams is hilarious.
Is also keep in mind, and just keep this in mind too, Erob banned 30 days. So Erob got banned for 30 days, and this was from yesterday. My ban is for 30 days. So
how many more times do we have to do this discourse about, did you know that Twitch TOS is not enforced fairly?
Erob was banned for 30 days, and they blast Twitch over Erob's ban because he said that he was going to threaten to beat up a viewer at TwitchCon. Now, by the way, he didn't even do that. He just said, if I meet you, I'm going to beat you up or something like that, or I would beat your ass if I met you in real life. That's literally it. That's all he said, and he got a 30-day suspension. That is insane. So the level
Well, yeah, because if he does that, then Twitch could be liable for not taking action.
Of like logic with this is just totally non-existent. And I think Twitch needs to, I think that they need to have a come to Jesus moment with somebody at Amazon or somebody doing this, because the decisions that their moderation team is making it's so flagrantly biased that it's going to drive away even more advertisers. And there's zero consistency. Yeah.
Where is the proof for this? Where is the proof that advertisers give a single fucking shit about how consistently or inconsistently they apply the Twitch terms of service?
Want is consistency. If this thing is against the rules,
I thought he was maybe about to say you're driving creators away from the platform and going to make them flock towards TikTok Live or YouTube or Kick because streamers see that they can be banned at the drop of a hat for 30 days permanently for 3 days and it's not being applied consistently. But no, someone think of the poor advertisers.
Then it should have been against the rules every single time. So yeah, that's really it. Didn't Tectone get a 2-week ban for calling a person fat? Yes, Tectone got, and this is another thing, right? Is that
is that where that Grums tweet was referencing? Tectone called Frogan fat and got 2 weeks.
Tectone got suspended for 2 weeks for calling Frogan fat. Like, in what universe is calling a person fat worse than promoting terrorism, right? I mean, this is just, again, it's like, there's no reasoning to this at all. There's no logic to this at all. And also, by the way, I don't even support calling her fat. Like, I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, I think Frogan's lost weight recently. Good for her. Like, I don't have anything negative to say about her body. That's, I try not to do that, even if people do that to me. But the fact is that, like, there is an inversion of logic that makes.
So, relying on fucking Keemstar. Those are the only people who documents this shit. Tectone bans for calling Frogan a fat piece of shit. This is April 27, 2020 of this year. Yes, I got banned for 2 weeks for simply calling Frogan a fat piece of shit. So their proof is just a Tectone tweet? He doesn't actually show a screenshot of what came into his email box with them saying like you violated hateful conduct or something like that. If we're talking about who we should be skeptical of just taking at their word, why take this guy at his word? That was actually the reason. I'm not sorry, to be honest, and I stand by what I said. However, going forward, I'll do my best not to bring her up again, as me bringing her up only brings her into relevancy, and I'd rather let her punishment be her own failure at being a streamer. 2-time Rising Star Award-winning streamer, BTW, definitely not an industry plant. Anyway, I'm going to stream on YouTube, see y'all there, but I do think it's crazy how I got banned for 2 weeks for calling someone fat, and the things you see on a daily Hasan or a denim stream, why they always spell Hasan with two S's, is 10,000 times worse, and they don't even get a warning. Anyways, yeah, live on YouTube. Okay, but is there an actual clip? This was March 20th. He was banned. I mean, again, these people got Denims, Frogan, Capri Sun, Poppy. Didn't all those people get like 30-day bans for doing that hummus tier list thing at Twitch Live? And it was like a month or two after the fact. Again, this is not confirmation. This is not confirmation. This is him claiming that he did, but he's not showing proof, or he's not showing the thing from Twitch where he does. And look, this is him in 2024, unless he was banned in 2024. Tectone calls Frogan Job of the Hutt and says she causes issues for no reason. This was May 19, 2024. Did he get banned for this? If he didn't get banned for this, it makes me think it's unlikely that he would have been banned for that in 2025. Yeah, that's not proof to me.
Makes no sense to, I think, a reasonable person. And this is what I said, right? Fat shaming works. So I don't know. I don't want to, again, I don't want to get into that. And anyway, so this is what I said about it. I said 24-hour suspensions serve no purpose and act more often as a reward than punishment through the extra attention they create. Why ban for critiquing a terrorist?
Oh God, I independently arrived at a fucking Asmongold opinion.
manifesto, but not for endorsement. Is endorsing terrorism against the terms of service, but promoting terrorism isn't. Make it make sense. That's it. And zero purpose now. Exactly. Yeah, there's no logic in this. There's no reasoning in this at all. Your Twitch would be shut down because of it. Well, I don't know about me, right? I'm just saying in general. And banning him for 30 days without vetting what the user said to him is insane. No, actually, I don't think so. I think making a threat that you're going to hit somebody and beat somebody up should require immediate action with no, there should not be, I unironically believe in a zero tolerance policy for that unless you're referring to it in self-defense. I do, and the reason why, and also, even if you disagree with me on this morally or ethically, it's really for a legal reason, right? Like, we can all agree, like, you can't have that, like, where people are saying this stuff, and, like, especially if it's, like, a person that's, like, technically an independent contractor, but you're still employing, like, you can't have that. And
well, clearly you can, because I feel like YouTube has this terms of service that would be completely fine with this sort of material being read critically, and it wouldn't result in anybody getting banned or suspended. So
they had to do that to E-Rob in a way, but in game. But what I'm saying is, like, that's really it, right? And that's what I think. Promoting terrorism is a fake complaint.
Oh, wait, he was talking about the E-Rob thing? About, like, oh, well, they have to do it? Maybe.
Well, that's what's funny about it, right? Is that promoting terrorism is a fake complaint, but endorsing it isn't. So, El, you're actually right. And that's what's so crazy. Is that, but do you see the logic and why that's ridiculous? Like, because I know you were the one who was disagreeing with me. I just want you to see where I'm coming from with this. Is that, don't you see how ridiculous it is that you can have a rule on the books that says you can't even show a manifesto, but you can promote an organization that's labeled a terror organization? Like, do you see the...
Oh, and that's the other thing that occurred to me. Didn't Frogan get banned for her comments related to soldiers and PTSD or whatever? They act like these people are, like, immune from any punishment at Twitch, but between the hummus tier list thing and that not coming organically from a decision that Twitch felt was necessary to make, that only came because of the backlash. And you have orgs like the ADL coming in and, like, tipping the scale, calling for them to be deplatformed or banned at the very least, like temporarily banned at the very least. And then completely aside from that, the PTSD thing got her banned.
The lapse in logic here?
This is just like the Spider-Man meme. Every single person talking about this has been banned themselves. It's not like anybody is immune from it.
Like, and no, and I'm not, no, by the way, there's nothing wrong with this person. This person's fine. Both should get you a ban. Both should get you a ban, or neither should get you a ban. But if one of them gets you a ban, it should certainly be supporting the terrorist group. Okay? I don't know how anybody doesn't see it that way, man. I don't. And so he showed...
I love how he said, I guess he's referring to, like, Hasan being like, yeah, I think the Houthis are moral or whatever.
Literal explicit terrorist propaganda before. He did. And he never said, wait, typing, that's fine.
Do you think he would be able to explain the difference between, like, why should supporting, like, the IDF or the US military be protected speech on Twitch, but supporting, like, the Houthis or any of these, like, militant groups, why should that not be okay? I wonder if his brain would break.
Fine. And anyway, it's bullshit because they probably agree with the manifesto. I don't know whether they agree with it or not. I'm not going to say that. I think that's extreme. But my point is that coverage on a terror recruiting video is still supporting. I disagree with that. I completely disagree with that. That's like me saying watching a video of September 11th is supporting it. No, I find that to be ridiculous. And so can't show the manifesto, but you can promote the group the manifesto belongs to. Yeah, exactly. It's so silly. And so no.
Promote the group the manifesto belongs to. Do these people... Of course, he doesn't know enough to push back on it, but that kid is a lone wolf as far as I've seen and is not affiliated with the Houthis.
Shit, yeah, exactly. Like, there's no logic to this. And all I want... Why didn't you read the whole post? Wait, did I not? I thought I did. Yeah, is there something I missed? I don't think I missed anything. But anyway, I'll read, obviously, what he said about it on Twitter, etc., and see kind of what's going on. Where is he? Why did they didn't even tag him? Oh, right, because he has Yeet ban. That's right. That makes sense. All right, so basically, he got suspended, and this is...
Because they're the good guys, yeah, based. Yeah, they'd be the good guys in a Marvel movie. That's why you don't get banned for saying you support them.
It's the original post right here. It got 40,000 likes. Do you think the Free Palestine movement is inherently wrong? No, I actually think the people in Gaza are being brutalized. I would have no money supporting or raising money for them even. I think that they're also, like, I actually feel worse for them.
Wait, what?
People in Gaza are being brutalized.
Notice how carefully he chose his words here. He won't say it's a genocide. I'm not moral frogging about the fact that he won't. I'm just noting that he was very, very careful to not downplay it, but not overstated, of course. That would be terrible.
I would have no money supporting or raising money for them even.
I would have no money supporting or raising money for them even. Like, he would have no trouble raising money for them? Not that he's done that, of course, but...
I think that they're also, like, I actually feel worse for them than the Israelis, in a way, and here's why. The Israeli government doesn't kill you for protesting against them. Hamas does. So these people in Gaza are being oppressed by Israel, and they're being oppressed by their own paramilitary terrorist organization, pseudo-government. They're living in hell. That's my opinion. That's my genuine opinion about it.
He's like trying, it's so stupid to even do like critical analysis of has been called like vulgar to like just very superficial, like non-understanding of these events. But the equivalency between the internal disorder and repression that Palestinians obviously endure at the hands of Hamas, that's put on the same scale as what Israel does to them. As the blockade, as the, 60 plus year illegal occupation, constant like terror attacks, bombardments the last like 19 months. Like that's all in the same bag.
I really support them. I absolutely support them. And I wish that more and more people would be able to distinguish the difference between Hamas and Palestinians. Anyway, let's move on. My point is, Israel doesn't oppress them. Israel does not actively kill people who protest against Israel in Israel. They don't actively kill Israeli citizens as openly, at least, as Hamas does. Right?
Well, you're telling me that the Israeli government treats Israeli citizens more favorably? Whoa, no way.
Yes, they do. No, they do not.
It's almost like that's not it's not the main complaint.
You can find plenty of people that are protesting against Israel in Israel. The people that are protesting against Hamas in Palestine end up being killed. That's just the truth. If you actually think that there's any parity here, you are totally brain broken. Anyway, let's move on, because you're asking me what my opinion is. That is my genuine, honest, real opinion about it. And I think also, actually, you know what? Like, I'll leave it at that. That's what I think.
That's what they do to Palestinians. That's the thing, is that this completely ignores, if you only look the way the Israeli government treats Israelis, you're going to have a more favorable opinion of them. If you compare and contrast that against how they treat Palestinians, he's not going to talk about that, though.
That's really it. Okay, let's see here. And I'll read a few more of these. Opinion, but you aren't right? Sure. I mean, everybody's going to have different opinions. I don't want to argue about people with this. This is just the way that I see it. And Saudi Arabia, famous hater of terror attacks on U.S. soil.
Don't want to argue with people. Might pull apart your point.
Saudi Arabia puts out a statement condemning the terror attack in D.C. Yes, Hasan, that's correct. Maybe it is a better idea that instead of looking at the original sin of Saudi Arabia previously endorsing terrorist attacks and doing this, that we try to move past that and we establish a diplomatic relationship with them so these things stop happening. Okay, that's just me, right? Rather than fucking ever since 9/11, we've been fucking at some proxy war in the Middle East somewhere. Well, this has gotten us fucking nowhere. It's gotten fucking nowhere. And also, by the way, Osama bin Laden got...
I'm waiting for, Trump praise to come up.
...kicked the fuck out of Saudi Arabia. So I'm not going to completely blame them either. Yeah, they didn't even like him. And so anyway, let's see here.
Could you imagine being 13 years old and learning politics from this guy?
Previously, it's the same guy sitting in power here, brother. Well, this guy wasn't sitting in power in the same way he was back then. That's crazy. He wasn't even old enough to do that. He's trying to shit on Saudi Arabia for condemning the attack, but he still hasn't condemned it. Yes, exactly. And this is the problem, is that so now Hasan is trying to condemn Saudi Arabia for condemning, or shit on Saudi Arabia for condemning the attack. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm sure Hasan probably said killing them was wrong, right? I'm sure he did say that. But isn't that a good thing? Can't we just all make sure that we're on the same page here? Yeah, it's so weird. And Classic, yes, surely he did. Well, listen, guys, I know this might sound crazy, okay?
It's so weird how he'll pick and choose what he thinks may have happened and what might so he'll give Hasan the benefit of the doubt that he said he condemned the shooting or said it was bad and that he didn't agree with it. But then he doesn't believe him when it comes to his, that he didn't cover the manifesto favorably. How do you reconcile those two opinions?
But I try not to just make shit up.
So he condemns he thinks he does think that he condemned the attack, but he doesn't believe that he was critically covering the manifesto. Okay.
About people without being certain about it. I know. There's other people out there that do that a lot, but I actually try to make sure that I don't just randomly make shit up about people. And so I wouldn't say that myself until I was...
Earlier in this vid, he was... I mean, like, not making shit up, but just arguing from conjecture.
Sure of it. So, yeah. I wonder who it is. Yeah, and that's what I tried to do. You spent 35 minutes and are still speculating, though? Of course I'm speculating. Every blue check power farmer is an Israel dick rider on this website. Everybody... Number one, Feared Buck. This is a guy that just tweeted out, Hasan has been banned. And this isn't like, I mean, this is, didn't he post this photo? This isn't like a bad photo of him. It's not like the photo of him being bald or like him.
Do you think he's this dumb or he's just like being bad faith?
Looking stupid or
that's what Hasan's mad about the photo being used.
Anything like that, the like shrunken head. No, it's just literally a photo.
Uses shit other people made up. Yeah, exactly. He just repeats lies that he sees in his chat and he's like, could be.
Of Hasan.
But he personally would never, of course.
Saying Hasan was banned, and now Hasan's calling this guy an Israel dick rider. What the fuck does this have to do with Israel? What? I don't even understand this. And also, by the way, there's a lot of people that are not fans of Hasan's behavior that are not Israel dick riders. They just disagree with what he's saying. It's not crazy.
Oh my god, I just noticed that he has his Twitter open and H3 follows him, but he doesn't even follow them back.
Like, I don't understand.
Because I've seen Ethan praise him because I think he largely has taken Ethan's side in this whole beef between him and Hasan, but can't even get the follow back.
He's completely delusional. Yeah, I don't know what this is. But anyway, is so aggro on everyone. Yeah, of course he is. I mean, I'd be mad too, of course, but that's really how I see it. And anyway, let's go back over here. This is Taylor Lorenz. What is this? Ethan. Nobody gives a fuck about this. Anyway, let's see. We'll scroll.
I do. We're going to cover that next.
Down here, UAE, country led below sympathy. And now he's like retweeting other stuff like this. One day, every day that goes by, more people realize the truth. The very same institutions spent countless hours defending and contextualizing Israel's genocide. Yeah, deplatforming all you like. You can't change what people have seen. Oh my God. The funny thing is that like almost all of the people that he's at war with actually agree with this sentiment. Like almost everybody agrees with like I mean, I know I agree with it. Ethan agrees with it. Who doesn't think that I think a lot of people see that. Yeah, now the actual crash has started. I don't know. I think that this is just simply another example of
one, I know they don't really agree with it. They just don't want to they feel they've made the calculation and that they get more shit if they don't agree with it than otherwise. But two, does that not speak to improvement surrounding discourse that involves Palestinians and Palestinian human rights? The fact that even like reactionary shitheads like Asmongold, and then also like lib streamers like Ethan both feel pressured to unambiguously condemn at certain points. Obviously they're inconsistent on this. I'm not saying they're doing it consistently, but they are caving to pressure to say, yes, it's a, in Ethan's case, I think he disingenuously affirms that he thinks it's the genocide, and because he'll go back and forth between calling it like a war and genocide, but when he's like asked directly, he says it's a genocide. And then him, it's like, it's really bad. And it's like that the only reason that you feel that way though, is because of where the Overton window has shifted over the last 19 months. It wasn't always a given that people would talk about or not just make excuses for Palestinian suffering.
Hasan using this cause as a justification for bad behavior, basically, right? And you see this happen all the time. Somebody that is pro-Palestine does something bad, and now they get suspended, and they're criticized, and people are criticizing, oh, well, you're banning pro-Palestinian voices. That's not what's happening here. Being pro-Palestine or being pro-Palestinian is not a diplomatic immunity card from any degree of accountability from anything else besides that. I don't know why we're trying to play this game.
I agree with him, but not for the reason that he thinks.
It's outrageous that we're trying to play this game. And so, yeah.
Also, he's going to collapse somebody killing people unjustly in the name of Palestinian activism or whatever. He's going to compare that with like Mahmoud Khalil, if he even knows who that is. Maybe he doesn't. Those people being detained in like ICE facilities indefinitely for just speaking out and leading protests. That's all in the same, grab bag.
It's not a blank check. And so anyway, talking so scary. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's really that crazy. And what are you talking about Hasan? Well, because he just got banned. He literally just got suspended, and he's one of the biggest.
Asman touched the hot stove of explicitly dehumanizing Palestinians. I know, but he had to actually back down and apologize for it. You know, I can't. He did say, like, didn't he apologize for it? I see. I don't want to give him too much credit. Apology, ban. Let's see. And this is not about me thinking, like, evaluating whether or not it's genuine or not, but the fact that he felt that he needed to do this to rehabilitate his image shows that he couldn't just double down on it and get away with it.
There have been ways that I've communicated and ways that I've acted that are indefensible.
But this might be a total, like, non-apology, let's say.
I think it's, looking back on it, it's just disgusting. And it's something that when you get lost in the sauce and you get fixated around, like, listening and reading feedback and, you know, just getting hyper.
Oh God, this is bad. Lost in the sauce. Who amongst us hasn't called for the genocide of an ethnic group when we get, you know, into a heated moment on stream?
Fixate, this is like your entire life. You lose a perspective on reality and you lose a perspective on the world. I listen to my tone in the clip and I just sound like such a piece of shit. Really, at the end of the day, I sound like a piece of shit. I sound like a terrible person. And it's just so mean-spirited and callous and just mean. And I don't want to be that person anymore. There have been ways that I've communicated.
This was lame. But the fact that he felt the need to, like, performatively kind of, like, distance himself or say what he said was wrong, which was literally just, I was mean. I was mean when I called for the genocide of those people. I was having a bad day. I had a tummy ache. You don't get it.
Streamers on the platform, right? And so obviously I'm going to talk about this and, like, whether I think it's fair or not and everything. But yeah, I mean, of course, absolutely, right? I mean, yeah, 100%. There's also nothing going on until next. What we got? We got maybe. But
prior to the onslaught, he could have said that, and he would not. I would be shocked if he had gotten a ban for it.
28 more minutes until the show starts, so I got a little bit of time, and so we can get into it and glaze Trump more. You understand that, like, I don't really glaze Trump necessarily. And this is also...
But yeah, like, I just, for a second there, I, like, totally thought, he's like, we all obviously hate what's happening to Palestinians. And it's like, dude, you called for the genocide and you said, I don't give a fuck. And then you didn't really back off of that unless there's a bigger clip somewhere where he said, he didn't just say, I'm being mean, but he explicitly said, that was wrong of me to say.
So, we have somebody right here, right? I mean, so, as have I given your opinion on the Qatari jet yet? This is about the jet. Oh.
Yes, give me Asmongold's take on the Qatari jet.
Oh my
Please,
God,
need it.
exactly.
Inject it into my veins.
The thing is, bro, like, glazing Trump is not even what's happening. Like, I'm not even glazing at anything. I'm just saying, like, if he does something I agree with, I'm going to say that I agree with it. Like, I'm sorry. If that's upsetting for you, then that's not my problem. But anyway, so yeah, you already call it all sides, just depends on the topic. Yeah, I do. And
so when you agree with far-right fascist president in the United States, that's just you giving credit where credit's due. But when Hasan or other creators that you don't like or you don't agree with, when they give credit where credit's due to militant factions that you deem to be terrorist organizations, that crosses the line.
Anyway, so the journalist that was in the Oval Office during that interview, yeah, I forgot who it was or what day that was, but it was something that was, like, really, really stupid about that. So yeah, I think so. But anyway, let's go back. We're going to look at this hate watching, and ironically, yeah, why do you hate watch? Like, if you don't like the stream and you're watching and you're trying to argue, you're just going to end up getting banned, and there's, like, that's it. You're not allowed to agree with Trump ever. You know this, clearly. And anyway, stop glazing Asman. We know you like Trump a little bit too much. Well, I like Trump more than I like Biden. I'll tell you that. Absolutely. I think he's way more entertaining, at least. So anyway, let's go back to this.
Let's hear that again one more time.
Getting banned, and there's, like, that's it. You're not allowed to agree with Trump ever. You know this, clearly. And anyway, stop glazing Asman. We know you like Trump a little bit too much. Well, I like Trump more than I like Biden. I'll tell you that. Absolutely. I think he's way more entertaining, at least. So,
median voter moment.
Anyway, let's go back to this. I do not think that it makes sense that you should get suspended even if you simply talk about a manifesto or if you show a video of a terrorist event happening. I don't think it makes any sense. I don't. And it doesn't make any sense. Now, is that what Hasan did? I don't know. Based off of his...
We have no way to find out, of course. It's not like every stream... It's not like Hasan is one of the most, like, documented men on the internet.
Previous actions and the way that he lies, I think the probability is that that's not what he did. But we don't know that. I think a bunch of Hasan viewers in your chat now. He's banned? Well, of course, right? I mean, welcome, guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Welcome to the right side, by the way.
Why would Hasan viewers go watch Asmongold? Because he's banned.
Sorry, I mean the correct side about everything.
Remember when Asmongold responded to Andrew Tate's arrest with it's like watching Martin Luther King being arrested? Holy shit, I didn't know he did that. Asmongold, Andrew Tate arrest. Okay, maybe I can understand a little bit more where Hasan is coming from, being stupid and comparing like a Houthi teenager to politically illiterate, like normie audience, gamer audience. To Anne Frank, like he's comparing that to Anne Frank. If you're gonna get like stupid comparisons like that, fuck. If you have a clip of that, because if he said that, I can't. I haven't found it on Twitter.
Obviously, I would permit him. Yeah, exactly. And so like that's really where I would say it. And anyway, yeah, the right. Yes, clearly. And the most humble. Yes, you're right. And
oh wait, okay, I think I found it.
What's the probability that the government wants to frame the Tate brothers? I don't know, probably 50%. I think it's pretty high. Like the government frames people all the time. Like if we've seen anything out of like any of the leaks from, you know, the way that they tried to, you know, fuck with Martin Luther King and people like that. Yeah, absolutely, the government fucks with people. Yeah, it's Romania. Okay, so brothers.
Thank you, Asmongold. Very cool. Andrew Tate being prosecuted just like when MLK was shot down for civil rights. Because he's the only one talking about it. Dave Mustaine? What does this mean? What do you mean, space bagworm?
Anyway, so yeah, I think it's probably just going to be for one day. And so here's what's going to happen, is that after Hasan gets unbanned, everybody is going to call into question, why is it that X, Y, and Z...
That's a metal singer? I know, but why? Like, what is he relevant to for what?
A person got unbanned, or sorry, got banned for a longer period of time, but Hasan got banned, you know, and he blatantly showed all this bad stuff. You see what I'm saying? Is that technically true because it's spreading propaganda, even if you don't agree, as invisibility? I think that if you are so afraid that, like,
long-haired Asmongold looks like it. Oh, yeah, I see that. I see that.
Like, even criticizing propaganda is problematic because some people might see it and say, oh my god, now I believe this. I feel like if your ideals are that fragile, they deserve to die. That's what my actual opinion.
Oh my god, can he stop saying this?
Is like if your ideals are so weak that even showing somebody something while you're
can you find some way to denigrate people that disagree with you that doesn't involve calling for their deaths?
Actively disagreeing with
it. And this is somehow, he's even more like unsophisticated and idiotic than I thought he would be.
Gonna convince people? No, that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So yeah. And the most humble, yeah, you show racist black fatigue every day, you're a loser. That's why Hasan's money. No, you're trying to. I have racist black fatigue, right? Is this another one? Now you're mad and going around, and this is by the way, this is what you call mental illness, okay? Somebody catches you and marks for this is actual mental illness. Like, I understand that you're unhappy about what I'm saying, right? But you legitimately need help, man. You've got to get help. This is bad. This is way beyond just disagreeing. This is crazy. You're being a nutball, man. What's wrong with you? Get some help before things get worse, man. Yeah, that's it. And anyway, wow, what a weirdo. But anyway, us guys represent us potato enjoyers. It's just an idiot, right? I mean, that's really all there is to it. Probably some stupid kid. But like, that's really all there is to it. Yeah, I don't have black fatigue. I have retard fatigue. And yeah, clearly, right? And so anyway, that's pretty much what it is. Pitbull, thanks for the 5 subs. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. When Hasan puts it on emote only mode and the chat shows hearts while Hasan is reading the manifesto, do you think that's supporting terrorism? I think that it is very obvious that Hasan has cultivated an audience of people that are in some ways
I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. But let me see.
Sympathetic towards terrorist organizations. It is undeniable that that's true. Whenever you're reading a manifesto of a murderer and people are putting hearts in chat, you have a problem. And these, again, if I remember right, the hearts were his own emotes. So this is...
Okay, I'll keep this muted, but... Wait, I'm gonna mute my stream, actually listen to it to see like what they're doing that to. Dude, this is highly misleading. They're putting hearts and like Sag and different emotes when he's at the point in the manifesto where the shooter is talking about all the death that's occurred in Palestine.
This isn't like it's some kind
and in Gaza specifically and like past operations. It's so fucking misleading.
of false flag. Oh, it's Destiny's community coming in here and making me look bad.
I was actually bracing for worse. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised. He's got a big fucking chat. I wouldn't be surprised if there are people like hearting in response to like learning about the deaths of these Israeli embassy workers or whatever. But it was literally when he's talking about suffering in Gaza. Okay.
These are his own emotes.
I'm supposed to care about that. Why?
That they're using. So, I mean, really, this is the Kaya hearts. Exactly. Yeah, you're the one who's promoting this stuff. And so should someone be permabanned for doing that? No. I think Twitch should find the people that are doing it on Twitch and they should ban them themselves. They should ban the viewers. I don't think that it's Hasan or my responsibility to ban every person in chat for saying.
Of course. I mean, I was going to say you have to have the stake if you're this size, because if we're banning people based off the shit that's being said in their chat, then you're public enemy number one. You're next on the fucking list, dude.
Something problematic. But I think that, again, whenever you do enough things and all of these things point to the same outcome, you have to, at a certain point, hold a person at least a little bit accountable and say, hey, bro, at least can you admit that this is what's happening, right? So, yeah. Anyway, we've got another one right here. Another argument here is that this is, if you're not on the Free Palestine side, you're on the wrong side. History will judge, not me. You have an inflated opinion of yourself. History isn't going to judge you at all. History doesn't know who you are. You're going to die and nobody will remember your name, the same as everybody else. And you're an inflated narcissistic ego that history is going to look back on you and see that you were one of the good ones is just pure narcissism, self-delusion, and just you thinking about just yourself. It's pathetic. It's pathetic and you need to stop. It just stop thinking like that.
I mean, I don't think that shitter in chat is saying that it's like a personal indictment of every individual. It's going to be one of those things that if you were in any way tacitly endorsing or fucking complicit or not, like tacitly endorsing, complicit in supporting it or not calling it out, then yeah, you will not be looked at favorably. But like, why even go into his chat and bother arguing? Well, I guess because he gives it attention, so it works. You can get the attention of a guy who in 5 hours can get 500, oh look, it just updated, 524,000 views and has 55,000 people watching him when he goes live. You can get under his skin.
Yeah, stop thinking, yeah, and incredibly correct. Yeah, I mean, again, and being on the right side of this, that's not even what's being...
Asman just described why you shouldn't have morals. No, literally, but he's like, it's not all about you.
Discussed.
You're narcissistic to think that your actions could be judged collectively or in affiliation with another group because no one cares.
Bro, everyone is on Free Palestine side, but the crazy ones support killing civilians. What's so hard to get about that? Yeah, I think how many of you guys, the way that I describe the conflict and the way that I feel about it is how you feel about it. Yeah, like actually, you know what? Let's go even farther than that. Let's do a straw poll.
Let's go even further. Let's do a poll, you guys. Crazy territory. Do you share my views with Palestine versus Israel?
Fuck. No. What is the fucking... What is it? How do you spell it?
Oh my god, he can't spell Israel.
I'm gonna get it right eventually, okay? Alright. Israel. Okay, well, look, I don't give a fuck, alright? Everybody knows. Yes, no.
Israel.
Very, very simple. So, again, this is what my viewpoint on Palestine and Israel is. I totally support the people in Gaza. I think that they are victims not only of, obviously Israel bombing them, but also Hamas. I think that they're getting attacked on both sides, and I have tremendous sympathy for them.
Okay, both sides though. Got it. Thank you.
That doesn't mean I do not support Hamas. I think Hamas is awful, and I also think the Israeli government is to another degree awful. Would I say equal? I don't know enough about that, but I do.
You already said it was equal earlier in the
worse
same
for
video.
The people in Palestine than the people in Israel, because the people in Israel, at least they have the Golden Dome. Sorry, not the. They don't. We have the Golden Dome. Okay, they only have the Iron Dome. And also,
maybe we fund the Iron Dome.
So they can protest against Israel without being killed. Whereas people can't protest against Hamas without being killed, or at least the threat of being killed. So that
I was gonna say protests against Hamas are happening right now. The most that's in the face of repression. So obviously it's brave, but
that's my viewpoint on the Israel versus Palestine and who I have sympathy for. So let's actually see what the vote is, and we'll look and see what everybody thinks. Wow, look at that. The common sense, reasonable, well nuanced opinion that doesn't support violence on either side, but, sympathizes with the civilians that are at risk. What a big fucking surprise. The site crash? Yeah, it crashes every time because we got a lot of people that vote. But here's the point.
No way. People in your chat agree with your poll.
Right?
Awesome, dude.
Here's my point. There it is. That's what people really think. Twitch mods reached out to Hasan and apologized for banning him. In my opinion, I think they should apologize for banning him. I think they should.
Also, they can't protest against anything without risking being killed by Israel that is currently committing a genocide. Yeah, don't talk about that part.
Because this is going to be worse.
Just ignore that part. Just ignore the time where they tried to do that and there was like 100+ people that were completely unarmed, not engaging in hostilities, that were targeted with snipers. Don't even talk about that part. Because the more important thing to talk about is how Israel's really nice to their own citizens.
Worse for Hasan, it's going to be worse for Twitch. A 24-hour suspension is worse than not suspending him. Why? Let me explain. The first thing is that it creates a media point where a person on Twitch was banned for endorsing terrorism that has had a history of being accused of endorsing terrorism. That is what it reads, and if you look up the articles of how it was written on the first page of Google, this is exactly what it says. For violating terrorist content policy over repeated violations, kicked off Twitch after sick comments about DC Jewish people. So it creates a news cycle that says that you had a person on
citations, Hindustan Times, New York Post, and the Express Tribune.
Your website that was actively supporting terrorism, or at least providing a platform for terrorism. And then when they get unbanned, it provides a frame of reference of how seriously the company takes that accusation. Because by their own definition, he was doing this. That's why he got suspended. So why is it that not seriously at all, right? And so do you see how a 24-hour suspension is actually worse? Do you see my logic now with this, right? Because this is the issue, is that nobody...
You gonna post live stream clips as vids? Yeah, at some point.
Nobody can ever
I do need to get around to that, though. I'm going back. I don't know a shit about editing.
Step ahead of them. This is what's going to happen. As soon as Hasan gets unbanned tomorrow or the day later, people aren't going to remember. They're just going to see the headline.
Oh my god. Okay. That might first and maybe last time I subject myself to a fucking Asmongold video. Jesus Christ. Okay, so let's get into Taylor Lorenz versus Ethan Klein. But before we do that, if you're watching me on Twitch and you're not subscribed, you should go ahead and give me a subscription. Or follow me if you're not following me, so you can know that when I go live. And if you're on YouTube, you should give the stream a like so that it pushes it out to more viewers. And if you're not subscribed to me on YouTube, what are you doing? You should be subscribed to me on YouTube. If you want to donate or support my stream, you can go to my tip link, which is linked in chat. In chat in my Twitch chat, or you can check out my YouTube description and you can follow the Streamlabs link there, or buy me a coffee on Ko-fi. But let's see. So Taylor Lorenz and Ethan Klein, this woman, like, it's actually impressive how quickly she can like rapid fire out several tweet threads, because I linked them all and she did 7 tweet threads and all of them have like multiple multiple tweets. Hasan has been banned for 24 hours for covering the shooter's manifesto, even while denouncing it. Yet another example of social media censorship of newsworthy info and coverage. This is a major newsworthy event, and content creators should be allowed to cover it without platform retaliation. Social media is how people get news and information now, and these platforms are aggressively censoring journalistic speech based on politics. Whether you agree with Hasan or any streamer covering the news or not, you should fight for their right to speak freely online. We're seeing record online censorship from both right now from both political parties because no one on the left or right is fighting to protect online speech. So that I don't think she knew what she was getting into when she did that, when she just tweeted that. Let's see. So this is Ethan's Instagram story, which he uses like Twitter because he doesn't use Twitter. I covered the motives of this is Hasan's tweet where he's talking about like why he got banned, and he puts and then reason improper handling of terrorist propaganda, sharing content related to terrorist or violent extremist groups. Examples of violative conduct include, but are not limited to: 1, showing a violent extremist manifesto on stream while denouncing it; 2, speaking out against terrorist organizations while displaying a blah blah blah. So that's what he throws up, and then in the next thing he puts the tweet that we just read from Taylor Lorenz. Taylor Lorenz begins the sweeping process. She is without a doubt the biggest hack loser in quote unquote journalism. I say in quotes because any reputable org wouldn't hire her for free after her insane lying scandal. What a terrible and talentless person. So I definitely have my criticisms of Taylor Lorenz, but I don't believe that. I don't think she was actually fired from the Washington Post. I thought she resigned. And 2, the criticism is not of her journalism is not that she lies. It's like that she has given people, she has elevated and promoted people that like Heffels that weren't deserving or worthy of a platform. Cool. But this is her article about Heffels, and it says a trans Twitch streamer delivering news to a legion of blah blah blah. This was in 2022. Was Taylor Lorenz fired from the Washington Post? But she's also contributed to the New York Times, and she's also written a book. It's called Extremely Online. So let's see. There's literally an article that's titled, "No, Taylor Lorenz was not fired. Here's why she left the Washington Post." This was December 5th, 2024. Taylor Lorenz's exit from the Washington Post has raised questions, with some wondering if she was fired. However, Lorenz's decision to leave was entirely her own, marking a significant shift in her career. Now, many are wondering what happened. Here's everything you need to know about the same. Was Taylor Lorenz fired? No, not fired from the Washington Post. The journalist decided to leave on her own, citing her desire to break away from traditional media. In an interview with The Hollywood Reporter, Lorenz explained that legacy institutions often restrict interactive and audience-focused reporting. Her departure followed a period of internal scrutiny. This included an investigation into a controversial Instagram post in which Lorenz shared a selfie with a caption about President Biden that was considered inappropriate. I think she called him a war criminal. And I think the other thing is that because I remember this, it was like, I think even she was surprised that it got out because she didn't just post it on her main Instagram story. She posted it on like Instagram gives you the option to just show like close friends, and it's like a private story, but there's no such thing as a private story when you're this size. You have this platform size. This incident reportedly strained her relationship with the newsroom's leadership. Despite these tensions, Lorenz maintained that leaving the Post had been part of her plan for some time. So she wasn't fired, but sure, that might recontextualize it a bit for some. She left of her own, but it also coincided with the scandal that she was having and like internal tension with her boss. Why did Taylor Lorenz leave the Post? To launch her own independent venture, User Mag, on Substack. In her announcement, Lorenz revealed that she wants to cover technology from the user's perspective. She expressed, "I write about the attention economy and I write about the content creator industry, and I just want complete autonomy to write and do and say whatever I want and engage a little bit more directly with my readers, with the public when it comes to my work." While User Magazine will start with Lorenz as the sole contributor, she plans to grow the platform by adding writers and expanding into multimedia. Lorenz also sees herself as a content creator working outside traditional media. She chose Substack for its ease of use and large established audience, which allowed her to build her own space and share her voice quickly. So, insane lying scandal has... Let me see if this returns anything. Has Taylor Lorenz had an insane lying scandal? Let me see if I can't find Taylor Lorenz calling Biden a fucking war criminal. Biden war criminal IG story. New York Post helping us out a lot today. Washington Post's Taylor Lorenz says Biden war criminal post was obvious meme after claiming it was edited. Washington Post columnist Taylor Lorenz is changing her story after initially claiming her war criminal post about Biden. Washington Post looking into Taylor Lorenz social media post allegedly calling Biden a war criminal. So it's her in a mask. It's a selfie of her in a mask, and the green star here means it's like a private story. And you take care. Hold on. They put war criminal frowny face. Taylor Lorenz claims the caption identifying president was fabricated. Let's see. Lorenz allegedly made the post this week using the close friends feature, indicating it was viewable only to a select group of friends of her choosing. They automatically delete after 24 hours. People will fall for any dumbass edit someone makes. It's not the first time. So I didn't know. Maybe it was Photoshop. Now there's no way to fucking know. But let's see. So she changed it. Then she said it was an obvious meme. You people fall for any dumbass edit someone makes. Lorenz replied to somebody on X. On Friday, Lorenz not only admitted it was real, she insisted it was a joke. I literally never denied it was real. She told it was an obvious meme. There had been speculation online that Lorenz was making an obscure reference to musician Lucy Dacus, who called former President Obama a war criminal on social media last year, also with a frowny face. Fox News Digital learned that the post was made in an Instagram story specifically using the close friends feature. We saw that. NPR previously reported that 4 people with direct knowledge of the post confirmed its authenticity. She's got narcs on her fucking close friends list. Only about 7 people actually saw the close friends post. I have few people on close friends, and almost all are my normie, non-media friends, so I don't know who this guy is talking about, to be honest. Lorenz reacted to NPR's reporting, so then she disputed it. Then a spokesperson for Washington Post said we're aware of the alleged social media post and we're looking into it. Is there any additional context to you people will fall for any dumbass edit? Let's see. Taylor Lorenz. I'm glad we had forensic analysts on the case. It's like like all of that was so contradictory. Not like someone would claim something, it was reported, and then she would dispute it, and there's like no way to verify it because she says she barely has anybody on that. But I can't find her saying this on her own social media page. Like, I put you people will fall for. I put edit. I really can't find it. Well, okay. Well, she maintains that she left of her own volition. But let's see if her, like, there's been questions about her credibility or, like, reporting. Oh yeah, she got backlash because she revealed the identity. Didn't she? Like, she was the one who identified Shia Reichik. I don't know how to say her name, but the woman who runs Libs of TikTok. She was the one who outed it. And then she defended it, saying, like, the information is publicly available. And then she incorrectly accused tech entrepreneur Mark Anderson of using a slur during a Clubhouse discussion. Lorenz later admitted the error. Okay, but is that lying? Journalists make mistakes. As long as they issue retractions, it's fine, no? YouTuber says WAPO correction on Taylor Lorenz story claiming contact on Instagram before publication is false. Taylor Lorenz claims she contacted 2 YouTubers for their story, which was later self-edited. Well, if it was self-edited, that's not very good. Publishing a lengthy correction on a report she'd written. Of course, only Fox News cares about covering this woman, though. See. And what was this even for? Lorenz alleged that according to Business Insider, Mazeka earned $5,000 in 1 week by pivoting the content on her YouTube channel to nonstop trial coverage and analysis. I think this is related to Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. She also claimed that Umbrella Guy earned up to $80,000 last month, according to an estimate by social media analytics from Social Blade, which are usually highly unreliable. Included in the paragraph was a parenthetical statement reading, Mazeka and that Umbrella Guy did not respond to requests for comment, but both refuted the statement, saying Lorenz never reached out to them prior to publication of her story. Lorenz also made an erroneous statement about Depp's representative, Adam Waldman, but while a note at the bottom of the report acknowledged her story was updated to clarify comments made during Waldman's testimony, the claim that Lorenz had reached out to the YouTubers for comment was scrubbed without any acknowledgement of the change. After Fox News previously reached out for comment and published its story about the stealth edit, the Post issued a correction at the bottom of Lorenz's reporting. The previous version of the story inaccurately attributed to Adam Waldman a quote describing how he contacted some internet influencers. That quote has been removed, the Post wrote. The story also has been amended to note the Post's attempts to reach Elite, Mazeka, and that Umbrella Guy for a comment. Previous versions omitted or inaccurately described these attempts. And there was an even lengthier correction at the time of Lorenz's article that read, the first published version of the story stated incorrectly that internet influencers, Mazeka and that Umbrella Guy, had been contacted for comment before publication. In fact, only Mazeka was asked via Instagram. After the story was published, the Post continued to seek comments from Mazeka via social media and queried that Umbrella Guy for the first time. So she got one of them wrong. During that process, the Post removed the incorrect statement from the story, but did not note its removal, a violation of our corrections policy. The story has been updated to note that Mazeka declined to comment for the story and that Umbrella Guy could not be reached for comment. But didn't they say that they weren't contacted at all? But it turns out that they were, but then they just declined. Previous version of the story also inaccurately attributed a quote to Adam, a lawyer for Johnny Depp. The quote described how he contacted some internet influencers has been removed. Quietly changed from correction to editor's notes. No, neither addresses who's behind the stealth edit. When asked specifically whether Lorenz herself or an editor made the stealth edit, a spokesman for the Post replied, that's not something we discuss on record. Lorenz was quick to dismiss the uproar on social media, tweeting, I'm sure the right-wing media and news cable world is spinning something up. Maybe that was in reference to this, maybe it wasn't. On Thursday, both YouTubers lashed out at Lorenz's report. This says I didn't respond to requests for comment. I know I've gotten a lot of emails over the past 2 months, but I've just double-checked for your name at Taylor Lorenz, and I see no email from you. Called out the Post columnist, and I didn't suddenly pivot. I started covering this before trial began. But she then later, I guess, confirmed that she was reached out via Instagram. I guess this is why you just need to only reach out via email. Mazeka accused Lorenz of mischaracterizing Business Insider's coverage of her, which she too thought was unfair. She later provided an update claiming Lorenz reached out to her for comment after the piece was already published and I had to call it out. This is so dumb, Mazeka wrote. Lorenz appeared to acknowledge Mazeka's public complaint, tweeting, thanks for replying, and that she would love to incorporate your comments. They slammed. The other guy also did the same thing. Okay, so she's made mistakes. And I don't see anything else. So just this one, there was like, she didn't entirely, reach out before and after or whatever. So yeah, that's not, and then there was like stealth edits instead of just being transparent. So that's not good. But this will come, what's strange to me is that if he knows this, and I'm taking Taylor Lorenz at her word, which, okay. Like what a terrible and talentless person, but she will go on to claim that Ethan has actually been reaching out to her. So she sees that Instagram story or it's brought to her attention. Someone tell Ethan that he and his wife can stop begging for my help with their Reddit situation if he's going to post rants like this. I've been nothing but respectful to Ethan during this entire meltdown and went out of his way to help Hila / him barely... Wait, out of his way? Is she saying that she went out of her way or his way? I don't know. To help Hila, him barely a month ago after they asked me. In BTW, I have no issue with Hila, who has always been perfectly nice and kind human beings to myself and others, but Ethan is absolutely off the rails and needs to get help. I have a very long track record of defending free speech online, whether it's people I like or hate. Don't read too much into this. I only like this because I was trying to keep track of the thread last night. I don't think do I follow her? No. She mostly drives me crazy. But I did watch a video from her recently, and I did enjoy it more than I thought I would. I have an entire YouTube series called Free Speech Friday. Hasan being banned for doing journalism has nothing to do with Ethan, and it's psychotic, I think. How he centers himself in completely unrelated reporting and stories that have nothing to do with him. Anyway, Ethan, next time you want to help with Reddit or anything else, frankly, don't come begging to me again. I will not give you the benefit of the doubt twice. For people who missed it, here's a Twitter thread that Ethan Klein took some personal attack towards him. Absolutely delusional, and she's not wrong. That was the thing that kicked it all off. And so then he replies again. They continue to fucking go back and forth like this. Then he puts, where do I even begin? Taylor Lorenz attended the Denham School of Self-Owning. Someone tell Ethan that he and his wife can stop begging for my help. Like, I wish he had posted a receipt. Maybe it's like not in her... Maybe as a journalist, it looks bad to like share DMs between you and people that have reached out to you, but he's not denying that that they reached out.
Taylor Lorenz, I am so glad that you brought this up. You know, I know you have a problem telling the truth. You were fired in disgrace from your previous job at the Washington Post for lying. Very embarrassing, by the way. And not surprised you haven't been able to find a job since then. And frankly,
Okay, she was not fired for lying though, because all of this stuff like she wasn't fired. It seems like I don't know that I wouldn't say that they parted amicably because it did her departure did coincide with the uproar, scandal, whatever surrounding her selfie of Biden and where it says war criminal, frowny face or whatever. But all of the issues related to that YouTuber and reaching out for comments and not reaching out for comments and publishing the story anyway, and then asking them after the fact, all of that happened in 2021. And that was years ago. The Instagram controversy happened in 2024. So and there's no evidence that she was fired. So he's just wrong about that.
very embarrassing, by the way. And not surprised you haven't been able to find a job since then. And frankly, I don't think you have much hope, especially after this. But let's see. The reason that we ever got in touch is because Taylor Lorenz 3.0, she has a snark meme page that posted such an obscenely mean, psychotic message about me. We had to actually check with people that knew her firsthand to see if it was actually her that left the message. Let me read it to you. This was on a post about a meme about me being obsessed with Hasan. She said, he needs to log off. Every influencer has a snark page, and if he wants it taken down, he needs to go through legal channels, not publicly bait them. Normally I'd have sympathy, but Ethan has spent the last year absolutely... Taylor Lorenz, I am so glad that you brought this up. He has a snark meme page. Had to actually... that left the message. Let me read it to you. That knew her firsthand to see if it was actually her that left the message. Let me read it to you. This was on a post about a meme about me being obsessed with Hasan. She said, he needs to log off. Every influencer has a snark page, and if he wants it taken down, he needs to go through legal channels, not publicly bait them. Normally I'd have sympathy, but Ethan...
Yeah, on the toilet seat. Toilet POV.
Has spent the last year absolutely... Normally I'd have sympathy, but Ethan has spent the last year absolutely terrorizing and stalking anyone obsessed with Hasan while spouting Zionist propaganda. He needs to log off for a long time and get his head straight. Here's the best part, guys. And clean up his house so his kids aren't crawling around in dog feces. Here's the best part, guys. This was after CPS was called.
CPS call, guys. The CPS call.
Can you imagine that, right, guys? And then when she finds out that we're trying to figure out if it was her or not, she gets in touch with Hila through a fan and
earlier
pretty
today,
much begs to help us. She goes, oh, I'm so sorry about the CPS comment. You know, I didn't mean it. Let me help you with Reddit. I know people there.
Wait, so she admitted to that being her account? Because I was going to say, like, how does he even know that that's her?
Yes, was called. Can you imagine that, right, guys? And then when she finds out that we're trying to figure out if it was her or not, she gets in touch with Hila through a fan and pretty much begs to help us. She goes, oh, I'm so sorry about the CPS comment. You know, I didn't mean it. Let me help you with Reddit. I know people there. Okay, sure. She reached out to Reddit. It amounts to nothing. And,
but it seems like, okay, so I guess maybe she did leave this comment or whatever. Neither of them are showing receipts. They're just saying what they said back to each other. So I have to take them at their word. But what her comment is that's different than endorsing the CPS call. Can't you make a joke about the fucking Giardia clip without necessarily endorsing the CPS call? Because I saw this TikTok, and this is from 3/11, so March 11th, and she posts this.
H3H3 or Ethan Klein. Earlier today, some H3H3 or Ethan Klein affiliated subreddit posted about me and was like, Taylor Lorenz comes out against Ethan Klein, da 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 da. I have been getting a nonstop barrage of hate messages, emails, texts, like everything, ever since that happened. So I just thought I would hop on here. I feel like Keemstar doing like a video message, but I have nothing to do with this drama. You guys, I have absolutely nothing to do with this drama. I can't even explain how not tapped into this drama I am. I am so busy writing about other things. I've been following it tangentially, and I did share a meme that I thought was funny that was basically like, you know, kind of making fun of Ethan seeing Hasan everywhere. It was a meme like, oh.
So she reposted this, and it says, I swear to fucking God, I can see Hasan on my carpet. And then it says Ethan Klein POV.
Ethan seeing Hasan in his carpet, because at least on my timeline, all I've seen for 9 months is Hasan posting about Ethan. And so I just was like, oh yeah, he really can't shut up about him. He really talks about him all the time.
I think she meant Ethan post about Hasan, but maybe.
I'm not taking some...
That just doesn't seem to follow with what she's saying, but I think she meant, yeah.
Sort of like stand. That said, you know, I have seen obviously what Ethan is dealing with the snark subreddits. I've written extensively about snark subreddits. This is a topic that I cover a lot.
Although it wouldn't surprise me if Taylor Lorenz, who was complaining about like online bullying and harassments, participates in snark subreddits.
I wrote about it a lot in my book. I've interviewed influencers that have sued to get their snark subreddits taken down. I've written a lot about the company's policies around these things. So if I was to cover anything, I would cover that side of it. And from what I understand, somebody on these subreddits called
IDK man, people go after my kids. I'm gonna be unhinged as fuck, connecting all the dots. That ain't there. Scorched earth. It's a Dillard take, but that's how it's gonna be. If that's how it's gonna be, then people are more than welcome to go scorched earth on him back, because in the middle of these like rage fueled rants and raves, he's like blaming certain people and like saying that he knows it came from certain communities and stuff like that. And I do think that he has more control over that he's being reckless about, and he kind of just hides behind but the harassment that I face, but the this, but the that. And it's like, yeah, we know, and that's all terrible, but that doesn't give you license to be sloppy with accusations and blaming certain people when he himself admits he doesn't know who made the call or what community or what. He just has his suspicions.
Called CPS on him and all this stuff. That is concerning, right? Like, I worry about the effects that these sort of online mobs can have on people's real life, and when children are involved, that's concerning. That said, I'm not writing about it right now. I haven't really been super up on it. If there's things that you think I should know, please send them to me. I would love to be up to date on the situation. If I made a comment that was, you know, ignorant or something, it's really just because I haven't been paying attention that much. Everybody knows where I...
So based on this Instagram story, what he's saying is that... Who did he say reached out to who? So this comment was left by like Taylor Lorenz 3.0 on like it looks like an Instagram comment or something like that. I'd have to like zoom in on it. But then he's saying that that's what led to them interacting. But then it seems like Ethan got mad about her reposting the Ethan Klein POV thing. And that's what sparked them being engaging. And then she immediately said she was sorry about the CPS thing. So I don't fucking know who to believe.
Stand on Israel.
I don't trust Ethan's recounting because he's gotten a bunch of shit wrong in in all of his blind rage at everything that's been happening and like lashing out at random people without proper receipts. But I don't know, because she's not producing receipts either, and I don't think I should just be taking her word.
In Palestine, obviously, I think what Israel is committing is a genocide. I don't think it's my views on that topic or any sort of secret. I know that it sounds like Ethan has different views. I deal with people all the time that have different views, okay? I talk to people all day long that have different views on this topic. I talk to a lot of right-wing influencers that have radically different views. And that is the nature of being a journalist and living in the world. So I saw somebody was messaging me earlier, you're trying to like cancel him because of the Palestine stuff. No, I'm a huge supporter of Palestinian right to self-determination. Again, nobody needs to hear me pontificate on that issue. But the idea that I'm like not covering something or, not covering somebody's snort campaign because of their stance on Israel, that's absurd. I write a lot about online dynamics and there's been so much news. So the only reason I haven't written about it is because it's mostly just been an interpersonal influencer beef and I haven't had time to look into the subreddit stuff. So if there's something that you think I should know, please keep me posted. But please leave me out of this discussion. I really have no involvement in any of that. So thanks, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, so seems plausible to me. She doesn't feel like their beef or whatever is like enough to warrant her covering it, or she has other stuff to write about. So I'm on my phone because I can't read the comment. So the screenshot that he has is from Taylor Lorenz 3.0. Is that her Instagram? Taylor Lorenz 3.0. This is from Taylor Lorenz 3.0. Let's see if it's her. This doesn't look like her. So this has almost 92,000 followers, follows about 1,200 people, has 3,500 posts. The profile picture is, I'm having a personality on the internet. It's like this meme. And it says, follow my backup at AI generated Wonka. I'm too, like, what is this? It's another meme. It's literally another meme page. Call me crazy, but this does not seem like it's Taylor Lorenz. So someone who posts like tea memes or like viral tweets. Welcome to my VIP booth. Subscribe to my newsletter at User Magazine, and User Magazine is Taylor Lorenz's thing, but this seems like her official Instagram. And this has 162,000. So this just seems like this was 33 weeks ago. If this page means anything to you, please buy a paid subscription to usermag.co to help me continue my work. I'm excited to launch my new publication, User Magazine, on Substack, which I will pursue the type of reporting on the internet that has become increasingly difficult to do in corporate media. These sorts of like farming accounts, though, it just doesn't seem like she would have it. I mean, like, could it be her? Yes, but it doesn't seem like it would be. She, with everything that she does, that she'd have time to run not just User Magazine, not just her main thing, but also 2 like different meme pages. And then all of the captions are like, follow me, like emojis and stuff like this. It just, I have no way of knowing. So this is, and that's that comment that he read, which says he needs to log off. Every influencer has a snark page, and if he wants to get it taken down, he needs to go through legal channels, not publicly bait them. Normally, I'd have sympathy, but Ethan has spent the past year absolutely terrorizing and stalking anybody who's even obsessed with Hasan while spouting vile Zionist propaganda. He needs to log off for a long time and get his head straight and clean up his house so his kid isn't crawling around in dog feces. This just doesn't seem like it's her. It does seem like an impersonation or something else. I don't know. And if she made that post on TikTok and like she's like, I'm staying out of it, I just retweeted that thing on Twitter because I'm just like ambiently consuming it as I see it on my timeline. It does not seem like she knows. I'm sure she knows about it now, or she didn't give the impression in that TikTok. She was like, oh, I'm sorry about the CPS call. Why would she say that only to like post later that like he needs to clean up dog feces and like feed into all of that? That doesn't make any sense to me.
We talked, I don't know, we talked for like a day once, and she tried to begging. We've been begging you for help. Are you actually fucking out of your mind? Are you actually fucking out of your mind? Taylor, listen. And I don't know where you learned in journalism school, but you're supposed to tell the truth, right? Like that's like kind of the most important part of the job. So as a chronic and potentially pathological liar, as a sycophantic Hasan dick riding loser, I want to wish you all the best and tell you, assure you that I will no longer be begging you for help with Reddit or anything. And I'm so glad you gave me the opportunity to talk about this nice message you left here, by the way, and clean up his house so his kids aren't crawling around in dog feces after CPS visited us. What a kind person. Thanks for watching, Taylor. Have a great night.
Okay, so he is under the impression that this really is her page, even though I think it's just somebody impersonating it to get more follows and clicks and likes, because this literally just seems like a like farming account. It does not seem like an alt account or a Finsta or whatever they call it. And this is, I think this is a compilation of, I have no clue. I have no clue, but okay. Maybe, oh, it's like me being obsessed with this on this account that clearly doesn't like Ethan, is like posting all of the different things that he said about Hasan, I guess, on Instagram at different points. Okay. So neither of them are posting receipts for like who said what and who said who and when they said it. Let's see. So is this the second one? Is this the one that I have open already? She put, one funny thing is that when a big YouTuber / influencer decides to go on a crusade against me, I end up gaining a lot of followers. Most random fans don't know who I am, and when these people rant about me to millions, my audience grows significantly. If you don't like someone, the most effective thing to do is not mention them by name. The way the internet is built, almost all attention is good attention, so thanks for the boost, I guess. Okay. Typical, like, oh, you're just helping me, sweaty response. But she says, I just had a conversation with Ethan Klein on IG. The man is in pain and lashing out. To clarify, because Ethan has lied about this, as Washpo has said multiple times on the record, I was never fired from my dream. I thought it's my dream job. From my job, IDK what to tell people. I quit to be independent, which has been my dream for years. And it coincided with her posting that like private Instagram story where she called Biden a war criminal, or put that as a caption, but she said it was a meme. And it just seems like it coincided with it, but ultimately she wasn't fired. There's no evidence that she was fired. Ethan is in pain and he's extremely upset that I once left a single reply to someone 50 comments down on a meme page post months ago. Yes, literally a single comment on a meme page post that said he should clean up his house so his kids weren't crawling in dog poop. I felt bad when people said that his kids crawling in dog poop was a false rumor, and when he and his wife, oh wait, so she is confirming it. Does she really spend her time on these types of fucking accounts? Why does she do that? So I guess that is her. Oh, that is her meme page. Okay, that is so weird for her to do. It totally comes off as like one of those, I did not think it was her. I did not think it was her. So she runs like multiple Instagram pages. Back up for Taylor Lorenz 3.0. I thought this was someone impersonating her to just get more clicks and likes. So this really is her. Okay, weird.
Embarrassing, by the way.
Okay. He's extremely upset. Yeah, I once left a single reply to someone 50 comments down on a meme page post months ago. So that it says the screenshot that he posted 7 hours ago, but he didn't do it recently. She didn't do it recently. It was like a while ago, I guess. That said he should clean up his house so his kids weren't crawling in dog poop. I felt bad that when people said his kids crawling in dog poop was a false rumor, and when he and his wife needed help with Reddit, I was happy to help because, again, I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt, and I've covered Reddit harassment campaigns for years. Ela, okay, but this whole, like, I just left a single reply 50 comments down or whatever. It's like, you said what you said. Like, are you not surprised that it's like he's gonna use it against you? It doesn't matter, like, when you said it. It doesn't matter that it's buried deep down in somebody's comment section. You still said it and people noticed. And also, I felt bad when people said that his kids were calling was a false rumor. So it's like, so why did you say it then? Do you mean sloppy? Because she has to know. This is what... The little that I know about this woman, it's like she does something that I like, and then I learn something else, and I'm like, you're so fucking dumb. Why are you being this reckless? Like, what did you expect? It doesn't, you know, why would you say that in a comment before if you didn't actually verify that it was true? Yeah, dude, that would spark some caveman shit in me. It ain't right, but I can understand his anger, kinda. Why do you already said this, Untitled? It doesn't justify him going, him like randomly slandering people, you know, and like blaming certain people and defaming people. Like, be a fucking adult and keep your anger in check. You know, you can't control your anger, but you can control your actions. And I don't think it's fair for him to just back up and say like, well, I was angry. Can't you understand? Ela has, and I mean, this is why I said earlier, like, I would not be surprised if she has a snark page, though, because she is very online. She likes, you know, she covers all of this stuff, and it seems like she likes participating in it. But yet she's cried when she's been the subject of harassment and whatnot, as far as I can tell. Ela has always been incredibly kind to everyone I know and will defend even the rights of people and the rights of even people who I hate to speak freely online. Apparently, Ethan is so triggered by this one single reply that was up for maybe an hour months ago that he wants to destroy me now. But it doesn't matter because, like, it's going to be used against you. It doesn't matter that it was up for an hour, like, months ago. And there's a reason why she doesn't post what she put. I think that's very sad. Ethan seems like a very broken person since I report critically on, but okay, to be fair and balanced to her, that being said, given who she's in conflict with or whatever, Ethan has made mistakes and then he like doubles and triples down on them, even once he's pointed out that he has spread misinformation or like gives false impressions. Like he makes all of these same attacks. So like I find it annoying because if you like woman, if you know about like harassment campaigns, if you know what it's like to be baselessly accused of certain things and you didn't like it, why are you like throwing out strong opinions on things that you yourself admit you haven't really looked into that closely? So that's what's annoying to me. But like coming from Ethan, the criticism rings hollow because it's like, dude, you're this sloppy every fucking day. Like him getting mad at her for repeating the walking through like the dog shit comments or whatever. If you've seen that original clip, it's like not even that far off, but whatever. He will not show the original clip that led to all of people, like everybody who like made fun of him for that. Like he never shows the clip that started all of that. And he said just earlier, like a thing that he could have was not true. She was not fired from the Washington Post. So these two are a match made in heaven. I probably won't talk about this anymore because I truly have no stake in this drama and I'm traveling and I'm swamped with work, but just figured I'd let people know that I don't really have any ill will towards the man and I hope he finds peace. Did I get a raid? Thank you for the raid, Queeman. Welcome, Queefers. We community. I don't know what you guys are called. We're covering Taylor Lorenz versus Ethan Klein, and these two are so fucking annoying, man. I hope he finds peace. This man is so unwell. I don't have any sort of snark account. He is melting down because I left a single reply to someone months ago on my meme page. A meme page that's under my own name, as anyone can see, has zero to do with Ethan Klein. Again, this is I will never get over this. This is so weird that this is her account. This is so weird that she has another account called AI Generated Wonka. And then on top of that, she has like her main page. She runs this Instagram account, and then she runs her main Instagram account. Just strange. When Ethan asked me for help with Reddit and I went to the company with his allegations, Reddit said that not only were his claims false, but a Reddit spokesman told me Ethan himself is engaged in violent, harassing rhetoric as well as threats of doxing. Reminder that this sort of news and information that Ethan Klein is trying to distract from, it's sad that he's experiencing a mental health crisis and lashing out at people. I hope he gets the help he needs, but important not to lose focus on Israel's genocide. Okay. At this point, this sort of like passive aggressive, like, I feel so bad for him, I really hope he gets the help that he needs, is actually rivals just overt aggression towards somebody else, because this sort of shit, this like, I'll pray for you. This is like the secular version of like, I'll pray for you, which is like, he's going through a thing. He's having like a mental health crisis, which I don't even like disagree with. And he's lashing out at people is so condescending. It's so funny watching. Like, I know that she's saying this without like a hint or shred of irony. She's genuinely saying it, but it seems to get under people's like skin like nothing else. These two are both unwell. Anybody who covered Keffels favorably and like didn't see red flags from the start already is worthy of some critical examination there. Okay, so the videos, and then did he respond again? All right, let's get rid of this. Let's see. 12 hours later, and Ethan Klein is still crashing out over Taylor Lorenz. And then he put, finally, receipts. Okay. Mom. I think he meant to put ma'am. Ma'am, you told me to clean my house of feces that my kids were crawling around in and then act surprised when people get upset. You said it publicly. You're an online journalist, yes? Would you drop a story if your subject said, sorry, I didn't mean it? Or would you assume they were lying to cover their ass? BTW, I never even said a single word about your disgusting, shameful comments about my children until just now when you said I begged you for help. Finally, post a screenshot of some correspondence. Says Taylor, Ethan's Lunatics fans are now brigading all my social channels and harassing Delete Me, my brand partner. This is completely insane, like I've said from the jump. What? He hasn't said anything. I just posted this on TikTok, but I guess it's some subreddit. Shit, sorry, I'm about to hop on a call with Brand and then a TikTok video. Where did he get this from? Who is she talking to? Taylor is shit. Ethan roleplays as the biggest fucking victim ever. I know, that's why I'm saying these two are like a match made in heaven or a match made in hell, depending on how you fucking look at it.
Olive has...
Since we're talking about the fucking CPS call, I feel like I have to play this gross clip again for the like, I don't know how many times I've seen this fucking shit, but...
Giardia, which is it's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
And Olive has this?
Olive has this, yeah. She came to us with it.
Okay.
She had diarrhea, and
oh, poor baby.
Ducky came to us with that too. And I just wonder why.
It's relatively common.
It should be, they should have found it already. But anyway, so she has Giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today. And, well, Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
Oh, shit.
Oh, and now Ela has Giardia.
For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God.
Jeez, what can I do to not get it?
Yeah,
because I'm not trying to get it.
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Okay, so he said that. There's more to that clip, and it doesn't get any better. It doesn't like exonerate it. But yeah, obviously, don't fucking call CPS. Don't be stupid. That's dumb. Him oversharing does not equal child abuse. It's just gross. But he complains about that shit constantly, and they will always leave out what led to people getting that impression. And it always leads back to that clip or people commenting on that clip. And he knows how many fucking weirdos are on the internet. Why he's like oversharing and talking about that stuff and like talking about his kids in the first place is like bizarre, short-sighted, stupid, any number of things. And if that makes me victim blamey, I guess, then so be it. Thank you for subscribing, Semaphore. Okay, so there's more threads on this somehow. Lost track. Let's see. Maybe I looked at them all though. Okay, was it this one? He denies having a snark thing. We saw that. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. So she said this, and then the next thread was, it's so revealing how the minute any YouTuber's fan base gets angry at me, they start falling for the most insane right-wing conspiracies about me, just falling for weird lies about me from 2019 over and over and over again. I have no idea what she's referring to. I am not a Taylor Lorenz stan, nor do I follow her work. But, I mean, there have been some valid criticisms made about her reporting, like she was inconsistent or maybe even outright lied about getting comments from people before publishing a story on them back in like 2022 or 2021. She like incorrectly accused a tech entrepreneur of like using a slur or something. But so I have no clue. So not all complaints about her is like invalid, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of it is. Ethan's community now promoting lies spread by a PR firm that hired YouTubers to smear me after I revealed sexual assault charges against Jake Paul. Just zero media literacy because they're so blinded by fandom. I write about these dynamics extensively in my book. Shameless self-promo here. Smart. When a YouTuber is experiencing a mental health crisis, not only do many of their fans ultimately feed into the psychosis/delusions of the influencer, but the influencer often begins attracting new fans who are suffering from their own mental health crises. It becomes a feedback loop. It's sad, and it can ultimately result in the influencer and or fans harming themselves as they retreat into delusion and away from loved ones/reality. Social media is so broken, but we need better protections in place for those experiencing these sorts of breaks. Instead, we're getting laws like COSA and bills you're seeing in Utah, Florida, Texas, etc. that would make it harder for those struggling, especially young people, to get the help and build the support communities they need. Broken heart emoji. I don't think these dynamics will lead anywhere good. I can't stand her. This seems so insincere to me. I can't stand her fucking Twitter presence. Okay, this aside. Somebody put that. An employee, I think Tom Ward. Yeah, Ethan is posting my text with Tom Ward, BTW. Who is this? Who is this? Tom Ward, British film actor? I doubt who this is. No way, this is who she's talking about. Tom Ward official. H3H3 Productions. This is probably more likely. Who is this? Is he like a producer for the podcast?
If it takes forever.
Don't know why that started playing. Ethan is posting my text with Tom Ward, BTW, after Ethan began threatening me via Tom. It's interesting that Ethan cut off the rest of that message where I confirmed I reached out to Reddit on Ethan's behalf, and I have no issues with Ethan. And I mean, Ethan does... Let me see if I can't find that clip where even Ethan himself admits that, that Reddit said... Like, Reddit told him to his face... or on the phone or something that they're not interested in taking action on harassment that he's receiving because his community has engaged in the same sorts of behavior. So they basically called a stalemate and they said, both of you guys do this shit. Quit complaining. Let me see if I can't find it somewhere. So the text says, I have zero to do with any of it, and I'd appreciate these people chilling out. I'm more than happy to chat with Ethan if he needs help. I have zero beef with him. It's like, why are you going to say... I feel like so now I don't know because all the timelines for all of this stuff is so fucky and like screwed up. Like again, we watch this. We're not watching it again. But she posts this 3-minute video saying that she got somewhat involved in this, and the reason is that she reposted Ethan Klein POV. I swear to fucking God, I can see Hasan in my carpet. She reposts this and she gets somebody's attention and she tries to like back off and say, I'm not following this drama. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry about the CPS call. She starts off with that and that she's busy doing other shit. So she had already like commented or been like tangentially involved, pissed off Ethan, even though honestly this should not get Ethan so fucking worked up. And then when she got like flack or criticism, she backed up and she was like, I don't know anything about this. I'm not involved. Keep me out of it. I don't want to be involved. I don't want to know. I'm busy. And then as shown in this,
that you brought.
She left a comment months ago on her an alt account of her that she posts memes on, where she was like, what is it? I can't read it from there. But the comment says he needs to log off. Every influencer has a snark page, and if he wants to get it taken down, he needs to go through legal channels, not publicly bait them. Normally I'd have sympathy, but Ethan has spent the past year absolutely terrorizing and stalking anyone, even obsessed with Hasan while spouting vile Zionist propaganda. He needs to log off for a long time and get his head straight and clean up his house so his kid isn't crawling around in dog feces. So she retweets and then she backs off and is like, I don't know anything about this. Then she makes this comment. I actually thought he was falling for something, like that wasn't her account. And then she admitted that it was her account. And then she was like, I don't know anything about it. Or like, I deleted it like later. And it was like, why did you twice comment on something that you knew was caustic, you knew was controversial, you knew could draw the ire of their fandoms or the creators themselves, and then delete it? You comment, then delete it. I don't know anything. Comment, then delete it. I don't know anything. Why are you doing this? It makes no fucking sense to me. Why do you have 2 meme pages? I don't understand that either. It's so weird. How do you have time for all of this shit? I think, was it this thread? Too many threads. Too many threads. These two are fucking yappers, man. Yeah, Ethan is in pain and he's extremely upset that I once left a single reply to someone 50 comments down on a meme page post months ago. Yes, literally a single comment. But notice she doesn't post a comment here that said he should clean up his house so his kids weren't crawling in dog poop, and you also said the other stuff. Not that I think it's bad, I just don't understand like why downplay it or like not be completely transparent once you've been caught. I felt bad when people said that his kids crawling in dog poop was a false rumor. Like, why did you leave that comment if you didn't verify it? That makes no sense to me. And think that that was just going to be a thing, you, with all as fucking infamous as you are, as like how many stupid online beefs has she been caught up in, that wasn't going to get attention. It's not, they're not going to care once you delete it. You already said it. Who do you think is winning the beef? I have no clue. Only Taylor Lorenz could get into like a stalemate with Ethan. Only Taylor Lorenz, I swear to God. I think he's a very broken person or whatever. Like this, it just always comes off like everything she's saying here about, I feel bad about his mental health. I feel bad about, you know, him getting harassed. I repeated like a false rumor or whatever, like a thing that she contributed to, but then she says she feels bad. She just seems like incredibly two-faced on this, and it seems just like faux concern and outrage, like, oh, I feel so bad that this is happening, when she's contributed to it in a small way and she didn't do her due diligence. And like, she would be screaming. She just gives me the impression that she would be upset about the same thing. I mean, she was already annoyed that he said she was fired. He didn't do his due diligence either, and he said she was fired from Washington Post when it seems abundantly clear that she was not fired by Washington Post and she resigned, and it brushed up against some turmoil that she may or may not have had with the people at the Washington Post. But yeah, okay. I hope he can get help. I hope this. I hope that. But I couldn't find that clip. If anybody has that clip where Ethan admits that Reddit's like, you're harassing people. Let me see. I'm going to try it again. Ethan Klein, Reddit, harassment. Yay. Okay, I found it. I think it's this.
Never. You know how compromised Reddit is? I haven't said this before.
Compromised.
It's so infuriating. We got a hold of someone at Reddit a few weeks ago, after everything was like peak, like max crazy. And we told them about all the snark stuff. It was a comms person, and they got back to us and they said, well, you guys are harassing people also. You're harassing people and they're harassing people, so I don't see the difference between your community and their community.
Compromise is a pretty fun choice of words. Yeah, that's why this person put Reddit as Hamas. They've been compromised. Like the UN, like Amnesty, like Human Rights Watch, you know, infiltrated by Hamas, obviously.
Mind-blowing shit, dude. What a disgusting group of people that work there. Oh my God.
Disgusting. Okay, so that's what Taylor is like referencing. So she says that, and then he says, I'll tell Ethan. This whole like, okay, period. I'll tell Ethan, period. These like terse replies. These Reddit communities are deranged. I'm not part of whatever drama he has. She said every creator has a snark page, but I reached out to Reddit BTW and 2 other creators who have gotten their pages taken down. And then it says, I really don't have any advice other than reporting through the support channel. That's what I did repeatedly back in 2020 to get it taken down. However, I've tried getting inflammatory posts removed in recent years and haven't had nearly as much luck. I feel like these platforms have gotten harder and harder to reach. Remove stuff like this. This is so weird how she like talks about being like a free speech. Like we'll see later in like another thread that I saw. She was like, I have this thing called like Free Speech Fridays. And it's like, isn't this unambiguously protected speech on the internet? Like, I think the snark posts or like the idea of a snark subreddit, that seems like it would be protected speech. And then it's just a matter of enforcing standard TOS that if you see calls to violence, like harassment where people are doing calls to actions to brigade or threatening people, obviously that's not protected speech. But then it just seems like, why did you reach out to Reddit to help get the snark thing taken down? Through legal channels, not, I mean, and she wasn't wrong in this, you know, original comment that she left. I'm looking at it from my phone because I can't read it on the thing. But she said she didn't have sympathy for him. And now it seems like she's only doing this because she was trying to backtrack and not draw the ire of Ethan after she left that comment. And she contributed to it just a little bit. But she said he needs to log off. Every influencer has a snark page, and if he wants to get it taken down, he needs to go through legal channels, not publicly bait them. I mean, these aren't legal channels. They're just like the platform and creator tools. Normally I'd have sympathy, but Ethan has spent the past year absolutely terrorizing and stalking anyone, even obsessed with Hasan, and then the Zionist propaganda and his kids or whatever, like all of that. So she had quote tweeted it. Say what you will, but I went out of my way to be generous to Ethan, completely privately, BTW, for zero benefit or gain. And it's like, again, but you only did that because you were caught talking shit about him and then you were trying to like backtrack. I helped him simply because I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and because I try to extend kindness and help anyone who reaches out and needs. Every single tweet is like tainting my opinion of her more and more and more. And I'm remembering like why I did not have a good impression of her when she was like covering Keffels favorably. Ethan, I know you're reading this. Not everyone is against you. We all just want you to get help and to take care of yourself. You know that I went out of my way to help you and that I don't have any sort of beef with you. The fact that you're lashing out like this is so sad. Tom, good talking with you today. Ethan has calmed down and appreciated the intro to the head of creators at Reddit. We've gotten nowhere with them. So this was March 11th, and this is around the time that she made that TikTok. What the fuck kind of world do we live in? Where Ethan Klein and Taylor Lorenz are beefing? I know. You should have thought about that before you made a post about Hasan's ban. I mean, this is that is true though. The thing that like instigated Ethan getting her attention this time, and then he kind of like backwards reverse justified it with the like, oh, I found this comment that you said, but she did say it just because he found it in a stupid way, or like in a way that, you know, is dumb, I guess, because like why he's like calling her sweeping and like lying about her getting fired and like triggered over the fact that she's like, yeah, I don't think Hasan, like the most milquetoast statement, I don't think Hasan should be banned because of this. That is the thing that instigated this, and I do think that that was stupid. And I do have to keep that in mind. Okay, I'm like losing the thread on this. Let's see. I think there was one more thread. This is what Ethan is posting about me after I spent hours helping him with Reddit and his quote-unquote stalking situation purely out of generosity and empathy. He has lashed out and directed harassment at any friend who's tried to get him help. It's so sad. I hope someone can get him help. Okay, now, like, it is funny, though. It is funny to know that this gets under his skin. Talk about my kids one time after CPS is called. There is no forgiveness. There are no apologies. I pray that if you have kids someday, that disgusting, soulless monsters don't make such comments about them. I won't forget those that did about mine. Okay, now I'm back to like seeing her perspective of this again, because if there is no forgiveness, there are no apologies, then I don't know. It just seems strange after she did help him get in touch with Reddit. He just seems ass mad that he, like, even with her direct connection, which he didn't have to do, he couldn't get it taken down. Disgusting soulless monster. Meanwhile, this was just over a month and a half ago. I hope he's able to log off and spend time with his kids. I know how difficult it can be to parent when you're experiencing distress. Sending love, Ethan. Take care of yourself. Life is short. Heart. Wow. Good talking with you today. Ethan has calmed down. This is where it said that. He keeps bringing up the CPS visit just as if it wasn't completely merited, but he does pretend like it came out of nowhere. Jesus Christ. I want to open. Yeah, I think I had his Instagram stories. Let's see. So these expired. Anissa, this is where he, like, talking about it. Yeah. So Taylor Lorenz begins a sweeping process. She's without a doubt the biggest hack loser in journalism. I say this in quotes because any reputable org wouldn't hire her for free after her insane lying scandal. What a terrible and talentless person. Okay. Now, here's where I'm, like, lost. Because I have no clue if he was triggered just about this or if he had already seen the comment in between March 11th and now, where she left that comment saying, like, oh, he's spreading Zionist propaganda and he should clean up the dog shit in his house or whatever. And he needs to go through the proper channels. And maybe that's what led him to say this, but it doesn't make it okay for him to say he didn't do his due diligence either. Because she wasn't fired. And I think you said that, no? Hasan's best friends, talking about iDubbbz, then Anissa, and then Anissa again. Denham's this. In this, he said that she was fired, right? And she wasn't fired. So he's complaining about her spreading misinfo or whatever when he's literally spreading misinfo himself. Okay, so we watch this. What Taylor Lorenz sees when she closes her eyes at night. Unfunny meme. He has little feet. Who's this about?
What? How's Jank Uger, man?
Everybody knows everybody on Twitch.
Okay, Hasan has small feet, apparently.
Beauty standards.
And Nisa then saying that she has, like, a meme about her having a snark alt account. And then her saying, I have an entire YouTube series called Free Speech Friday. Hasan being banned for doing journalism has nothing to do with Ethan, and it's psychotic how he centers himself and completely unrelated reporting and stories that have nothing to do with him. I think this is because in response to Hasan's coverage of the like Israeli shooting, Ethan was like, if it were Hila and I, they'd cheer it on or something like that. I have an entire YouTube series, quoting Oreo Boy. No, you have one episode. You posted about 8 hours before this tweet, but then she replied to this. No, I think I meant to show that. Hold on. She said that, like, she has more in the series. She had just not put them in, like, a playlist. Free Speech Fridays. What did she say? Guys, Free Speech Friday is part of a power user podcast. You can check my feed and listen to all my coverage of speech issues or read my many stories over the past decade. Sorry, I don't have more YouTube videos, but I'm not a professional YouTuber. I'm a journalist. Again, I'm sorry I haven't had time to update my YouTube. I barely know how to update a playlist. This emoji. Free Speech Friday is part of Power User. You can easily look at all my stories and content for years, and you'll see free speech is something I'm heavily involved with and have covered for a decade. These people are like 8 years old. You didn't add it to a YouTube playlist, so it doesn't exist. I'm primarily a writer, guys. Read my stories. And then she plugs herself. Okay.
They might want to be. What are you?
I don't know what this is about. And this is his exchange. Hey Taylor, is that your page? Taylor Lorenz 3.0, Ethan Klein POV. Okay, so I thought she gave the impression in the TikTok where she talked about this, like, leading to them beefing or whatever, like it had been like a retweet. That's what I thought. I didn't get that she had like posted it on that meme page. Hey Taylor, is that your page? Hi, oh god, not the H3 subreddit. Ha ha ha. So it's not you. Do you know what's been going on with Ethan BTW? I've only been following tangentially. It's an account that promotes my work. She's lying. So yeah, like later she was saying like, oh, that is my account. It's not just like it's her account, or she's in some way involved in it. Comments. Let's see. Trying to piece this together is so fun. It's like all over the place. I'm sorry. Where is it? I left a single reply to someone down on a meme page post months ago. Like, she put, she's lying. She says it's an account that promotes my work back in March, but then I guess she has access to it as well. Or maybe she runs it. It's unclear to me, but she at least has partial ownership, if not total ownership. I don't know. I've just seen videos of Ethan crashing out, and he was harassing Frogan last year and Capri Sun Poppy so badly. They needed help, and I'm just like, what the hell is going on with them? Oh, do you have a comment? Because Ethan will talk about it today. Talk about what? That post. It's not yours? No, you can see the username in the photo. Good. Leave me out of his meltdown, please. I have nothing to do with whatever drama he's involved in. See, this is what I don't respect. She makes her jokes, she catches shit, and then instead of just being like, yeah, I said it, so what? She obviously is concerned about being a segment and like drawing the ire of his community. And is like, no, please, please, please. Like, I didn't say it. It's some big misunderstanding. Like, she wasn't even like directly answering these questions either. When asked, like, is that your page or whatever? She was like, oh God. Like, is that your page? Like, she didn't reply. Haha, so it's not you. You like, and then she's asking like, what's going on? And then she replies like, it's an account. That post, it's not yours. No, you can see the username. Thing good, then that's nothing to say. There's nothing to say. If it's not yours, that's all he wanted to know. He needs to stop harassing people and antagonizing Redditors. It's the worst way to engage. Ethan's Lunatics fans are now brigading my social channels and harassing. Delete me, my brand partner. This is completely insane. Like I've said from the jump. What? He hasn't said anything. Then like, if you knew his fans were insane, why did you post that meme? Why did you post that meme? You knew his fans were insane. Why did you fucking post it? You are so stupid. Like, post it, stand by it, or don't post it, and then you don't have to worry about any of this shit. It just seems like the comments that she made were not worth all the shit she's getting now. A totally unforced error. And then, no, it's okay. I'm just like, please leave me out of this. Okay, I'll watch when I get off. Okay. Who is this person? Like, it's never a good look when somebody's like responses are like a huge paragraph and the other person's like, okay. Like, there's nothing that you can say that's going to get them to like back down. You need to accept that. You're just digging yourself deeper with this shit. Trying to talk yourself, you can't talk yourself out of guilt. You can only talk yourself into it. I have zero to do with any of it, and I'd appreciate these people chilling out. I'm more than happy to chat with Ethan if he needs help. I have zero beats with him, okay? But these Reddit communities are deranged, and I'm not part of whatever drama he has. I'll tell Ethan. KK, I reached out to Reddit, BTW, and other creators who've gotten there. It seems like, okay, now I'm like... So she talks her shit, she makes this post, she left that comment underneath, and then she's like, I don't know anything about this, leave me out of it, also I can help. So it seems like she was trying to get on their good side by like offering to help them get the snark subreddit taken down, even though that kind of conflicts with your whole I'm for free speech. But leaving that aside, They also had a call apparently, so maybe some context missing. But what context would be missing that would change that? That's to me that's what she's trying to do. That she puts that post up on the meme page that she said was run by somebody else, but now she's admitting it is at least partially, if not totally, run by her. And then she leaves a comment underneath it, and then she makes a TikTok saying, "I just made this meme post and I didn't mean to piss anybody off. I didn't know anything about it." And then it's like, okay, but if you don't know anything about it, why are you posting about it? Why did you post that comment being like, I hope his kids don't walk around in dog shit. I hope this, I hope that. And say like, I have zero, like begging the producer, I have zero beef with these people. Like, leave me alone. They're deranged. I'm not part of it. And then just out of nowhere, when they're not even asking like, hey, can you like get help with Reddit? She like volunteers like, I have contacts with Reddit that I can use to help you. Or like, I can direct him to so that he can get Snark taken down. It's like, okay, you were clearly trying to avoid consequences by helping him out with that. Please let me help you. I'm totally on your side. I actually hate Snark subreddits and definitely don't browse when dedicated to ruining everyone in your orbit's life. See, this is the thing. This is the stupid jump that he's making. I do not think that she had to be browsing the Snark subreddit to get it. She probably just saw her shit on her Twitter feed. And that's his delusion for thinking that the only place you could be seeing these sorts of attacks against Ethan are on Reddit, but it's obviously on Twitter as well. We are just doing journalism, Taylor. BTW, she continued to lie and say the account isn't hers. Begged us to leave her out of it, even though I never said anything about her. Begged us to let her help us. And then has the balls to say me and Hila begged her for help. You can see the username in the post. I'm calling you 1 minute. Yeah, but he wasn't sure if you were associated with that account. Okay. And then they talked and then they put, good talking with you today. Ethan has calmed down and appreciated the intro. I mean, he's also telling on himself though, because his own producer is like, well, he's calmed down now. So clearly Ethan was interested in like going in on her. There's so many damn layers of drama. It's drama baklava at this point. We've gotten nowhere with them. He only had one more question. Is this your comment? And if it's not, who did any association with them or just a fan account? So she did say this. This is where he needs to log off. Okay, so they did know about this at the time, and that explains why he was annoyed with her sweeping for Hasan. FYI, Hasanabi unbans now. Yeah, it was like, I'm not surprised it's only 24 hours. Talk about my kids one time after CPS is called. There's no forgiveness, no apologies. This is stupid. Yeah, part 1. So she left that. This is like around like March, and then she immediately like tried to help. And then she'll say this: no hard feelings, honestly, towards him. He is in the midst of a mental health crisis. He's lashing out at people, even at people who want to help him. I hope he's able to spend time with his kids and stop obsessing over Hasan and other perceived enemies online. I don't really disagree with this. It just rings hollow given all the context. Yikes, who cares about this?
You know who hit me up today on Instagram? Teddy Fresh. They said, hey, we'd love to send you some stuff. How about, do I need like media training now that I'm like, have more people in here? How about, oh brother, this guy stinks. Out of your freaking mind.
Dude, this is such an L for him to post this. Are his Instagram stories really just him like drawing attention to people making fun of him and expecting you to take his side on that, even though this is just funny to me? So brave to dogpile a Jewish creator who has had the CPS and skulls sent to his house in retaliation for thinking Israeli civilians shouldn't be slaughtered 2 days after a terrorist executed 2 Israeli embassy workers. Okay. Thank you, Ethan. Just go make yourself the biggest victim somewhere else. Me and Hila don't know who you are, but a couple of girls in the office are big fans and reached out. I'm so sorry. This is Vanilla Mace. This is like a creator from TikTok that got... She had she had this viral video where she was like playing with a toy in Target. Hold on. Yeah, this was the one that I saw that I thought was funny. I think it's this. Is it this? No, wait, it wasn't this one. It wasn't this one. Where's the original one? No, I'm trying to find it. Fuck. Can't find it. Oh my god. Ethan's unhinged. I can't tell whether he's using these Instagram stories just to farm more engagement. I mean, it's that. It's that. It's to be hugbox. It's to like draw attention to abuse that he's received or whatever. Even though he only feeds into it by like continuing to like bait it or whatever. The fact that like he's like complaining about online harassment and then 2 posts earlier, he's like, it's on his little feet. Like, okay, I just don't even, I don't get it. I just always think it's strange that people whose like platforms are dedicated to them like covering internet drama, talking their shit, suddenly become like the biggest babies when it comes to them being on the receiving end of like harassment, you know? I cannot find this fucking clip, this thing, damn it. But what I don't know why he would like post this and think that he looks good or whatever. Oh, is this that Katie? Hi, Katie. In my chat, I just noticed. I'm so sorry. This extremely rude message that warranted you calling me insane and unhinged at a time when people are calling CPS and 5150 calls to police. Again, people can have disagreements with you, and it's also possible for them to not endorse those things. And he always loves to like lump them in together and pretend that every single person that doesn't like him must necessarily endorse all of that shit. Or that they just hate him because he's a Jewish man, or they just don't. It's just this unreasonable, it just comes out of nowhere. It is so bizarre. Some girls on our team are huge fans of your TikToks, and we would love to send you some pieces. If you're interested, please confirm your preferred size. And this is what she went on to say, like,
You know who hit me up today on Instagram? Teddy Fresh. They said, hey, we'd love to send you some stuff. How about, do I need like media training now that I'm like, have more people in here? How about,
okay, so this was her. I found it. This is the one that went viral.
But these new kids' toys are fucking crazy. Look at this shit. Hold on. And he's a doll. E-I-E-I-O. Okay, what else? Okay, we could do electric. Got that dog in me. Listen.
This is cute content. Wait till the end. The end is why it went viral.
Wait, I want to do the meow, 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 meow.
Record and remix, and I'll mix it into a song. Here we go.
They hit the fucking Pentagon.
They hit the fucking Pentagon. They hit the fucking Pentagon.
Okay, we gotta go. Oh my fucking god.
But that was how I found her. Like, she went viral because of that.
This was legit the worst thing that could happen to the movement? No, it's not. And you guys need to stop doing that. That's another thing that I don't like either, okay? Stop. Have some conviction, okay? Have conviction.
Dude, I might
Is that supposed to be like make him look bad?
actually take Marsh with me to Gaza.
Gaza?
Yeah.
Is it dangerous?
Yeah.
Yes. I unfortunately most likely will not be able to go.
Is it dangerous?
Yeah.
Yes. The people that I did talk to said that they could not give me security assurances.
Is it dangerous?
Yeah.
Yes. Have some conviction. The BDS movement is very directed and hyper targeted, okay, towards a specific brand. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
I don't understand any of this. This is schizophos. What does this
Thank
mean?
you for the 7 gifted. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you for the 20.
What am I supposed to get from any of this?
Thank you for the 100 gifted. Thank you for the 100. Okay, towards a specific brand. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 20.
I don't think Amazon's on the BDS list.
Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5 gift sub. Thank you for the 10 gift sub.
Thank you for the 20
Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. What the hell was that?
Thank you for the 20 community gifted subs. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Have conviction. Defense contractors and their fucking limp-dicked, hog-ass fucking...
Can someone tell me if Amazon's on the BDS list? I don't do boycotts or like consumer boycotts. They like never work.
Family members.
Why are they talking more about the fucking dumbass Falcon rockets than they're talking about the sick-ass Viasat satellite that my brother made?
Have some conviction. I believe...
I have no, I'm still so lost. Like, I don't know what state of mind you need to be in where all of these clips cut together make him look bad or make sense to anybody. Yeah, it's on the BDS list. Oh, okay, well there you go. Hasan hypocrite. Shocker.
If what the Houthis are doing is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. He just kept asking me over and over again. Like,
he's a champagne socialist. That's what this clips are showing. This clip is showing Ethan's mental illness.
Hamas, Houthis, all this shit. Trying to be like...
If it's trying to make that point, it's not immediately clear to me. Or like, just that he's like a hypocrite.
Oh, do you support them? Do you like them? Like, what do you think about them? 10 toes fucking down. I'm not going to go beyond it. I'm not going to go beyond just like reiterating over and over again. I'm on the side of civil I actually agree with, and I'm not shy.
You think there's a single person that actually adheres to the boycott list? That girl that went up to him and was like, stop drinking Coke, it's boycott.
About saying
the one woman.
Those 10 toes fucking down. Have some conviction, okay?
It's meant to be an appeal to hypocrisy, but you don't get it. I guess not.
Have conviction.
Okay, that was weird. That was weird. Okay. Has there been more on this? Let's see. The Free Speech Friday thing. We saw that. We saw that. Stop showing death and destruction. Okay, just that. Like, she was annoyed that they did not, that she... Like, I was trying to be nice, and it's like, yeah, but now that I've seen the whole context, you were trying to be nice because you were trying to backtrack after you realized the shit that you'd stepped in completely voluntarily, and so that was not you just going out of your way to be nice. You did that to protect yourself. They tried to take him down with the Dr. Pepper thing, but it failed. Yeah, when I was reacting to Willie Mack, he was like, showing a thing that like Dr. Pepper, which is owned by Keurig, is apparently on the boycott list, but it's not. It's not on the boycott list. I'm surprised that if Ethan realizes, like Ethan, because I'm not making these connections, like in their debate, why didn't he point out that like Amazon's on the boycott list, yet you encourage people to subscribe to you via Amazon Prime subs? Is that not hypocritical? But no, instead he was like, oh, are you drinking Dr. Pepper? That's on the boycott list, isn't it? And it turned out not to be. She's the biggest crybaby I've seen. Ethan shouldn't respond, but Lorenz is terrible. That's pretty much what I've gotten from this, unfortunately. The like one time I like tried to take her side, like she was like, it fuller context revealed that she was like stepping in it left and right, and yeah. Okay, let's see. What are we doing next? But anyway, if you're enjoying the content and you're not following on Twitch, you should follow me so you can know when I go live. I'm basically live most days out of the week. I aim for it to be 6 out of 7, but every now and then I don't make it. And you can subscribe to me using your Twitch Prime because I'm an affiliate now. And if you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and like the stream. If you haven't already, you can subscribe to me. I'll start uploading one day at some point. You can follow me on @straighterate or straighterate_ on everything: Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all these other places where I don't really post except Twitter sometimes. And if you want to donate to me, the donation link is pinned in my Twitch chat, and it's also in my YouTube description box. And now we're going to watch Charlie Kirk versus college students and see who prevails. I think this is it. Thank you for subscribing, Sunadum. Sunadub.
Hi everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. Our speaker tonight is Charlie Kirk, a prominent conservative commentator. He's founder and CEO of Turning Point USA, which has a presence on over 3,000 high school and college campuses. It is the largest and fastest growing youth activist organization in USA, and he's written 4 books. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Brilliant. So I'll start with some questions from me, and then we're going to move to the questions from the audience, for the people who've submitted them, and we'll be asking them at the dispatch box. My first question is about Turning Point USA's Professor Watch List. Its mission is described as exposing college professors who discriminate against conservative students and advance leftist propaganda in the classroom, with examples including feminism, abortion, and socialism. How would you respond to critics, such as PEN America, who see it as supportive?
Let me see how much of this Q&A I want to watch. I mostly want to see the debate, but let's see. I'll see if this is worth responding to.
Which is the intimidation and ostracization of those who express controversial views on campus.
Well, we're getting right into it, aren't we? Thank you. So yeah, just by background, Turning Point USA has now grown to be the largest campus conservative organization in the country. I come from a view that conservatism is widely underrepresented in American campuses, and by conservatism, I literally mean the defense of Western values, free markets, rule of law, individual initiative, entrepreneurship, the Constitution, so on and so forth. And in American college campuses in particular, and I don't know, I'm guessing that this campus is, I don't even want to guess, we'll see what happens when we have dialogue, but I do know that there's some great professors that do teach the Western canon, which is far too missing from American universities, is that American college campuses have become a place where they strive to have everyone look different but think the same. And in America,
he has this opinion about colleges because I think he literally said that the reason why he didn't get into West Point was because of DEI and like a black woman.
University and college tuition is through the roof, and students and parents have a moral obligation to know who is teaching their kids. And for these professors that have such a major objection for being on our professor watch list, if they don't say obscene things, then they will not end up on our watch list. I'm talking about professors that were excited about what happened on October 7th. I'm sorry, if you're excited about what happened on October 7th, then you deserve to be on a professor watch list, and people should know all about you. And if people want to fire you as a consequence of that, or if people don't want to go to that school as a consequence of that, then so be it. And so what was the criticism?
Oh my God, no way, hold on.
Then they will not end up on our major objection for being.
So now he's the quote unquote free speech absolutists are now taking the position of what? Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. Isn't that the line that you hear from people that are fine with canceling, fine with getting people deplatformed, fine with censorship?
Being our
professor. It's like always their refrain, and now this dude is clinging to that to justify kicking people out because of political opinions he doesn't agree with.
Watch list. If they don't say obscene things, then they will not end up on our watch list. I'm talking about professors that were excited about what happened on October 7th. I'm sorry, if you're excited about what happened on October 7th, then you deserve to be on a professor watch list, and people should know all about you. And if people want to fire you as a consequence of that, or if people don't want to go to that school as a consequence of that, then so be it. And so what was the criticism exactly?
So suddenly now, yeah, when people like professors are targeted, this is not a matter of like academic freedom or free speech or whatever. That's just a consequence. You getting like fired and losing your livelihood, that's a consequence.
It was that the watch list supports what it claims to deride, which is the intimidation and ostracization.
Oh, yeah, I mean, sorry, thank you. If the publicizing of certain ideas is intimidation, then I think that's just laughable. It is using our own free speech to expose professors who we believe are making America a worse country. And in fact, I believe in America, higher education has largely posed a threat to Western values. And I think we need more students and more parents to realize the moral rot that universities have become in the Western world.
So Turning Point Academy mentions the importance of promoting intellectual growth. How would you respond to critics that such an education system stifles intellectual growth through establishing a fixed set of values, for example, regarding God, life beginning at conception, and 2 genders, rather than promoting intellectual diversity?
Sure. I mean, at some point, you're going to have to get to a truth claim. So even to say that you want intellectual diversity means that you think intellectual diversity matters, but by what standard? So you have to actually at some point say that.
like, how do you reconcile this position when you started off by saying that it's fine to get certain professors and people fired for holding political opinions, but then you're going to pivot to intellectual diversity being a strength?
Something is good. So if someone says, well, the criticism that you're going to tell a kid that something is good, something else, you should have intellectual diversity. Okay, why? By what standard? By what book? By what scholar? By what author? By what worldview? We believe, as a organization, that the West...
Also, that's the continuum fallacy. The idea that because it's difficult to find a reasonable line to like where something should start and end, that you can't find it at all. The typical example cited is that if you have a person with a head full of hair and you one by one start individually taking off all of their hairs, eventually you will have a bald person. But how like the line between that person being considered bald versus not is like almost arbitrary or very, very difficult to define. Just because it's difficult to define doesn't mean you can't find it. So this whole like, by what worldview, by this, by that, it's like you could still find metrics even though it's difficult.
Is the best for many reasons. In particular, my own personal views. I'm a Christian. I'm not ashamed of it. And Christianity brought to the world things that we all take for granted. Tom Holland, who actually was educated here and is one of...
Yeah, I take creationism and the idea that the earth is only like 100 years old or whatever for granted.
The great classicists, and taught himself ancient Greek. He wrote in his book Dominion that even if you hate Christianity, your critique of Christianity is actually using Christianity itself. And so this idea of intellectual diversity, I totally support that. And I think that students should read different books and should read different authors. At some point, though, the purpose of education is not to have an endless buffet line for students to sample every bad idea in the world. It's to point them to the good, the true, and the beautiful. And I think we've lost what the purpose of education is. Education in Latin literally means to lead forth. To lead forth out of the cave was the original analogy. And so at Turning Point Academy, we take the biblical idea to train a child up in the ways in which they will go. And we make no apologies for instituting a belief that believing in God is better than secularism. The defense of universal human equality is a good for all humanity, amongst many other things that you articulated.
So how would you reconcile the importance of freedom, which is listed as Turning Point USA?
That was completely incoherent. It was basically just like, good things are whatever I say they are, whatever Christianity says they are, and bad things are just whatever's objectively bad, aka whatever I don't like and disagree with.
Mission.
Which just means DEI, trans people, anyone critical of Trump.
Your website with the restrictions on bodily autonomy, which you support, including abortion, trans-affirming healthcare, and birth control. And how would you respond to criticism of your limited view of freedom?
Sure. So first of all, birth control, I don't have that strong of views of. So I mean, except for the fact that I
think it should be banned.
Criticize how actually young women that take hormonal birth control might have side effects that are not always disclosed to them. As far as abortion and trans-affirming care, I'll get into that in a second, but I find...
Also that quip about birth control having all these side effects that's not explained to you. If anybody has actually taken birth control, you can see the instructions, the warnings that come with it, lists out and outlines every single fucking risk that could possibly come from taking birth control. It's not true.
I find it laughable, not from you, of course, but some of the people that are always very critical of, Charlie, why don't you just believe in bodily autonomy? I'm sorry, didn't you just mandate a vaccine for the last couple of years? I couldn't visit your country for 2 years because I didn't take a vaccine. So it's my body, my choice, unless it's... so it's my body, my choice if it's another human being in the womb, but it's not my body, my choice if I want to take a vaccine. That was...
Oh my God, this is so fucking stupid. You do not have a constitutional right to spread diseases to other people. You think you could comprehend the difference between saying that gestational rights and abortion rights are retained with the person that actually has to carry the fetus to term, and how that doesn't really impact anybody unless you believe in like personhood for fetuses or whatever, and the difference between that versus mandating that people have to get vaccines because you not getting them starts to interfere with other people's ability to be free from fucking illness.
It's neither safe nor effective, and we all must be very honest about the fact that the public...
Doesn't charcoal interfere with birth control? I have no clue. I have an IUD that was put up in me years ago and I've forgotten about it.
Health experts of both of our countries never apologize for the fact that they made you take a vaccine that, by the way, has a lot of side effects for a lot of people in this room, and no one wants to say that. As a side note, though,
he's so brave for saying that a very common medicine has side effects.
All the bodily autonomy people, you guys can laugh all you want, it's fine. All the bodily autonomy people suddenly got really silent.
Where's that tweet that's like, put in the newspaper tomorrow that I'm not mad?
When we decided to say, we're going to control your body and control the movement of what you can do. You can't go to the pub. You can't go to the local gathering of friends. You can't go to university. You can't even go to the UK if you don't have a card. So that's a fun contradiction for me. At the same time, there's a difference between freedom or liberty and license.
How is this not Western values, though? How are you going to say that, like, you care about Western values, but then he's talking about policies that were adopted in, like, advanced and developed nations, and then say that that's somehow, like, a contradiction rather than a product of it?
Liberty is the pursuit of things that allow human beings to flourish at its highest possible potential. License is not those things. So on the first thing, you do not have a ability, and I'm sure there will be a question about this, under any agreed upon Western morality, which is derived from a Christian construct, to murder another human being. You do not have that freedom. And so we believe, obviously, because we believe in very basic biology and science, that life begins at conception, and therefore that life deserves universal human rights as derided, as applied.
Chuckles Knuckles thinks we should be protected from ideas but not disease. Crop dusting COVID is a-okay as long as you're not doing it while supporting Palestinians, I guess. Yeah, we draw the line at people voicing radical opinions related to Israel and Palestine, but you spreading COVID, that's completely kosher. It's
Equally
fine.
under our laws. As far as trans affirming care, as far as if you want to do something over the age of 18, knock yourself out. You guys actually have been better than our country on this. You have the CAS report that our country has lost its mind, where the CAS report itself issued an opinion based on my limited but somewhat understanding of it, that trans affirming care for children is highly questionable at best. And so we all can agree that students that are not, or young people that are not yet.
I hate, it drives me fucking crazy when these people cite scientific studies, papers, meta-analyses, or whatever that they believe agrees with them. When it's like, I know that your opinion on this has nothing to do with scientific consensus or evidence. It is completely ideological. It is completely because of your fucking religion and predispositions to how you view gender in the first place. So why are you bringing this up like it matters? They could come out, any authoritative scientific body could come out tomorrow saying trans affirmative care for kids is completely fine. It's a-okay. It's totally safe. He would still fight against it. So stop pretending like it's informed by science. Just say what you think and stop opportunistically citing these things like it would fucking matter to you at all.
Of age or mature age of 18, of course we limit certain freedoms or licenses or liberties for 15-year-olds. In my country, they can't own guns till they're 18. In my country, they can't even drink till they're 21. In my country, they can't vote until they're 18 in America. And so until someone is of age, you're going to limit that. And so I believe that we should all agree that young people in particular, 15, 16, 17, there should be a prohibition.
Charlie Kirk famously cannot distinguish between a human zygote to a dolphin species. Where's that clip? Hold on. If I just put Charlie Kirk dolphin, I'm sure that YouTube will already know what I'm talking about. Is it in this? Okay, I think I found it.
Even show you a photo if I may, okay? Do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus.
So let me...
Without a doubt, a dolphin fetus is a human being. This is a human fetus. Look how similar they look, but quite different. Dolphin. You just confirmed that a dolphin... In life, do you confuse dolphins for human babies often?
So let me
You go to
ask you a
SeaWorld
question.
and you're like, someone's got human babies in that aquarium. Get the human babies out of the aquarium. Even show you a photo if I may, okay? Do you truly...
That you should not be able to cut off your breasts or go under life-altering, irreversible, gender-affirming care just because you might be going through a temporary phase.
So you spoke about vaccines and the COVID-19 vaccine. How would you respond to accusations about you misusing your platform and purporting misinformation during the COVID-19 pandemic, including speaking against the COVID vaccine and speculating about deaths caused by it, and being briefly banned from Twitter for claiming that hydroxychloroquine was 100% effective in treating the virus?
Well, I'm back on Twitter now, thankfully. New ownership. I appreciate the question. Has anyone asked our public health leaders that question? Will they apologize?
Okay, so we're skipping taking accountability for spreading lies.
For everything they got wrong? The lockdowns were completely unnecessary. They should never have happened. And the young people of the West lost proms, graduation, whatever equivalent you have here in the UK, for no good reason whatsoever. And you guys can laugh all you want, but let's look at the data. Suicide rates of young people in the West went up after COVID. There's speech delays. There's a misery problem. And we locked down the generation of people that needed to be locked down the least.
Suddenly, Charlie Kirk cares about mental health.
That have now bared the consequences the most.
For no good reason. Yeah, prom is obviously more important than not getting COVID.
On top of a hyperinflation crisis, which caused a housing crisis, which has caused a sovereign debt crisis, all for what? Because we were worried.
A sovereign death crisis?
That something that materially was never a greater threat than the seasonal flu to these people in this room it was never a greater threat than the seasonal flu. That is a fact of science, because we have to trust the science. And again, we can go back and
God, it's so embarrassing just how shamelessly like anti-intellectual he is. Hold on. Fox, COVID, flu. I mean, do I need to fucking show? I have no clue who's watching. it doesn't feel right to like just skip over like COVID misinfo like that. But this video shows like how no, coronavirus is not the flu, and it's way worse, and it was way more
measles is one of the most
easily.
contagious diseases we know. Just one person is likely to infect between 12 and 18 people. That number is called a disease's basic reproduction number, or R0. Scientists use it to describe how contagious a disease is. Zika, it has an R0 of up to 6.6, super contagious. But the seasonal flu, just a little over 1. And COVID-19, the disease caused by the coronavirus, just about 2. That difference between the flu and COVID-19 doesn't seem so big, especially when you look at them next to these really contagious diseases.
We also did not know how bad it would get. It was that, and we did not have a fucking vaccine or cure for it.
Plus, a lot of the symptoms of the flu and COVID-19 are really similar. A fever, cough, they can even both lead to pneumonia, which is ultimately how they can both be fatal. So thinking of COVID-19 and the flu is similar is a common and frankly understandable comparison to want to make.
This is like the flu. It's a lot like the flu.
I like to believe that it's going to end up more like the flu virus.
But wait, let's go back to those R0 numbers again. If the flu has an R0 of 1.3, that means each person gets either 1 or 2 people sick. After 10 rounds, that's 56 total people. And if we run the model with COVID-19's R0 at 2, if one person with it gets 2 people sick, you get 2 people sick. After 10 rounds, that's more than 2,000 people. This does not.
And again, antibiotics do not treat viruses.
Not happen with the flu because COVID-19
and we had nothing, like no protection at this point.
Is very different, and understanding how is crucial to understanding how dangerous it really is and why we have to take it so seriously.
Okay, just that first part to show like how much it spread.
But this is the more
like he is unironically the person that's like grandma needs to die for the fucking economy.
Important thing. It was never about trusting the science. It was about trusting the scientists that confirmed this view. There was something called the Barrington Declaration. If you don't know what this is, all of you have a moral obligation to know what it is. The Barrington Declaration was thousands of scientists from around the world that said these lockdowns.
And that was because, again, even with the partial lockdowns, even with the bare minimum that we did, there was a point in America where we were literally losing a 9/11's worth of people every single day. We were losing like 2,200 people daily.
Are doing more harm than good. And the one thing that we never talked about through all this that now the pharma companies magically discovered after they were able to proliferate a vaccine is early interventions.
And it wasn't magical discovery.
Fact that if you catch COVID early, what is your vitamin D level? Let's have a serious conversation about whether or not you're chronically overweight. In my country, we are.
People didn't get this, but healthcare was not prepared. In the UK, we did not have enough ventilators at the start. That was the other thing, is that you needed to social distance, you needed to wear masks, and you needed to quarantine and stay home because we were trying not to overwhelm the healthcare systems, because it wasn't just a matter of a lot of people getting infected really, really quickly, which could be preventable if people would stay home and stay away from each other. But we had limited treatment options. And even if we did have treatment options, you have to remember that hospitals are not built to be able to maintain an influx or like take care and manage an influx of patients that are ill and all need like help right away. So you didn't want to overwhelm the healthcare systems because they weren't going to be able to help everybody at that point. So the idea was like, we can only manage it if like, yes, more people are going to get it, but we have to spread it. We need to try to attempt to spread it out as much as we can so that there's never a point where these peaks are leading to preventable deaths because we don't have the healthcare services to be able to help them once they are sick.
Are a fat country. We're good at a lot of things. We're also really good at gaining weight. Why didn't we also say to the American people and be honest, if you are 50 pounds overweight, you have a much higher likelihood of dying of COVID. Well, that would be considered to be politically insensitive in America. So how do I...
What? Dude. Yeah, you fucking snowflake. You can't take that obesity as like a comorbidity.
I respond to critics. Honestly, I'm proud of the work that we did during COVID. I opposed the lockdowns from the beginning. We talked about earlier.
Just like this idea, this like straw man that he had. He's like in a total echo chamber thinking that somebody would unironically be like triggered, quote unquote, by that statement.
Interventions. We platform people that were right all along. And meanwhile, the people that got the most important public policy questions of our time wrong have never felt any sort of criticism. They've never actually faced justice. And I think we, the people of the West, deserve an apology from our leaders for all the suffering that they inflicted on the young people of both our countries.
So you described recently how it used to be 10 vaccines. Now it's 72 shots for our babies.
Again, this was from 2021. United States sets record for most COVID-19 deaths reported in one day, January 13, 2021. As of Tuesday evening, 4,197 deaths were reported. That was just in one day, the height of the pandemic at one point. Prior to Tuesday's record-setting death toll, the U.S. had averaged more than 3,223 COVID-19 deaths a day over the past week. Over the past week, an average of 248,650 new COVID-19 infections had been reported every single day. The massive surge of COVID-19 nationwide has been fueled by holiday travels and casual at-home gatherings that experts had warned against. This is what we were afraid of, people letting their guard down over Christmas and New Year's, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy said.
Something's not right and our kids are sicker than ever. How would you respond to criticism that your rhetoric regarding vaccinations is dangerous and irresponsible when considering a global rise in vaccine distrust and deaths from vaccine-preventable diseases, including measles and meningitis?
I'm proud to have contributed to this sentiment.
Well, first of all, number one, you can use your own agency and you can get 9 COVID shots if you want. I'm not preventing that. I think, though, that a robust conversation needs to happen that inoculations have...
This is the jacking off, the just asking questions.
...have risen across America. I'll just talk about America. I know this for certain. Inoculation and vaccine rates have risen and chronic diseases are higher than ever. And there is a perplexing rise in a lot of the secondary and third tier issues. Of course, I'm pro-vaccine. If you want to get vaccines, we should do it prudently. We should do it appropriately. We should do it smartly. But at the same way, we should also simultaneously respect medical freedom and religious conscience. The criticism is this. I'm not a scientist and I don't play one on TV, but I use human reason and one would say common sense to also ask the very simple...
You know, the funny thing is that he is making it difficult for people to claim, not that I even think you should be able to claim a religious exemption to getting a vaccine, but I'll grant that there could be an argument for it that the Supreme Court might have upheld, especially with Trump's Supreme Court. He is making it difficult for the few people that truly believe that their interpretation of their holy texts means that they can't get a fucking vaccine. He is making that difficult because now that there is this widespread vaccine denialism and skepticism, every single person, like so many more people not wanting to get vaccinated makes it impossible for the few that are granted exceptions to do it safely. Not that you can really do it safely, but like when you don't have herd immunity, you can't even make room for like the exceptions because now you have far more people that are not willing to get vaccinated.
Simple question. The public health authorities got almost every major problem of...
Don't believe scientists, believe people who just make up stuff and blame it on common sense or religion. Yeah, you should trust Charlie Kirk more than the CDC. You should trust the Weinstein brothers more than HHS. That's what they're asking you to believe. All of these people that have this skepticism towards all of these fucking agencies, just turn their brain off and they believe Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan couldn't possibly be lying to them. These right-wing grifters or Tucker Carlson is definitely not lying. Can we put links in chat? You can try to. I think, yeah, you should be able to in Twitch chat. I think in YouTube chat, it doesn't let you.
Almost major every question of COVID wrong. Why should we continue to delegate trust to them? Trust is earned, it is not given. And so, yeah, look, I'm sure someone's going to ask a question or two about that. That's fine. I'm by no means a quote unquote expert on all that. But let me also question this. The experts, they have to now, number one, you have to apologize when you get something really wrong. And I think you have to get back into the public square and prove to us why we should trust you when, for example, in my country, I'm not sure if it was for you guys, we had this thing of 6 feet to slow the spread. Anthony Fauci just made it up. The data shows that he just arbitrarily made it up. There is not a single public health reason why we had 6 feet to slow the spread. Locking down schools. Actually, what made COVID worse and delayed the inevitable spread. The only country in Europe that I think was a model was Sweden. They kept schools open, they kept restaurants open, they leaned into herd immunity, and generally their statistics were way better than some of the other countries.
I don't even think this is true.
That were they kept COVID worse and up. There is not a single public health reason why we had they want to see fit. And yes, I do think that there is something troubling when the childhood vaccination schedule goes from 10 shots to 72 shots, some of which are things, for example, hepatitis B. Upon birth in America, I don't know how it is in the UK, within seconds, they will inoculate a child against hepatitis B. Number one, hepatitis B vaccine expires by the age of 13, and there's only 2 ways.
What did he say about this, like Fauci and the 6 weeks thing? The fact that I'm like even looking into anything related to Anthony Fauci in 2025 is like amazing. Who the fuck cares?
Get hepatitis B through sexual intercourse or through intravenous drugs.
Like the criticism to make of Fauci would have been that he was like, oh, sometimes the masks can make it worse. That wasn't true.
Or some other correlated way. So unless it is a son or a daughter of an active drug user or a drug mom totally get it, which you can test for in utero, the argument for hepatitis B vaccine within seconds of a baby being born is, I think, questionable at best. And so those of us that even ask the question, why are we using a hepatitis B vaccine when we can maybe wait till they're 12 or 13 when they're sexually active? No, you must do it and you must just trust the science. Okay, well, that's not good enough for us.
So Turning Point USA acquired students for trial.
This is completely ideological, and this is not some awakening from being like, you need to be ruthlessly critical about everything that's going into your body. It's like, these are the same people. He'll say that, and then it's like, you probably ate McDonald's in the last week.
In 2019, and worked on targeting students on college campuses, especially ahead of the 2020 election. However, despite an increase in youth turnout in 2020, Trump's support was worse with young people in several battleground states than 2016. How would you respond to critics who claim that this failure was partly due to Trump outsourcing youth outreach to Turning Point USA?
How did he do this last election?
Well, I mean, his support was better in youth, but it was still lower lower amongst youth than the Democrat support was.
We won the youth vote in the state of Michigan, and we ran basically the entire youth operation in 2024. In fact, it doesn't. Anyone can look on ChatGPT, Grok, or Google. I mean, whatever you want. Like, we crushed the youth vote. Even Democrats acknowledge it. There's story after story after story. Why are young people
Grok agrees with me.
moving so far to the right? And so, will you give me credit for that?
I mean, why do you think that, like, in several key states, even in 2024, amongst the young people...
We did anywhere between 10 to 25 points better in the key battleground states. This is not just conjecture, it is material fact. Both young men and young women moved...
How do these people not think 2 steps ahead that he's obviously going... You haven't laid out facts to this person. You have laid out things that they've already heard a million times that they have answers to with more bullshit.
The right dramatically. In America, young people are Donald Trump's most loyal cohort, not even baby boomers. According to the Yale Youth Poll and the Harvard Youth Poll, Donald Trump has actually made the most gains amongst younger voters. And I guess maybe something we did had something to do with that.
And what do you see as the future of conservatism amongst young people?
But I think he is generally correct that, like, yeah, Kamala Harris lost a lot of ground with, he's saying Biden, but it was like, Kamala ended up being the candidate, but sure, Biden would have also lost the share of, like, young voters. Yeah, they'd move towards the right.
I think it's going to be the dominant, God willing, dominant worldview amongst young people in America, and it's ascendant. Again, what we are seeing in the States, and I don't know if it's the case here in the UK, young men in particular are on pace to be the most conservative generation in history. And it's an exciting trend, and we're leaning into it. We see this in the macro trends. We also see this in micro. Young women are following suit. There's kind of 2 Gen Zs. There's Gen Z that was basically...
This is the other thing that's misleading. These studies that they will cite, people are more likely to, especially young people, are more willing to identify themselves as conservative, as right-wing, as Republican, whatever label you want to say. But then when they pull them on individual policy positions, they're still economically left. They're still at the very least socially moderate.
Out of college or near end of college at COVID, and then there was Gen Z that was in high school. What would the equivalent term be in high school? Whatever you call... Yeah, okay. And they had their lives obliterated.
And the bigger thing is that there was less of a rightward pivot in this most recent election, and it's that Democrats failed to turn out voters that they had gotten to vote for Biden 4 years earlier.
Those are the most formative times of their life, 15, 16, 17, 18. They were forced to wear masks. They had to do school through Zoom. They saw friends.
Pro-socialized healthcare, pro-choice, but conservative. Pro-legalization of marijuana, open to, like, nationalized healthcare, but these are, like, conservatives.
That
fine with equal marriage.
Many of whom that took their life, or suicide rates went up exponentially. And also, on top of that, we had this insane race stuff in America during 2020, otherwise known as Floydapalooza, where we decided to burn our country because a guy drug overdosed on the streets of Minneapolis. And the...
This is like the new talking point pushed by the right. I don't know who's I mean, this has been around for a minute, but like Ben Shapiro, Derek Chauvin, like dedicating time out of his day to say that Derek Chauvin needs to be pardoned. And that it was all a lie and he just died of a fentanyl overdose at the exact same time that Derek Chauvin was kneeling on his neck.
That's true. He did drug overdose. Not just my opinion. Just read the medical examiner report, the Hennepin County medical examiner report. And so then all of a sudden we decided to, like,
read the specific medical report. Don't look at any of the other independent autopsies.
Commit cultural suicide and throw statues. By the way, in London, they like threw a statue into the river or something because we're systemically racist. I'm sorry, our 2 countries.
What do you want to bet that statue was of like Robert E. Lee or some other Confederate shithead?
Are the 2 least racist countries ever to exist in the history of the world. And you guys should also be thanking the Lord that you have someone like William Wilberforce to look up to, and you should be building statues to Wilberforce, not taking down statues of your history, because it's thanks to Western values that we abolish slavery, and the world is a profoundly better place because of that worldview, and we as conservatives are unafraid to tell that story and that truth.
So you've condemned the Civil Rights Act of 1964 as a huge mistake.
Correct.
Why do you believe it was a mistake to pass?
How did she also left out that he said like MLK was not a hero.
Anti-discrimination legislation, and what do you think would be a better policy for being treated fairly and equally, which you see as an American principle?
Yeah, nothing against the intent, but it was too broadly.
We had BLM and COVID too, and very valid points. Many people were out on the street despite COVID. But 1, a lot of people were wearing masks, and 2, didn't we know at that point that you couldn't really spread COVID outside?
Written, and it played into something called disparate impact. Disparate impact was woven within the Civil Rights Act, and disparate impact basically says if two racial groups have different outcomes, the answer must be racism. It does not allow any legal nuance. So there are four components to, quote unquote, the anti-racist regime of America. I don't pretend to know what goes on in this country. I could just talk about America. I'm sure that's fine. And it's four components: affirmative action, critical race theory.
Why can't you spread COVID outside? It's not that it's impossible. You're far less likely to spread it outside.
DEI, and disparate impact. Those are the kind of the four components. All of them have their subsection. The Civil Rights Act led the way to affirmative action, which is weaponized, quote unquote, reverse racism against Asian and white people. And the Civil Rights Act also blazed the trail for disparate impact as a legal theory, basically saying that if black Americans are doing worse in a group, it might not be because of marital differences or cultural differences or single motherhood issues. It must be racism. And
Black people just simply make choices to be more poor, to have worse employment options. They just make different choices.
So because of that, the Civil Rights Act was too broadly written. It's now being applied in my country as a way to get rid of voter integrity, to get rid of election integrity, to get rid of voter ID. The Civil Rights Act is also now being applied to put men in.
He's saying that when the Supreme Court, did they not overturn the Voting Rights Act? They didn't overturn it. It was just significantly weakened.
In female locker rooms. So the intent, it should have been a single page or a 2-page bill to say that you cannot discriminate against based on the color of somebody's skin, period, end of story.
They only repealed, they repealed parts of it. Like he's talking about like these, like the exact opposite is happening as far as like what rights are being threatened right now.
A multiple 100-page bill with lots of chapters and lots of lesser-known amendments that created basically a permanent anti-racist bureaucracy within our federal government to go find racism where it doesn't exist and create it in new places where otherwise did not exist.
So you've described Martin Luther King Jr. as awful, not a good person, even though...
Okay, there, she had her receipts.
Many conservative commentators have spoken in support of what he says, including his quote, where they will be judged about his children, where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
He was right there.
So does his speech and his general ethos not then agree with your views on DEI?
I've complimented him as well, but I mean, first of all, he was a personally morally flawed man. And to be fair, a lot of people I sometimes look up to are morally flawed. But also, I mean, we're all morally flawed. We're all sinners. I would hope actually, many of you probably don't believe in God, so never mind. Look, Martin Luther King, in a lot of different ways, had a promise of a colorblind America. I don't want to go too deep into this. I don't know how, maybe it's very interesting to UK students about MLK, but there's a mythology around MLK that does not warrant the reverence that he gets treated with in America. Should he be mentioned amongst lots of people in the 20th century that...
Okay, here's what he actually said about MLK, though.
I wanted to make sure that, after that conversation, we talk about the positives. And then we also get into some of the other implications of this. We're a truth-seeking show. But I can say declaratively, this guy is not worthy of a national holiday. He is not worthy of godlike status. In fact, I think it's really harmful. What do we have, guys? Rough Greens? Roughgreens.com. You've heard me talk about Rough Greens, how it's helping thousands of dogs feel better and live longer, including my dog, Mr. Briggs. Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, who created Rough Greens, is also an airborne ranger. Dog food is dead food, but Rough Greens has essential vitamins and minerals, omega oils, digestive...
Why did this person include him shelling for this?
Probiotics and all the things you need. You can get a free Jumpstart trial bag so your dog can try it. Go to roughgreens.com.
So not worthy of a national holiday, and it should not be reviewed as a hero.
That was complicated, and at the end of his life advocated for a more communistic view, and then actually got away from race blindness and actually got towards race obsession. I'm totally cool with that. He did some great things. He did some things that were not so great. In America, though, you must understand, he is looked to as the new founding father. The main contention that I have with the Civil Rights Act and the Civil Rights Movement and how it ended, not how it started, is that we refounded the country fundamentally. We cast aside our founding roots and our founding documents, the U.S. Constitution.
We do have racism here in the UK. Why would people not be interested in a successful civil rights movement? Because up until very, very recently, they thought that if these voters were enfranchised, they would vote out Republicans and they'd mostly be right. That's still mostly true. There's no evidence that like the majority of black people that vote in the United States are not interested in voting for Republicans, which is why they try every single year to restrict voting rights further among these particular demographics.
And we decided to basically usher in the Civil Rights Act as a new anti-racist dogma creed. And I find something fundamentally wrong with that. Our birth certificate as Americans is the Declaration, and the law of the land is tied with the U.S. Constitution. It was not the Civil Rights Act. And so with all of that to say, we had a national holiday to MLK. We got rid of a national holiday.
Yeah, the founding documents of this country, at which point we had slavery, BTW, where black people weren't considered humans, BTW, where women couldn't vote, BTW.
Holiday for our first president and our founding father, George Washington. We used to call it Washington's birthday. Now we call it President's Day in our country. So that's just maybe some context to answer that question.
So you tweeted ahead of the January 6th Capitol attack that Turning Point USA and Students for Trump were sending more than 80 buses of patriots to DC to fight for this president, although it ended up being 7. Do you see your claims including that the election was stolen as contributing to January the 6th?
I mean, it's somewhat of an irrelevant question, but no, of course not. In fact, our students were the ones that didn't even go to the Capitol and peacefully went home. But I mean, how deep into January 6th do you want to get? It wasn't an insurrection by any means whatsoever. There were some people that acted totally improperly, and they should not assault police officers or break windows. But there were also a lot of people that walked into the Capitol building and the doors were open for them, and they walked between the queued lines that were there and said a prayer. And these are the people that walk around with pocket constitutions. And they were smeared in the largest witch hunt and manhunt, I should say, the largest manhunt in American law enforcement history that resulted in 1,300 arrests of non-violent offenders that walked into the People's House in the United States Capitol building, while violent crime rose in almost every major city in the country. And so I don't know how much, maybe I'm sure there'll be a question on January 6th. So.
You've compared same-sex sexual behavior to drug and alcohol use and described it as an error and said you don't agree with the lifestyle. How would you justify these comments whilst also speaking about welcoming gay people into the conservative movement?
Well, first, we all have flaws. That's number one. But number two, how do I justify it? It doesn't matter what Charlie Kirk believes. That's a view derived from Scripture. And so the Bible talks very clearly about God's natural order. We see this reflected in the natural law. Some of my closest friends and closest people that work with me alongside Turning Point USA participate in a same-sex lifestyle, and that's their own prerogative. But if you ask me what I believe and why I believe it, it's derived straight from Scripture.
And you've spoken of marriage as between one man and one woman, even whilst polls have consistently shown most Americans as in support of same-sex marriage. How would you respond to critics regarding your position?
Well, who cares what if he thinks it's wrong? Why would the majority of people thinking it's right be of any interest in him?
On this,
I don't derive my morality from up or down vote.
You're right. Yeah, exactly. That's a dumb point.
How would you respond to criticism that far-right-wing discourse, particularly online, is inflamed by organizations such as Turning Point USA and your rhetoric, even as you condemn attendance of neo-Nazis at your events?
I don't even know how to respond to that. I mean, how do I respond to critics that I'm inflaming tensions? If the truth inflames you, you have a problem. It's not my problem.
I would say that came up like a Puff Piece question for him. This like, some people think you're bad. Why do you disagree? Why do they think that? You have to have like specific criticisms and specific commentary from, journalists or significant political, like cultural figures that have criticized him that actually have some truth behind them. You can't just say people don't like you. So why do you think that is?
What do you see as the role of an institution such as Turning Point USA in shaping national discourse? And what do you think is next for the organization in terms of what you discuss?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're very known for hopefully what we'll see here, which is respectful dialogue. We have an open mic on campuses. I did over 100 hours of campus debates this semester, seen billions of times around the world. And yeah, look, as far as conservatism, we plan to win. And for the 3 conservatives that are here tonight, I hope you guys get your mojo back. This was once a great country. I want to see it great.
It's so funny that he thinks that like there are no conservatives at Cambridge.
Again, you guys are a husk of your former self. You guys, you can laugh and sneer all you want, but the country that split the atom and invented the steam engine and eradicated slavery and brought common law to the world can do a lot better than this. And your existence led to our existence. And for whatever I can do, I hope that this country finds a leader or a group of leaders. I'm not here to give you political advice. I hate when foreigners do that to Americans. You guys can do whatever you want. But I do have a wish that the world feels like it's missing something. It feels like it's missing something when Great Britain or England or whatever politically correct thing I have to say, because I guess England, I can't fly an English flag now or whatever nonsense that is. Like, be proud of your heritage. You've done good for the world. Stop apologizing. Get your energy, get your vitality, get what made England and made Great Britain such a phenomenal place. I hope you get that back, and I hope that you reject the swan song of multiculturalism and get back to the fundamental truism that a strong Britain means a strong world, and therefore a strong West, and we can stand up for what is good, true, and beautiful.
Would you agree with commentators that your politics have become more conservative in recent years, and what's caused this shift?
Yes. Partially, honestly, getting married and having children, something that I hope all of you do. Getting married and having children is an objective good thing for yourself and for society, and for, of course, your children. The fact that we're having less children in the West is a very alarming trend. And as I got more conservative, as I got married and I started to have a couple kids, I started to realize.
I love that he thinks that the reason why people are having less kids in the United States has to do with like a lack of religiosity, when in reality, people are just more conscientious about. One, the more the people are educated, the less likely they are to have kids. And then 2, they can't fucking afford kids.
Realize this is what I'm fighting for. And I understand the threats against their well-being and their livelihood. And then also,
like, there was a study that showed that studies showing that like if you couldn't afford another car to accommodate like a car seat for your kid, that was a huge factor into whether or not a family would have like another kid. Wouldn't have another kid if they couldn't buy another car or something. Let me see.
Also, I got more serious about my faith.
So you've spoken today against affirmative action in educational institutions. How would you propose making excellence in education more equitable for students from disadvantaged backgrounds?
IQ tests.
And do you see equal treatment as possible without considering...
Just so we're clear, IQ tests don't have anything to do with background. I mean, meaning like, okay, if you have somewhat
Okay.
of an equal nutritional capacity, doesn't matter how much you study or you get an IQ, maybe you can get an IQ tutor and boost it by a couple points, but we should bring back IQ tests in the West. Please continue.
I was just going to say, do you see it as possible without considering...
Okay. So he's arguing that your environment and your exposure to education, two-parent households, that's going to have no bearing on how intelligent you're going to be or your IQ. It's just predetermined at birth. So
considering any external factors for students when applying for higher education, such as economic background.
Well, external factors can be factored in, but affirmative action isn't that. At least in America, I don't know how it works here. Affirmative action in America we struck it down at the Supreme Court, thankfully, race-based, which is that a certain melanin content gets you certain points and a certain melanin content gets you demerits.
Great, we're going to move.
You know, it's funny because the people that were the most advanced, the groups of people that I think were the most advantaged in some of these DEI cases were actually the most advantaged. It wasn't black people. It was Asian, or like it was white people in some instances, and then it was actually Asian people that were disadvantaged. And they also made affirmative action illegal, but they did not make like legacy admissions illegal, which you also have to compete with.
Okay, am I stand here?
Yeah,
great.
It was white women, something like that, right?
Thank you.
IQ is fake, yeah, but he doesn't know that. Like the only people that brag about IQs and like Mensa are like losers.
Yeah, the one. Okay, thank you. Can we settle down, please? We're going to move on to our questions. Our first question is from Zinaisha Zubair from Sydney, Sussex. Come up and ask a question. And remember, you have the right of response.
I have quite a simple question for you. Now, I know you've debated.
This was what it was. Hold on, I think I found... I'm going to back up a little bit because I think I found it. Yeah. Institute for Family Studies. This item in your backseat might reduce the number of kids you have. When we decided to have a third kid, my wife and I needed to have a difficult conversation about another member of our family. Our light blue 2013 Hyundai Elantra, the first car we bought together after leaving the dense misery of New York City. The older kids were 2 and 5, and the poor vehicle just didn't have the space for 2 car seats and a booster in the back. We ultimately spared an uncertain fate in the secondhand market, but only because we already had a minivan too. Now we use the van when the baby is with us, take the car when one of us heads out alone, or with one or both of the elder two, and park the Elantra on the road so there's no conflict in our single lane driveway. And then the paper goes on to like study this, and it found that a new study finds that when the law requires both of a family's 2 existing kids be in a car seat, the family becomes less likely to have a third child.
Dean with us on Jubilee before. I was wondering why you now refuse to engage with further debate with him.
Wait, hold on. First of all, he's coming on my show this summer, and let me get this straight. I flew 5,000 miles across the world to have you ask why I'm not going to debate a left-wing YouTuber?
Well, I mean, he continuously tries to get your attention at your campus.
Yep.
You're the one that says like you'll fucking debate anyone or whatever, so yeah, it's really
right. Again,
you just ignore him.
I've debated him twice in the last calendar year. He's coming on my show this summer. Let me be clear. I came to Cambridge to have you ask me that.
Dude, he's so mad that she asked that question.
I mean, you talk about freedom. I'm just using my freedom of speech to ask you a simple question. You seem to be dodging it for some reason.
No, I've debated him twice in the last year, and he's coming on this summer for a long-form discussion. But is this what I can expect?
Yeah, he's making videos about you avoiding him on your campus debates.
Right, so let me tell you how this works. I do a campus event, like at Texas A&M University. I rent it out. I'm there for 3 hours. He shows up demanding to come up to the mic immediately, cutting in line of other students. It's not Joe Biden's America anymore. We can just cut in line and get whatever you want. So therefore, I say, excuse me, Dean, we'll talk another time.
Dude, it kills me when this audience like gives him laughs like he's funny or something.
He makes this YouTube video as if I'm scared to debate him, even though I debated him twice in the last year. Does that sufficiently answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next is from James Loveridge from Anglo-Ruskin University.
So, firstly, thank you for coming here, Charlie. It's nice to meet you. So, my question is, I am a conservative.
Okay, I was like, where did he do this? This is
move on your part to keep avoiding Dean.
Then debate me.
Like
Let me on the mic. Let me on the mic.
Get Dean on the mic. That's the whole reason I came up here.
Thank
it's
you.
a pussy move for you to keep avoiding him.
This was Dean's whole plan. I'm going to bring these people here. Woo.
We've been told by every single one of Kirk's staffers that he doesn't want to talk to us. I have some disagreeing questions. Do you think I could ask him?
Well, that's something you're going to have to talk to somebody else about.
The reason we weren't let in line is because we don't go to college. But apparently neither does a guy on the mic. We're in MAGA territory now. We need to be very respectful.
Hey, Charlie, Dean's here. Dean. Come on. You have a permit?
We should.
Dude, I do not know why they're so scared of this kid. He's like not even a particularly good debater.
Trying to talk to Charlie Kirk, but it's not working. Do you think me and Kirk should have a conversation? 100%. You got to get me up there, man.
You may be purposely ignoring you.
This has proven to be very difficult.
I think that we are in the free marketplace of ideas. Anyone should be able to come up here and challenge and debate you. If you're really for that, as you say you would allow someone to come up here and debate you.
So small point, but he was trying to cut the line. You can't do that, but they were like not even letting him line up. But whatever.
And I did back Trump in 2024, but I'm troubled that the GOP refuses to hold him accountable for his personal and legal failings. And how can we claim to stand for moral values and the Constitution while excusing behaviour that we condemn from the left? Isn't it the hypocrisy undermining our credibility, especially with the next generation?
Is he going to do the Tim Pool answer where Trump breaking the law is actually him restoring law and order because the left got away with so much shit under Joseph Stalin Biden that you should just ignore every single time that he's ignored like the Supreme Court or violated like congressional procedure or whatever?
What specifically do you have issue with?
Well, the countless things that he's done.
The what?
Stormy Daniels. The bus interview.
Oh God! If you're gonna make these points, you have to come prepared. I mean, this guy said he backed Trump, so I didn't at one point. So like, clearly not the smartest, sharpest knife in the drawer.
He put down to locker room talk. His multiple legal values, filings.
And what would you like to see them do? And you voted for this man. So,
no, I can't vote for him.
Whatever, you said you voted, or whatever, I don't know. Plenty of Americans, I don't know, you said you supported him, so...
Yeah.
Is that correct? Maybe I'm putting it.
No, that's correct.
You supported him, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I supported him on some of his policies and him, but a lot of conservatives, I'm not saying you personally, but a lot of conservatives refuse to call him out or critique him on anything, and will ignore that straight away.
I mean, I critique him. He's a friend of mine. I might critique him. I don't think Canada should be the 51st state. We have enough liberals in America.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, cheers.
That was bad.
Our next question is from Kai Bevan.
You should have given the example of like, if you're for law and order, why would you support? Well, no, because these people have a bunch of talking points related to January 6th. I was going to say you could point out that he like pardoned all the J6ers.
At Trinity Hall.
So thank you.
It's just not the like line of attack because it's like Trump believes stupid things. Going at it from like he should be investigated. They need to look into this. They need to look into that. It's like, just argue with him over the fundamentals.
Coming, Charlie. My question to you, I mean, I'm a medical student and so I'm going to throw out the big A word. I know you get asked about it a lot, but I want to hear from you. What your opinion is on abortion.
Life begins at
Oh my God, this is
conception.
Stupid.
But about abortion specifically. Why do you think abortion's wrong specifically?
Well, you agree murder is wrong?
I agree. Okay, so this is where we get to the question, right? Because
let's presuppose that a fetus is a human being that's worthy of all the same protections as like a grown woman.
What is it about murder you say is wrong? Like, why is murder wrong?
Well, because it's a human being.
This is the stupidest way to go about it. And yes, I am going to pat myself on the back because I do have the best way. Because when I debated him, abortion came up briefly, and it is it's so I fucking hate. I like nothing is more boring than the abortion debate to me. Just concede the entire thing. Just say, okay, it's murder. What do you do? Are you going to lock up women for this? Are you going to do what every single country that has attempted to restrict abortion rights, which ends up leading to a bunch of women like put in prison, and it got super uncomfortable. And he was like, I do not support that because I know how unpopular it is, even though earlier he was like, I don't determine my views based on how popular something is, even though he was explicitly in front of me going out of his way to say he didn't support a policy that would lead to women getting put in jail because he knew how unpopular it is. And I was like, how do you reconcile that with the fact that if you believe it's murder, then you are saying every single woman that procures an abortion is committing murder? Why wouldn't she go to jail? Under your framework, these should be people that you're advocating to go into jail. And his argument to me was that we should have a national forgiveness for these women because they don't know better. So I'm like, okay, women are they're smart enough to know how to get an abortion, but they're too stupid to be held responsible for their decisions. And he said, yeah, pretty much. They need to, like, I don't think he agreed. I don't think I laid it out as inflammatory as I just did now, but he pretty much agreed to that. And he was like, yeah, there needs to be a national forgiveness, and I want to go after abortion doctors.
Not just because it has consciousness or because it's of a certain age, because it's a human.
What is it that gives human being this moral worth?
Not its consciousness necessarily.
I didn't say it's consciousness.
I know that. I can imagine.
Which is what, like, the other thing is that, and this is an old video, but I think Jake Tapper or Wolf Blitzer, Trump says there has to be some sort of punishment for abortion. Here. It was 9 years ago.
What should the law be on abortion?
Well, I have been pro-life.
I know. What should the law? I know your principle. That's a good value, but what should be the law?
This presidential election is going to be very important because when you say what's the law, nobody knows what the law is going to be. It depends on who gets elected because somebody's going to appoint conservative judges and somebody's going to appoint liberal judges depending on who wins.
I've never understood the pro-life position. Well, I never understood it because I understand the principle. It's human life as people see it. Well, what crime? What crime is it?
Well, it's human life.
No. Should the woman be punished for having an abortion?
Look, I would say that it's a very serious problem, and it's a problem that we have to decide on. It's very hard.
But you're for banning it.
Well, wait. Are you going to say put them in jail? Is that?
Well, no, but I'm asking you because you say you want to ban it. What's that mean?
I am pro-life. Yes.
What is ban? How do you ban abortion? How do you actually do it?
Well, you'll go back to a position like they had, where people will perhaps go to illegal places.
Yeah.
But you have to ban it.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion? Yes or no? As a principle.
The answer is that there has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah, there has to be some form.
10 cents, 10 years,
I don't know. That I don't know.
Why not?
I don't know.
You take positions on everything else?
I do take positions on everything else. It's a very complicated position.
I'm asking, you're running for president, I'm not. I'm asking you, what should a woman face if she chooses to have an abortion?
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to play that game. You said
you're pro-life.
I am pro-life.
That means banning abortion.
And so is the Catholic Church pro-life.
Okay. I have no idea what that had to do with anything, but how you lose to Chris Matthews, one, embarrassing. And two, Trump is being rational here for once. Let me explain. Again, if you are being told and you believe that abortion equals murder, does it not follow from that premise that people who commit murder, which is the act of killing someone unjustly or unlawfully, that you should be imprisoned, given the paradigm of how we've set up our legal system and punitive system to work? It makes total sense. But of course, every single pro-lifer, anti-choice person under the fucking sun in this country worked overtime penning opinion piece after opinion piece saying that no, that's not what we support. That's not what we want. We want to do it this way so that women won't be punished, but it's also going to be understood as murder, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's no way around it. There is no way around it if this is the starting premise. That follows from what you were saying. No premium, LOL. Well, if somebody donated to me, maybe I could afford premium on this account.
It's because it
Who needs premium when you have, what is it called? U-Block Origin Light.
is a human being because that has a soul.
And what is this soul? Where does this come from? This idea that it's...
Exactly. I mean, again, the Greeks postulated that it is the entirety of your being. Okay, you guys can laugh. I mean, it's true. I mean, every civilization has had a different belief, but agreed upon ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West and what the birth certificate of my country articulates, is that every human being...
Also, if life begins at conception and stuff like this, following from this logic, it's like, can women not start claiming like welfare for unborn children? Can fetuses get constitutional protections outside of just not being aborted? Like, they'll never agree to these other premises.
Being is more than just matter. It's more than just a clump of cells, but it also has an invisible element to you that will live beyond you.
Fine. So I mean, can you say that comes from the Bible, or where else do you get that from?
Ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West. And again, the Declaration of Independence mentions God 4 times. The founders were explicitly
What is ethical monotheism?
believed, not in a secular morality, but a divinely given one, of at least this idea that there is a God and you are not him. And let me ask you, what is the first stage of human development?
So this is the thing, right? We can take it from the sperm being generated in the father and the oocyte being generated in the mother, right? They fuse at birth, conception, sorry. The only thing that happens at conception is these 2 cells fuse.
No, DNA is created.
DNA is not created.
A DNA, no, that's not true. The DNA.
Why argue with him over a philosophical argument that has been discussed since the beginning of time that you're not going to resolve in this hour and 41 minute long video when this exchange is obviously going to be like less than 5 minutes? There's no resolving that. You couldn't do it quickly. Why not ask him his opinion on unpopular policy positions instead and get him to agree to those on tape? That is so much more useful than having some stupid philosophical, like navel-gazy type back and forth that will go nowhere and neither side will be pleased.
Coding at the site. Hold on, time out.
Let me finish.
Like, get him to agree that you think that in vitro fertilization should be illegal in the United States because of like fetal personhood laws that have been popping up in different Supreme Courts in the United States.
Does a zygote have a unique marker?
Charlie,
does a zygote have a unique marker?
You have to let me speak. You have
to answer it, yes or no. Does a zygote have a unique marker?
Define a unique marker.
Meaning, can you differentiate the DNA coding between the mother and the zygote if you examine it under a deoxyribonucleic acid analysis? Can you?
Only purely because the addition comes from the father.
They're already doing that. Look at Alabama. Yeah, I mean, there are conservative pundits that will defend this. They're like, what's his name? Fuck. What's his name? He's Italian. Like,
oh, so it is something different.
Charlie, DNA is not created. DNA is not created. You have the father has his own genome, the mother has her own genome. They fuse. This is why you have the same characteristics, similar ones to your mother, similar ones to your father. That's why you have similar characteristics to your siblings. DNA is not created, right? So when you ask me where does a human being come from, I can say to you it starts at conception, but all conception is these 2 cells joining, right? But these 2 cells were created, the mother cells were created long before, they were created when she was a fetus. So there's none of this DNA being produced, right? So we can't establish, the only thing that happens at conception is these two cells fuse. Now this idea that means that for some reason suddenly that moral worth comes in, but it wasn't there before when you had these 2 cells who had half the DNA, but suddenly there's a
correct, yeah, something magical happens at that.
It's not magical, Charlie, we know about this.
Well, hold on.
Charlie.
Michael Knowles, that's his name. Michael Knowles will defend these laws.
Charlie,
time out, hold on.
Charlie, I promise you, I'm not trying to score points. I'm not trying to score points on you. This is genuinely...
We call it the miracle of life for a reason. We've not been able to yet replicate human life development outside of the womb.
We call it the miracle of life because, yes, it's something beautiful, the ability to form a new...
magical.
It's not... You say magical as in, oh, it's beautiful, it's an incredible thing that happens, of course. But it's not incredible in the sense we don't know what's going on. There's no new DNA coming out of nowhere.
Hold on, but time out. Isn't there a separate DNA, though, than the mother? Like,
yes, from the father.
Okay, yes, but it's not the father's DNA either. A new coding is created.
Charlie,
you are a blend of the 2. And so when did your life begin?
Okay, so
when did your life
begin? I mean, again, this comes from what you define as where life.
Michael Knowles is Italian. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, watched a debate that he had on whatever with Farah, and he was like, I mean, some people wouldn't consider me white since I'm a swarthy Italian or something like that. He's like Italian and Irish.
You can say life starts at conception, but I'm telling you, I believe that's just an arbitrary point, right? That's just the moment these 2 cells fuse. Now you say about this mother thing. So the way DNA is arranged in a cell is it's arranged in chromosomes. Chromosomes are paired up, so you have one from the mother, one from the father, typically. In a
this guy is like crazy eyes.
Healthy individual, right? Now you can take those maternal chromosomes out, and you can find that this is who the person's mother is, and you can do the same with the father. Now the reason you are different to your mother and father is because some of those chromosomes express genes that are different from each other, and so those genes interact, and that's what gives rise to you. Right?
Isn't where life starts more a philosophical question than a scientific one? Absolutely. That's why it's stupid for him to be going down this route of like Bio 101. This IVF and surrogacy are immoral. I think surrogacy is, but definitely not for the same reasons that he does. It's more like it's unethical, not immoral.
Right now, IVF and surrogacy have returned to the news for reasons that we don't have to get into. This is, to me, the clearest example of moral confusion, not just in our culture, but even on the right. There are many people on the right, many prominent conservatives, who don't understand why IVF and surrogacy and a market for couples who otherwise can't have children, like homosexuals, to purchase babies, why that is wrong. They don't quite understand it. There's a guy, Richard Hanania, who is a...
Am I Italian? No, I'm Mexican.
I guess you call him a right-wing liberal commentator. And here was his, I think, sincere confusion on why conservatives would oppose IVF and surrogacy. He says, let me try to understand the social conservative position on reproductive issues. Abortion should be banned so poor people can be forced to give birth. IVF and surrogacy should be banned to prevent smart and successful people from reproducing. Do I have that right? No, he does not have that right. The reason that conservatives oppose abortion and IVF and surrogacy is because we believe that people are not property to be purchased and discarded at will. That's why. That's what unites those two issues. That's what unites the broader sexual ethic among conservatives. What used to inform the civilization that used to be called Christendom. That is why it's wrong. And it's not just the homosexuals who have to recognize it. Just get to 1 second. First, though, when you want to treat your body right, you got to check out the branch.
Not just the homos, but yeah, he's gone on. I don't know if it's in this video, but he's gone on to defend these types of laws that say like IVF should not be legal.
Right? But there's no space for any kind of moral framework to come into that until you consider that a human being is capable of consciousness and of suffering. But if you take that out of the equation, the fact that these two DNA, whatever they call molecules, right? These two DNA molecules are fusing, that does not suddenly flip a switch that attributes moral worth to that individual.
I'm like, nah, okay, so he's flipped it back to a philosophical question. Let's see what he says.
I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to score points.
By what moral standard do you believe that?
I believe that if an individual is capable of suffering, then it's wrong. Now, can I explain my opinion on abortion, just so you can understand? I would agree, as many reasonable people would, that at 9 months, it's unreasonable to expect someone to get an abortion, right? Unless you have some extreme circumstances. But for an elective abortion seems a bit radical to me. But it also seems radical to say that a woman who has just, the cells have just fused, to deny her of an abortion also seems wrong to me. Because that zygote is not capable of suffering, as far as we know.
So by what moral standard? Is that just your opinion? Where did you get that moral standard from?
Because suffering is a bad thing.
I got it from Jesus Christ. My authority trumps yours.
We all know suffering is a bad thing. That's an objective fact, right?
Well, hold on. So you do believe in objective morality.
Yeah, but you're already begging the question. You're like sneaking in premises of like what's worthy of moral consideration and what constitutes suffering, because he's going to factor in fetal suffering and all of this.
I believe that suffering is an objectively negative.
So if you can't feel it, is it okay?
What do you mean if you can't?
You can't feel the pain, is it okay to inflict the pain?
In the sense that if no one's suffering from it, if you have a scenario...
But he said suffering, not pain. See if you can
when nobody is suffering from something, then yes, of course. Something is only a moral question if it affects someone's well-being.
So let me just make sure I understand this correctly. That if it doesn't...
Is he about to say that like if you essay somebody in their sleep and they don't know about it, is it immoral?
Affect their well-being. So dementia patients that don't know who they are or where they're from, can we execute dementia patients because they're confused about their well-being?
Can you imagine a scenario?
Or Alzheimer's patients.
Charlie,
Alzheimer's patients don't really know much about anything. Can we schedule them for execution because they can't technically suffer?
No, respond. So can you imagine a scenario where we lived in a society where we killed people when they suffered from dementia, were incapable of suffering, and we killed them, right? It's not a scenario that involves an absence of suffering. There's still suffering involved. Imagine you grow up thinking, my dad could be killed at any moment because he's going to get dementia. Imagine living your life thinking, I could get dementia and suddenly I'd be killed by my state.
Imagine a world where you slaughter 1 million babies every year in America.
Charlie, it's not slaughter. That's the problem.
He did kind of get out of it, that it's like, there are, it's a simple way to, it's like an overly simplified way of looking at it to assume that his premises would mean that he would greenlight a policy like that, because there's other ways to define and constitute suffering that would come in contradiction with that. It wouldn't necessarily lead to those sorts of policies.
But hold on, if it's a forcible removal from the umbilical cord of another human life, again, we have clarity but not agreement. Biologically, you know that your entire coding began at conception. Your coding,
that's
your uniqueness.
That's what I'm denying. I disagree with that.
Okay, when those two cells fused together, to use your terminology, yes, that is where the process of
scientifically accepted terminology.
I think this was another thing that came up in my abortion debate with him, where I was saying that you're like it is inconceivable how many women have become pregnant, are not aware of it, and then have miscarriages without even realizing it, because you just end up having like a heavier period than normal. I was like, would this constitute murder in your society?
In the interest of time,
like where we have these sorts of laws,
we bring this question to a close.
The process of human development objectively begins at that moment. Therefore, those human beings are deserving of human rights. We keep going, or do you want to?
I think yeah, you can finish.
Because like if an abortion is murder, but you having a miscarriage, how is that not like a type of manslaughter? So
the process,
because there are things that you could have done to try to prevent you getting a miscarriage. You could assign women that have just been inseminated after sex or something like that to have bed rest, and so they can like lower their likelihood of having miscarriages and whatnot. It can be exacerbated by day-to-day activities and stresses like exercise and work-related stress.
The process of development begins from the moment the sperm is being generated in the father, the moment the eggs are being generated in the mother. To say that suddenly the moral worth switches on when they fuse doesn't make any sense. That's just a point you
It makes perfect sense, because that is when your journey as a human being. When the sperm and egg were separate, you were not yet a fused human being. You were not created uniquely.
DNA existed.
An image.
Your DNA existed. I thought...
Well, no.
Specifically in Alzheimer's, its long-term memory suffers. Pain and suffering are present and will affect them. Well, the other thing is that he was trying to take this very one-dimensional understanding of suffering to like get him on a gotcha. But it's like the difference between like happiness and joy. And it's like if he, let's say that he had laid out the premises, I believe that we should try to like maximize human joy into like as much as reasonably possible. And he's like, would you be opposed to like parenting and disciplining children because that causes them pain and discomfort because they sometimes have to be punished in order to correct their behavior? It's that sort of like very childish understanding and like way of looking at somebody like laying out a premise like that. Like it is possible to say that like we should maximize human happiness and that there are going to be times where you're like inducing discomfort or triggering it at the very least through like discipline and things that are overall going to increase like net joy or net happiness.
No, the parts of your DNA existed. Your DNA did not exist. It's like saying that we have a full car just because we have all the parts. It was not yet put together until conception happens and the zygote was formed. Thank you. I think we have to
Can we move on to the next question, please? Thank you.
That went nowhere.
Thank you. Our fourth
He also tried to tell me that like abortion is dangerous.
question tonight is from Rudy Ellis-Jones from Emmanuel College.
And you knew that wasn't clear.
Hello, thanks for coming to today's talk. So my question, as someone studying archaeology and biological anthropology, I've learned that moral codes and social norms have always been fluid, shaped by time, culture, power. So many ancient and recent societies embraced same-sex relationships and even the idea of third genders well before Western conservatism even existed. So when you claim that modern conservative values represent some kind of
I usually don't like these types of arguments, but we'll see where it goes.
universal objective,
You should pay attention to the third gender and like Indian culture, or like the Hydra. Like it's never convincing to these people.
moral truth, like you said on your chair over there, aren't you just defending a selective, historically recent ideology that erases most of human history and targets people who have always been part of it?
No, but can you point to me of a...
Like, no, I'm not doing that.
And maybe you can educate me. Can you point to me a great power that endorsed same-sex marriage? Not cohabitation, but marriage.
Ancient Mesopotamia.
As marriage. As recognized.
As marriage that exists.
Recognized by the state.
100%.
And how did that work out for them?
And now we're arguing about facts that don't really fucking matter to people when they make their decision on whether or not they support equal marriage or homosexuality and like equal rights.
It worked out perfectly fine. It was an accepted norm of society.
Okay, I still think it's wrong.
Okay.
There you go. All you have to do is say, I don't care. That's it. They don't care.
Swiftly moving on. So you said it was based on...
This is like, you know, these people that are swayed by whatever emotion or feeling that they're experiencing at every given moment. Well, what if I told you that in Mesopotamia there was blah, 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 blah. They don't fucking care. No, nobody is forming their opinions or like their arguments based on these sorts of presuppositions.
Scripted, and you believe that there are moral, objective, universal truths?
Yes, there are.
So
murder is wrong today and murder was wrong 2,000 years ago.
Right, okay, fair. That's not same sex, but fair. I see your point. But
there are moral truths that are transcendent.
But he should have pointed out that he switched the premise because he was talking about genders and then he started talking about same-sex cohabitation.
Of time, place, and matter.
Okay, but so just to clarify, you believe that this is in the Bible. This is laid out in the Bible that man shall not sleep with man, and so therefore...
Well, it's also repeated throughout the New Testament as well. In the book of Matthew, Jesus reaffirms the biblical standard for marriage.
Okay, so I'm going to make two very, very quick points. So the first, so if we look at the Old Testament in isolation, just to start off with, as an example. So let's look at Exodus 35:2. Which suggests that if you work on the Sabbath, you should be put to death. If you look at Leviticus 11:7, it suggests that if you have pork, you should be put to death. Let me finish, I'll be done. If you plant two crops side by side, you should be...
What if I point to you these literalist interpretations of scripture in the Bible or whatever? It's not going to matter.
Stoned by your entire village.
How are these people just bringing up like the dumb, absolute dumbest points and dumbest ways of like...
If you wear a suit, which you are wearing now, that contains
of going after these arguments.
Two different fibers intertwined into the same jacket, you should be burned to the stake by your own mother. Now, following that rationale, in Leviticus 18:22, when it states that man shall not sleep with man, why aren't we burning ourselves at the stake as well? Why aren't we stoning ourselves to death?
Do you care to address my main contention that Christ affirmed biblical marriage in the book of Matthew? And can you tell me the difference between the ceremonial, the moral, and...
I'll just ignore you.
The ritual law. And then finally, also, tell me about Christianity, the difference between the new and the old covenant, or are you just going to cherry pick?
This is basically going to, like this kid is gish galloping by cherry picking different points of scripture that all of these people have all heard of. And then you're going to get a deluge of counter arguments that also don't fucking matter because it is a nonsense way to even try to have this conversation.
Pick certain verses of ancient Israel that do not apply to new Christianity.
Fair. Okay, so we'll look at 2 points then. So firstly, if we look at the Old Testament, we can see the kind of inconsistencies there. We've already touched upon that, right? That makes sense. Secondly, you mentioned the point of Jesus and Christ. He never mentioned anything to do with homosexuality at all.
Well, hold on a second. He affirmed biblical marriage as one man and one woman. He said a man shall leave his
Romans, right? In the New Testament.
No, in Matthew, that is not correct. I believe
in the New Testament.
In the New Testament. Well, Romans is also in the New Testament. Secondly, in Romans 1, the Apostle Paul talks negatively about homosexuality explicitly. Also, homosexuality is repeated.
It is so stupid to think that you as an atheist with your cherry-picked Bible quotes that all of these people have heard and been confronted with and don't care. They don't try to incorporate it into their worldview. They just find arguments that other people have made for them to memorize so they can shoot them down. You're like, do not go toe to toe with people on theology and stuff like this. He's obviously going to know more than you as a fucking atheist.
In the book of Titus and in the book of Jude as not being favorable as the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Even if it's a stupid interpretation, it will be a more informed interpretation than you're going to have from whatever you got on ChatGPT.
Not even talking about the Old Testament verses. There are 3 types of the 613 Levitical laws, and you know, of course, in your own way, cherry pick some of them. We do not live under the ceremonial, we do not live under the ritual, but we do live under the moral. There's only 10 of the moral that we as Christians believe we're bound to. Some believe 9, which of course is the Decalogue. And so none of those that you mentioned we as Christians believe that we live under. However, we do look at what Christ articulated as the biblical standard of marriage. And we can also look to church tradition for this as well. And the church has had a tradition for well over 2,000 years. Even myself as a Protestant acknowledges that tradition.
The thing for this kid to be pointing out is the way that you are seeing a move away. More developed countries are increasingly becoming secular. And that even when you're seeing the supposed rightward shift in young men, young women, etc., whatever, they are not, that does not mean that they're more willing to embrace Christianity, like Christian conservatism or Catholicism. They're not converting en masse. We're not seeing these sorts of upticks in religiosity in our society today. A lot of it these attitudes are like reactionary in nature. It's not grounded in some sort of like biblical principle or embrace of like religion all of a sudden. So he should be asking him, like, how do you reconcile the fact that like you are leaving a movement with like faith first, Christian first values, but all of the young people that are coming into this movement have zero interest in any of the religious bullshit that you're trying to sell them. They are interested in a conservative worldview that's actually not informed by Christianity, Jesus Christ. And then he's going to have to outline the uphill battle to get people to like convert into Christianity as like young adults and stuff.
Is marriage between one man and one woman.
And fair point. But okay, say we put aside the Old Testament for now. We'll put that aside and the inconsistencies there. We'll look purely at the New Testament following your rationale. Okay? Now, when you say that Christ lays specifically, and the New Testament states specifically that man shall not sleep with man, I'd like to point out a linguistic error on that point.
I did not say that. I said the biblical marriage was affirmed, and then Romans 1 did talk negatively about the action of homosexuality.
And ultimately, that affirmation comes from 8 lines in there that suggest that man shall not sleep with man.
Yes, of course, yes. Because the Old Testament and New Testament harmonize one another, but Christ...
Is he going to do... Maybe he's of the like whole love the sin or hate the sin type bullshit where you can be gay, you just can't act on it. That's basically the Catholic Church's position on it.
Brought it to a different level, a different covenant, and a different moral teaching. It wasn't just enough to say that you shall, man shall strike eye for eye, so that you shall turn the other cheek, that you shall love your enemy. Christ's moral standard was much more even elevated than that of the Israelites and the Hebrews.
Well, I'm going to ask you whose Bible. Okay, now your Bible that you use currently is written in the English language, right? Correct?
Yeah, the King James Version, yes, thanks to Tyndale.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's written in the English language, which in itself is only, say, 500.
I was going to say there are like, I don't know if it's contradictory, but there are different interpretations of the types of scriptures that instruct this. That there are some that say like it doesn't actually say men shouldn't lie with men. It should say like people shouldn't lay with children. It's actually condemning pedophilia, not homosexuality.
500 years old. Now, but the Christianity in itself say it's 2,000 years old or even older. Yeah, correct. Now, which means that the Bible was originally written not in English but in ancient
Koine Greek.
Huh?
Love the believer, hate the religion. I like that.
Koine Greek.
Yeah, correct. Now, if we look at the Greek terminology, man,
which is funny because that logic used with homosexuality is like the same logic that was employed during the Spanish Inquisition, where Spain told Jews that you can be Jewish, you just can't practice it. You needed to they were trying to like convert people to Christianity, which I'm sure if you asked Ben Shapiro would be a form of anti-Semitism. But if you tried to point out, but they weren't saying that they couldn't be Jewish, they just said that they couldn't practice it. He would never accept that.
Yes, and Jesus spoke Aramaic. You could translate things. You acknowledge that.
Well, we translate things, but translations are linguistically ambiguous. As a former classicist, I know that language can't be translated directly. So, for example, if we look at the translation of certain words into man, so I've got two words here. So I've got malakoi, which means essentially soft, which isn't necessarily directly saying a gay man. And then we've got, oh God, how do I say that? Arsena koitai, which essentially means prostitutes. Now, if we look at things linguistically, we can pick apart the Bible and say that actually, it wasn't saying man shall not sleep with man, it's saying man shall not sleep with prostitutes, which is an entirely different linguistic thing.
I'm not even getting...
Oh, I thought it was going to be child or children, not prostitutes.
Into Leviticus, though.
But no,
my contention is completely New Testament focused. So
this isn't Leviticus.
Well, but you said man shall not speak of the men. So you're talking about Romans 1.
Well, okay, these words are used throughout the
Right, well, actually, in Romans 1, it was actually women sleeping with women. So you got your...
You are going up against the entire consensus of like all of these Christian churches across America. Like they're not interested in your like idiosyncratic interpretation of these texts.
Your verse is wrong. In Romans 1, Paul is prophesying about the end of the world, and he's saying that in the end times, woman will like with woman like and man.
Like, why not fight on principles of like you're trying to insert like religion into government, and the you know Western democracy that you're championing does not allow, like, not only did the founding fathers and framers not explicitly say that they did not want these sort of you know theocratic societies, but you are actively trying to subvert that and influence it in like in a way that is antithetical to like the enlightenment principles of the Enlightenment. It's like get them on stuff like that.
And well, I think it might say man like you have to get the verses specifically, but it is agreed upon, and you can agree. This is why tradition is important. And I even
to debate religion against a religious person kind of seems like it just alienates and bores your own side anyway. It is because it's a pointless argument. It's like a semantic argument at this point.
Say this as a Protestant, is that we believe that scripture is very important, but also look to tradition.
Like, who cares why they believe what they believe when you're like actually face to face with them? Obviously, you should know your enemy and like look into these things, fine. But when you're actually faced with them and you can confront them, you should talk about the practical ways that they're attempting to have religion be manifested and like inserted into government that's going to impact everybody.
Church tradition has had an unbroken chain affirming matrimony, holy matrimony being one man, one woman. One, even as a non-Catholic, I'm glad that Pope Leo has reaffirmed in the last couple of days. And so I'm not even sure your contention, your point.
Oh, somebody asked about the Pope. He like just name drop Pope Leo.
Are you saying that the Bible doesn't affirm marriage as one man, one woman? Or are you saying church tradition doesn't affirm marriage one man, one woman?
The Bible doesn't affirm.
Okay,
Well, clearly doesn't affirm.
That is complete nonsense.
Well, it's not. It's a linguistic error. And it's debated.
But Christ our Lord, which is the standard, he affirms this idea that you will leave your father's home. Going back to Genesis 12 and this idea of Abraham leaving his father's home, and you will cleave to your wife. That it'll be called one. In fact, this idea of a new creation, which is something that is then used by the Apostle Paul to describe the church of Christ and the bride of the church, and the church being the bride of Christ with Jesus. So I'm not even sure your contention. It is.
Yeah, but you're just avoiding my point. I'm saying the Bible that we have today is 100% a translation, and a translation
I acknowledge
is
that.
ambiguous.
And well, hold on. But what about specifically in Matthew or in the book of Romans? And but in order for you to be correct, you mean the church fathers translated it wrong when they were within like 50 years of this. In order for your contention to be correct, you have to say that the early church fathers that wrote the early letters to the church, they were translating it wrong, and the tradition they established was wrong. So by then we can lean on tradition and scripture. So when you get tradition plus scripture, you get something.
There's any critique to be had. It's why religious conservatives like Kirk have aligned themselves behind Trump, who's very not religious to say the least. Well, because when you said like it's not useful either, it's like even if Trump himself is not particularly religious, he is willing to fulfill the policy goals and aims of the most religious in this country, like the evangelical base, because he knows it's where he gets a great deal of his support. It's also why pointing to the fact that like Joe Biden was probably one of the most religious presidents we've had in a while. Only our second Catholic president, continuing the the tradition of Catholic presidents never being able to get a second term. Like pointing that out doesn't mean they don't care, because it doesn't matter that he is personally religious when their worldview and like, you know, his policy choices contradict with theirs.
That is authentic.
Like when that person brought up like, oh, Stormy Daniels, like why bring that up in a legal context? Why not bring up that this dude who's like this gung-ho Christian that wants to spread Christianity to the masses is throwing his weight behind somebody who is clearly a fucking atheist, clearly does not give a shit about the Bible, and does not even adhere to not just religious principles of like marriage and morality, but like the basic decency of like, he was literally cheating on pregnant Melania when he was hooking up with Stormy Daniels.
That is real and that is verifiable.
And I'm sure he's just going to say he's a sinner, he can be forgiven, and just move on.
I've already highlighted that tradition does not align with scripture. We've gone back thousands of years to ancient Mesopotamia.
But understand, at the time, they all spoke Greek, they wrote Greek, and they spoke Aramaic. So, for example, when they were writing the early Gospels, the synoptic Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, they were obviously writing in Greek. They knew that language. So in Matthew, when they were writing Greek, and then the early church fathers knew Greek and adopted that as church tradition, we have a 2,000...
Like, where is it? I think this is like the one moment that Biden did okay in this debate. this otherwise train wreck of a fucking debate. I think he points out that he was like, he was cheating on his wife.
Let's give a taste here as part of our special coverage of the CNN presidential debate. A moment here for Joe Biden talking to Donald Trump.
And think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
The fact that he was like kind of like nodding, like, yeah, I really did cheat on her. Really did cheat on her.
Broken chain, I think you would irrefutably say that it was the teachings of Christ for one man and one woman. Because the church tradition has been unbroken for 2,000 years, and they derived it from scripture of that original language.
You can't argue that. That makes sense. I mean, if we agree to disagree, then why don't we look at biology?
So you know better than the church fathers?
No, I don't. I'm not saying I know better than the church fathers. What I'm saying is linguistically, there is undeniably an error, regardless of what you say. That is
our lens, maybe, but not from the people when they were making these traditions.
I agree. They may have got that right, but that may not have been their original meaning. What we're saying is the meaning has been warped over time because societal and cultural contexts, such as the British Empire.
Please not bring this question to a close, please.
It can be, but that is why tradition matters, because the tradition, they understood the context.
Tradition is context dependent.
Well, yes and no, because of course tradition is, but if the tradition lasts for 2,000
I mean, like, this guy actually does in some ways have him on the back foot, but it's over a completely, like, meaningless and pointless thing.
years, then we look back as to how did they get to that conclusion? How did they reach that verdict? And if
But maybe this could be useful. Maybe there's some, like, right-wing religious influencer that is like, atheist, you know, puts Charlie Kirk to shame, what he got wrong.
That verdict is in alignment with what we see in scripture. It means that their verdict was correct in scripture.
They never reached that verdict, as I have historically pointed out.
And all of the major church councils, it was very
modern day.
Well, no, I'm talking about like 300 and 400 and 500. The original
in the scale of 2,000 years is nothing.
No, but they set this unbroken chain. We've had an unbroken chain in a course that says that marriage is one man and one woman. The church has never wavered on this.
Noted by the British Empire under British form of Christianity.
I'm talking all the way back to like 200 or 300. The idea of biblical Christianity goes back to the early times of the church when it was a scattered, persecuted church, well before King Justinian and well before the Eastern Roman Empire, well before mass conversions. When it was a persecuted church, the church believed in one man, one woman, and because they got it from the scripture itself. We want to keep going, or
can we move on to the next question, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the donation. Could do one.
Thank you. Our next question is from Damsith Wimalasena from Lucy Cavendish College. Thank you.
Hello, Charlie. Thank you for being here. Just before I start with my question, I wanted to address something you said earlier on sort of Western Christian values being the reason for the abolishment of slavery globally. I'm not sure whether you know this. I've seen you repeating this quite often. I'm a practicing Buddhist, and it was actually Buddhist emperors, Emperor Ashoka of India, who first abolished slavery globally. So I would ask you to sort of look at other sort of...
I will look into that. He did it globally? They had that much, the Buddhists had that much span of influence?
Oh, within India.
Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, my first question, or my only question is, you've advocated and applauded the reducing and removing of public funding for universities on the grounds they promote ideological biases. Given that universities play a critical role in driving national innovation, research, and upward mobility, especially through federally funded grants, how do you reconcile this position with the broader societal value that higher education institutes offer?
Well, they can, but in Harvard's case, for example, who's getting their funding pulled, they have a $50 billion endowment. Just so we are clear, in pounds, that would be like what, 42 billion, 45 billion? I mean, I'm trying to learn the conversion rate here. I mean, it's an extraordinary amount of money. They can either use their endowments to fund it, and if you have certain behavior and certain practices...
Wait, I got distracted. We have to go back. Sorry.
Ideological biases. Given that universities play a critical role in driving national innovation, research, and upward mobility, especially through federally funded grants, how do you reconcile this position with the broader societal value that higher education institutes offer?
Well, they can, but in Harvard's case, for example, who's getting their funding pulled, they have a $50 billion endowment. Just so we are clear, in pounds, that would be like what, 42 billion, 45 billion? I mean, I'm trying to...
But this is already stupid because unless they make this policy across every single, like, university or college in the United States, foreign students are just going to move to those schools. So what's the point? You're just kicking the can down the road.
I mean, it's an extraordinary amount of money. They can either use their endowments to fund it, and if you have certain behavior and certain practices, then you should not get federal funding. Harvard is in direct violation of the United States Supreme Court fair admissions case, which says you cannot discriminate people based on the color of their skin.
Go ahead.
But isn't the whole point of it, you can't use endowments like that. The point of
they can.
The point of an endowment is to manage a fund through perpetuity. Cambridge has an endowment, and that endowment allows professorships to be funded to allow for research into sciences. That's the whole point of an endowment.
Hold on, you just said it funds research into sciences. That's what they should do with their monstrosity of an endowment.
Yeah, but the endowment is...
The interest alone on their endowment could fund the entire research and development budget of most Ivy League schools. They have a $50 billion endowment. Even like a podunk money manager in America can earn a 7 to 10% investment in the markets the last couple of years. That's $5 billion of returns that endowment could then reinvest in whatever they want. Instead, Harvard has become a hedge fund with a radical school attached. And I think that's very wrong for U.S. taxpayers.
What's funny is that the position of the conservatives back in the Obama era, as well as the Biden administration, is that they did not like that Biden, they felt like Obama's administration and Biden's administration were attempting to micromanage the way that college campuses looked into accusations of sexual assault, rape on campus, etc. Because they changed rules related to Title IX. So if they found that public university schools, etc., were not in compliance with these rules, they said that they would pull funding from them. And the right was saying that this is an overreach, that there should not be these sorts of federal standards that exist for universities or whatever, that it should be left to the universities to decide how they adjudicate these claims in case of these accusations of SA. But then when it comes to this, they're using the same mechanisms to attempt to enforce it.
Payers to continue to subsidize.
But it's not just Harvard. You've called on colleges being a scam. You've constantly attacked higher education institutes. You've attacked liberal arts as a scam. For example, like a lot of conservatives, Peter Thiel studied philosophy at Stanford. Ronald Reagan studied sociology. A lot of them did study liberal arts, and you keep undermining these august institutions, which have provided a lot for society. Like society's backbones have been universities and higher learning institutes, and yet you keep attacking them.
Well, they used to be largely, but again, I don't want to speak too much about this country, but in America, they don't represent fundamental American values. You know, Peter Thiel, after he graduated Stanford, wrote an entire book criticizing...
He's going to have to explain why, even though the overwhelming majority, all of the top leaders of the Republican Party, when you look at their education and their backgrounds, they all went to these sorts of Ivy League schools.
College and then paying.
He's gonna have to explain why that's not valuable, why it doesn't matter, why there are exceptions, why they did something that undid their liberal education.
People not to go to college. So Peter Thiel, who spoke at this very school, and you guys had a great conversation with him, do you know that he believes college is such a scam? He would pay people $100,000 a year for 20 years straight not to go to college. So not exactly a good argument in your favor. Peter Thiel, who got a philosophy degree, made billions of dollars, and has now forked over tens of millions of dollars.
Because you can find one exception, that means the general rule is disproven somehow.
For people not to go to U.S. universities and colleges.
Yeah, but it's not just Peter Thiel.
I know, but you mentioned him, I didn't. But to complete the point is that...
Thomas went to did liberal arts.
Look,
there's no way that you can look at Peter Thiel's career and say that his success is completely divorced from his college education. It doesn't matter that he went on to say, oh, it didn't do anything for me, or if he disavowed it or whatever, or it's completely irrelevant. You can't look at his life while divorcing that. There's no way to know what it would have been like if he had never gone to university.
In America, there are far too many people going to college. We need people to become welders, electricians, people that work with their hands. There is a major trade deficit problem in the United States. Of
course, they don't want to increase the minimum wage or let those jobs actually, be worth a damn. There's a reason why it's difficult to get people into these sectors now. It's because they don't want to pay them more. You could get more people in trades if you wanted to pay them more, if you wanted to give them more benefits attached to these positions, but they don't want to do that either. They want at-will employment. They want people to be able to be fired right away. They don't want to have to give them mandate that their employers actually give them healthcare. They don't want to have to make them give them dental. They don't want to let them unionize, like somebody pointed out.
States.
The other thing is that the Republican Party does really, really well with people that are not college educated. That's another reason why they don't want people educated.
We have 11 million
The Republican Party, I think, does exceedingly well. Does the Republican Party do well with non-college high school graduates, I believe?
Paying jobs that we cannot find enough labor for, and instead we have a lot of people going to university to go study North African lesbian poetry.
The diploma divide. There's a significant and growing divide in American politics based on education levels. Voters with college degrees increasingly support the Democratic Party, while those without are more likely to favor the Republican Party. And to be clear, this is not good because the amount of people in the United States that actually have college educations is like not enough, but the ones that get college educations tend to be more reliable voters. So somebody should be pointing this out, that isn't this just all a fig leaf for the fact that you need more people voting for Republicans, and a way that you can guarantee that is if you discourage people from pursuing higher education at all. You should make them confront the fact that it's one of the things that actually drives wealth inequality in this country, is that once you have earned a college degree, you are far more likely to out-earn every single counterpart because now you have higher education and your labor is far more valuable.
Poetry. It might sound good, but it doesn't necessarily...
This was like a debate that I had with like Saucecast, where he was trying to argue with me that you couldn't actually, it wasn't like college diplomas were not very reliable or like a reliable way to predict income. And I said it wasn't true. And he was like making up shit about like crypto.
Either development, the content, the character, or the development of the soul, and B, it does not necessarily also give you the skills necessary. Some college is good for you. I'm a big proponent of Hillsdale College.
Guys, can you please be quiet?
I believe Hillsdale College is America's greatest college, and I'm a big proponent of that. But I would ask a question. In your own words, what do you believe the purpose of college is?
It's critical engagement. But coming back to your point on lesbian poetry or whatever.
North African lesbian poetry.
North African lesbian poetry. So in the morning, I actually had a lecture on development policy. And one of the key authors on sort of development economics is Nussbaum, who talks about how liberal arts sort of engages you critically. And one could argue, even North African lesbian poetry, I don't think that's a degree. I think that's just a module within a degree.
Maybe.
Yeah. That makes you
The fact you don't know shows how rotten to the core universities have become.
You're taking one example and telling conservatives and hordes of young people that college is a scam. College isn't a scam. I mean, I took my mum down to a pub just down the road where Watson and Crick announced DNA.
Wait 1 second.
If college is a scam, DNA wouldn't have been discovered. With cancer research.
Hold on a second. Yes, you're right. At this specific university, you guys split the atom. You had Sir Isaac Newton. You had some of the greatest minds of the West. I don't know about what's happening here, and I'm not going to criticize it. But at most colleges in the West, they've gone away from places of inquiry and appreciation of what is good and what is beautiful, and into this incessant oppression Olympics of trying to deconstruct the core canon that is our birth certificate. I don't know if that's happening here. It's certainly...
That's not true, though.
In America, it is objectively true, okay?
That isn't true.
Okay. No, first of all, they removed Western civilization as a core course in Stanford in the 1990s. They tried to bring it back with petitions, and the university said, no, teaching Western civilization is racist. Shakespeare is not taught at major, let me finish. Shakespeare is not taught at major universities across America because it's deemed as racist. I talked to some students earlier in the English department, and they said, hey, I'm studying Shakespeare. I said, that's refreshing because in a lot of US schools, they don't teach Shakespeare because he's called racist. You would be surprised at how wretched to the core some of these colleges have become in America.
If you look at the Global Innovation Index, America, which is predominantly, a lot of their majors are in humanities and liberal arts, they're number 2 on the Global Innovation Index. China is somewhere near 13. If you look at every metric, Fortune 1000 CEOs, 40% did humanities and liberal arts. There is a value in liberal.
Wait, what? I'm so distracted because I think I see Maya Luna in this clip. Hold on.
To gain some perspective, but I am a disagreeer. So seeing that we talked about the housing market and we talked about the price of college, right, going skyrocket in America. If we look to our European neighbors.
Oh fuck no! Okay, she wasn't the one that confronted him. This is like femboy math. So it was somewhere in the. And it looked like she was somewhere in this video because they used her in the thumbnail, but she's not in it.
How many of you have felt that?
Sorry.
Yet you're criticizing
it. And I'm going to keep on criticizing it. Also, the vast majority of liberal arts graduates do not respect freedom of speech. That is an empirical poll. They increasingly do not have reverence or gratitude for the United States of America. They don't care about the core values of the U.S. Constitution. If you want to go to college, that's fine. But in our country...
Why not? That was a perfect opportunity for this kid to point out that the reason why he's discouraging it is because it's causing people to disagree with him.
40% of kids that enter college do not graduate. The kids that do graduate, half of them end up getting jobs that do not require any sort of college degree. There are all these made-up degrees. In America, I know...
Okay, so the job might not require a college degree, but when you actually look at the income scales, you're far more likely, even in the jobs and stats that he's probably talking about, you're probably still likely to out-earn your counterparts that didn't have a college degree when they got those same jobs.
It's different than the experience you might be having here. Your tutoring system here is objectively great. I'm glad you guys have it. The class sizes in America are 400 to 500 students, sometimes per introductory course. You go hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt, study things that don't matter to find jobs that do not exist. And so let me just make one final point, is that, of course, some people should be going to college. But generally in the United States of America, it has become a racket of debt. It has become a burden and a place where we're actually not putting our best and brightest into the job field itself to be equipped for the jobs of the future. Instead, we have a lot of baristas at Starbucks with philosophy degrees.
You also mentioned indoctrination. As per the Oxford Dictionary's definition of indoctrination, it means that you take a belief and you can't critically observe that belief. Turning Point USA has over 30,000 chapters, 3,000 chapters across US universities. So are you arguing that students, including conservatives, lack the critical thinking skills to sort of decide political ideologies, political beliefs, that they're so dumbfounded that they can't decide for themselves what's right and what's wrong, and that your whole premise is on the fact that students like us, we lack critical thought in deciding what is taught in schools?
Again, I'm not using Cambridge as the school that I think of, but in America, we have millions of people that go to these massive state schools that have humanities departments that are not reading the great books, that do not have a tutoring system, that are unfortunately laced with the most anti-Western thought imaginable. I don't really quite following what one thing has to do with the other, why 3,000 chapters has something to do with your indictment. Maybe you can clarify.
Or like he should ask him like, okay, so if colleges had like pro-Western biases, or like talking like suddenly there was this influx of like Christianity into like standard college and university curriculum, would he support it? And see if he flips.
But I think we're out of time.
You can clarify, but then we'll move on.
In general, colleges should be a place that lift you up to what is good, true, and beautiful. To study the great things that have been, to develop your soul and develop your character. Character in Greek literally means like tattoo, to etch within you. Far too often, colleges create ungrateful, pessimistic, and nihilistic revolutionaries that want to tear down what was before and instead have no alternative to build a future, and the West is suffering because of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I disagree, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
That could be probably the best one I've seen so far.
Thank you. Our next question is from Archie McIntosh at Jesus College.
It's good to meet you, Charlie. I hope you can understand, first of all, I'm a little nervous. There's a very real chance I could wake up tomorrow, front page of YouTube. Charlie Kirk owns man bun idiot with facts and logic. So
destroys.
Yeah, destroys. Okay, so my question is, I agree that stable monogamous relationships often produce the best outcomes for society, but if that structure really works for everyone, why do we consistently see societies, once they become safer and more prosperous, move away from traditional monogamy? And why do so many marriages still end in divorce, even among people who generally try to make it work? And just one final framing there. If you believe in free markets because they are decentralized and they adapt to reality without top-down control, and given the individual ability to form healthy long-term pair bonds very significantly with factors like genetics and ecologically calibrated attachment styles, why do you reject top-down control in economics but not extend that same rejection to human behavior in terms of marriage?
Okay, so the first one, the second law of thermodynamics answers.
This is actually like a good line of questioning.
Your question is that it's the law of decay. Societies tend to decay against the roots that created them. For example, as a side note, here in this country, you guys invented the idea of free speech. You brought it to the world. You guys do not have free speech in this country anymore. 30 people a day are arrested in the UK for inflammatory social media posts. Someone by the name...
This is the Tim Pool line. Tim Pool was saying that there are people getting beheaded in the UK and people getting jailed for telling jokes.
...of Lucy Connolly is currently facing prison time for a Facebook post that was critical of migrants. It is normal, unfortunately, for civilizations to get away from how they once operated and how they once were. Now, to your question, does that answer the first part of your question? You were saying, why do they get away from monogamy? I want to make sure I'm answering your question.
I would say I don't feel that that's a full answer.
Okay, so you're asking why do they get away from what works? Is that correct?
Yes. Well, why do societies make this change once they become more prosperous?
Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, because prosperity leads to degeneracy, for sure. That would be the answer. And so once you are prosperous, you tend to no longer have the moral guardrails or the limitations. Let's just say you no longer have delayed gratification because you have instant gratification because you have a surplus of goods, and then you have a decline of a transcendent moral order. The second part of the question, can you remind me, please, what the second question was? About markets?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, for example, I believe in intervention in markets if there is something that is improper morally. So, for example, I do not believe that you should be able to scam your neighbor or have misleading advertising because I believe in a transcendent moral standard, and the same goes for my personal...
Wait, he doesn't support that?
I believe in intervention in markets if there is something that is improper morally. So, for example, I do not believe that you should be able to scam your neighbor or have misleading advertising because I believe in a transcendent moral standard, and the same goes for my
A transcendent moral standard is his argument for like consumer protection bureaus.
Personal views on marriage.
Okay, so I think we largely agree on the foundation. I'd like to propose something that you might like to think about. So, firstly, I absolutely acknowledge that, again, if everyone in society was able to maintain healthy long-term pair bonds, that would be best. Again, there's strong data showing that independent of socioeconomic factors, broken homes are some of the strongest predictors of poor life outcomes.
We totally agree.
Yes. And even, I'm not sure if many people here are aware of this, but if you track, as countries become more socially egalitarian, somewhat surprisingly, rates of female depression and anxiety also spike disproportionately. So I think one of the problems here is that when you try and impose moral absolutism, inevitably, again, due to variance in attachment issues, due to industrialized culture, absent parents, screens, raising kids, around 50% of adults in the West develop attachment disorders, which make it very difficult to maintain long-term pair bonds. And then additionally, you have things like variation in oxytocin receptors, in density and shape, also in vasopressin. There are going to be, even if there's 5% of people who feel that these rules really do not fit them, they will push back. And this will create ideologies that then grow into more wider appealing ideologies, which then lead to the change. I think this is what happened in the sexual revolution. It started with a push for female autonomy, and then it was almost morphed into a really exaggerated expression of pushing for maximizing individual freedom. And I think that when you try and impose moral absolutism this way, it just inevitably causes pushback. And I think if you were to, as someone with a platform, instead say, hey, monogamy is great, it works best for most people, but I also understand there are some people it doesn't work so well for, more people would hear the message that you want to push.
Okay, thank you for that. That's an interesting, I've actually never gotten that question before. It's very thoughtful. Would you say you're against moral absolutism then?
Yes, I would.
Are you against that absolutely?
He's about to get led into some trap.
No, I'm very open to having my mind changed. And
so it's not an absolute thing?
Well, I'm against moral absolutism.
Are you against moral absolutism? Absolutely.
No.
Okay, so then you're consistent. So
I think
it's all just kind of, it's preference, not, it's about preference. And you could just basically do whatever you prefer. There is no transcendent moral order.
Well, I think what you're doing there is slightly...
Is Kirk anti-Doge or anti-Musk? There's no way he is.
Slightly unfairly putting me into a loop, because I'm very open to having my mind changed.
No, that's fine. What I'm saying, though, is that by definitionally, and this is something that will keep on coming back, you must choose what moral standard we live by. I'm very clear as to what moral standard. The lie of the West, of modernity, the last 30 years, is that we're going to have you live and let live, and there will be no moral standard. That itself is a moral standard, and it's a really bad one. And to your point, that yes, it creates more suffering, it creates more despair. And no, I disagree with what you say, and I respect the heart of what you're saying it. I will say that I have a moral obligation not to accommodate when people fall short, but instead try to lift them up towards the standard that is true and that I know that works.
So where I'd push this is I'd ask you, you describe people falling short when they fail to engage in long-term monogamy. What do you think causes that? Why do you think some people struggle?
Many reasons. Economic is one of them, but the biggest is the death of religion and the death of Christianity in the West. As America, I'll just talk about America. The UK is unfortunately far less church than
I have no idea if money is tied to whether
in America. But as America has become less churched, so many of these social ills rise.
So one thing I'd say, I study the evolution of behavior, in particular sexual romantic behavior. If you track all the different hunter-gatherer cultures that we can study, and we track how agriculture shapes things, you see that ecological conditions really reliably predict the prevalence of monogamy, certain marriage systems, and what I think is what we refer to as attachment issues. They seem to be an ecological calibration to an environment. In environments that are more unstable, it's less optimal for an individual to grow up with a tendency to rely on long-term pair bonds. And I think there's a mismatch with the modern world, again, coming back to industrialization. There are so many people who raise kids, as absent parents, daycare is massively linked to attachment issues. This then causes people to struggle to bond long term. And then again, coming back to the genetic part, there's again real research showing that especially vasopressin mutations and oxytocin mutations, some people really just do not have the proclivity for this.
What brings stability? Because you say stability is a good thing. And what would bring stability?
So first of all,
hold on. There, okay, I don't know what happened. Okay. I was saying that I've noticed that whenever the interlocutor comes in and they lay out, they have this really, really robust argument and they lay out all of these different premises and they've clearly done some research. They've thought about what they were going to say beforehand. Charlie Kirk immediately starts to have this very, very, very simple retort and he starts asking him basic questions. He doesn't really engage with what he's saying at all. Or what the other person is saying at all. And then conversely, if the other person tries to come in with these very, very just simple questions, he immediately starts loading a bunch of terms in, starts gish galloping. There's no, that's something to pay attention to.
I would say we had what you might consider stability in the previous century, and then it became unstable. And then things...
Why?
I'm saying because moral absolutism was imposed.
Moral absolutism was lost. You see, modernity rose. We started to teach our kids moral relativism, and we got rid of moral absolutes. So it's the opposite.
So why was it lost? Was it lost because people stopped pushing for top down?
Question to a close.
Why was it lost? That's a question for far smarter minds. I can only tell you that it was. In America, it's honestly one of the worst decisions, not just worst ideas ever, which is modern feminism, largely from Betty Friedan's feminist mystique, which acted as if every woman who's in a monogamous marriage in the States is in some sort of tyrannical environment. And it has led to the women of the West being...
That's not what she argues in that book. She argues that the things that were supposed to like liberate women ended up taking on a life of their own and being constraining in different ways that people like women previously hadn't considered or imagined.
The most miserable, most depressed, most suicidal, most prescription drug addicted cohort on the planet. And I think we need to appropriately challenge feminism and tell young women that it's okay, in fact it's courageous to get...
Also, they constantly bring up these like stats on like, did you know women are more depressed now? Did you know women are more reliant on like prescription medication to manage their fucking bipolar and stuff like that? And it's like, obviously all of the data related to like women and men's mental health now in the last like 20 years is surveyed not only far more frequently, but in a much more advanced and comprehensive way than it was in the 1950s, when they were not bothering to poll any of this shit, or to the extent that they did, it was not sophisticated inquisitions into how people conceived of their mental health and mental struggles. So we have more data now, but they always try to play that out like, oh, we had the same type of data available in the 50s and stuff like that. So things have obviously regressed, when it's just not true.
Married and have children again. I think it would solve a lot of our problems.
Well, I've been told to.
Thank you very much.
Which is so funny because the stereotype of like a housewife in the 50s is like this woman that's just drinking and barred out to get through the day and just on barbiturates to like have sex with her husband, who maybe was in the closet. That's like the stereotype that is conjured up in my mind.
Right, yeah, thank you.
Our next question is from Tilly Middlehurst at Fitzwilliam College.
So I'm a feminist. My question is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes. An adult human female, it's a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's say you're a member of a tribe, and in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? Biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So I don't...
Yeah, it's super easy. Like, can a woman have a prostate?
So as per my definition of woman, I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male.
Yes, the answer to this is yes.
But they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Okay, got it. So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, that was a longer way to just say yes.
So you're a feminist that actually isn't just fighting for women. You're also fighting...
You have to just answer these questions. I was like asked the same thing on Fresh and Fit. Can a woman have a dick? Yes, they can.
For men.
So yes, men also experience harms from patriarchy, but
I think a better way, like she uses her like tattoo example, a better way to illustrate that our social conception of womanhood is not mapped on very neatly, if not at all, with biological realities of womanhood, quote unquote, like trans women. Trans women groom their hair, they shave their legs. Well, why are they doing that? Women are predisposed to have natural leg hair growth and facial hair growth. They do it because it's a social expectation that conforms with how we socialize women. So when you see trans women or people that are attempting to affirm their gender through like social habits or, grooming habits and whatnot, and step into those roles, they're not truly reflecting or like attempting to embody women in their biological state. It just ends up being a reflection of like social norms.
I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So men also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt, right? So are we understanding that there are patterns of power? So I would also fight for the rights of men as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
I I think I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction today because, not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen in countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s, we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah. That's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny.
We've always been
hold on a second. Why are suicide rates going up more for women?
I think that
Forget
encourages...
complaining. Materially, women are killing themselves more. Why is that?
I think that even if both men and women have become unhappier, men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Can you at least concede that feminism offers only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but feminism is the glaring thing in front of us, where we have fertility rates down, we have marriage rates down, we have unhappiness up, and we did something in the 1960s out of the universities of Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said, you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control, and all of a sudden women are way unhappier than they were 40 years.
So funny that they're also decrying second-wave feminists, which are far more likely to be transphobic in my experience.
Years ago, and I just have to ask the question, why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect.
It's like all these women that he's decrying in a lot of ways are biological essentialists when you actually read their work.
And that deep down, a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it and we should support it. And we should say it means nothing if you're going to go be a CEO of some shoe company or be some banker in London. What matters if you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
I think I would bring 2 points to that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles. I would say that we can recognize that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion, housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth, monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere with politics, and monopolies don't prioritize social health either. I think that those offer more compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it, do you agree that the happiest women of the West are married with kids?
I would have to look into it, but I think there are certain
and objectively we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again, it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time, of which we saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note, you would agree, objectively, study after study, survey after survey.
What he's talking about is not the difference between motherhood and not having kids. It's the difference between being a man and woman, really, for the most part. Because a lot of the things that he's talking about are far more likely to be carried out by men, no?
That the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just...
Or like age. Young people are far more likely to... Young people, antisocial people, and then older people are far more likely to engage in that sort of like direct action and like property destruction than like women that are having kids.
Pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable, but so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure...
You would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, but hold on. I mean, that's an important point, though, is that the women in the West have it the best in the world, and yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here, because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs, and the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine, and they have kids. And maybe there's a biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women...
I've heard these arguments as well. They're like, this trans shit doesn't exist in sub-Saharan Africa. That's how you know it's this like bourgeois boutique thing that only exists in the West out of a product of like feminism, dissatisfaction, and mental illness.
From realizing their full potential. And so without reading your phone and just like, connecting.
I'm not really reading my phone.
Well, it's fine. Sure, then you can answer without it. Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, again, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women.
Women with smaller kids often have to look after their kid, thus less likely to go out to direct action. That's the other thing, is that they just don't have the time to do this, even if they have the desire to. It's discouraging, but not in the way that he's saying. He's making it sound like babies add this like inherent stability to your life, when it's like, no, they're just so time consuming. You don't have time to do anything else.
And we could talk all day long. Like I'm all for that.
Me too.
Okay, good. So we agree.
Absolutely.
We actually have
agree on many things.
Then we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into the UK either.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Can you show me a single? Show me what would your.
Well, actually, Christians aren't violent. We're not blowing ourselves up.
For example, because I have 50 of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women, right?
America.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We had a female woman vice president. We had a female vice president, a female speaker of the House.
She wasn't saying that we've never had women in the government. She was saying that it's possible that women are systemically mistreated.
Women earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Do women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay, I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually. It's not. So.
Isn't it Christian?
And we were talking about Islam. It's a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear, because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith. But as a side note.
Fuck, she should have pounced on that. Like, again. The fact that, like, he was pointing to different women in the government as an example that women can't be mistreated. There are women in the government. And then he, like, totally moved off that point. Yeah, Christianity is the dominant religion in Rwanda.
This is very important, which is, I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and they're miserable for a reason, because we've told them to suppress how they are.
Ooh, retreating back to the talking points.
Are made by God and pursue something else and get a bunch of trinkets and get a bunch of promotions, and they end up at 38 years old with a big flat in London, and they're miserable. And we should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Yeah, okay. I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive, right? Which is that if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave. And in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is happiness,
just use satisfaction surveys. You just told me they're BS.
So are satisfaction surveys bullshit or not? Because you told me they're bullshit.
Do you acknowledge satisfaction surveys or not? You just told me that they're BS. Do you think they're objective? We can use that as data?
I don't think that
yes or no?
it's the only sole data set, but it is a data set that necessarily
you told me there's a flawed and you self-report. Okay, by the macro self-satisfaction data, I am correct. And you are right. When you have paid family leave, you are happier. I'm actually a proponent of that. At Turning Point USA, we pay for 6 months when somebody has a child. I think there's a lot of agreement we can have on that. We need to encourage having more children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look at that, because the greatest thing that is plaguing the West is we're not having enough kids. And it's not just bad because we won't have a future. It's also bad because the present is awfully miserable for too many women as well.
Okay, in which case I think we get...
Do I start bringing this to a close, please?
Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we get to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to the biological. So, for example, my anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact that I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social, you might demarcate that to the biological, in which case we have differing moral scales of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of value, which prioritizes things like the birth rate, when in actual fact there are various other moral scales of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted, extend personal freedoms towards all spheres, including a private sphere?
I believe in absolute truth claims, and it's absolutely wrong and bad when a society stops having kids to replace their own population. And then you have to import the third world and you become the third world. It's bad.
I disagree, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And the final question that we've got time for today is from Sammy McDonald from St. John's College.
Good evening, Mr. Kirk. You've obviously devoted a lot of your life to electing, keeping in power Donald Trump, and you did so partly because...
Didn't this kid, what is it? He was like dubbed Ron Weasley on Twitter because he was like, after Hasan went to Cambridge, he was like concerned trolling him about Hamas or something.
You said Trump would put Americans first and take them out of foreign conflicts. Should we see how that is going at the moment? Currently, Trump has just accepted a $400 million debt from Qatar, which we're assured is perfectly above board. Billions in arms are going to Saudi Arabia, which they're using to bomb and starve Yemeni children. Not sure how that's in the interest of the United States, but it might be in the interest of the $5.5 billion deal his failed sons are receiving. At the same time, this great president of peace has greenlit mass killings not just in Yemen, but in Gaza, where he greenlit an invasion called Operation Gideon's Chariot with the express aim of wiping out the Gazan population. You promised to put America first. Haven't you and your ilk sold America out?
The final boss. Let's see.
No. Well, I'm glad you have great intellectual substance and can answer... Because it's all the culture wars for you, isn't it? The second someone actually tells you what you're doing, which is red.
Can you calm down a little bit? Like, just a little bit? Pounding the table, you're all over the place. No. You want me to go piece by piece? Or would you like me to talk slower?
I think you can.
Number one, Donald Trump is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden gave the
that's going well, isn't it?
It's going well. Can you not interrupt me?
Well.
I allowed
You should have told him to like go nice and slow so we don't get lost in the
you to
sauce.
talk uninterrupted.
You're famous for not interrupting.
Yeah, I haven't interrupted a single person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted, actually? Okay. He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. I believe we will see an end to that war. Number two, he's actually talking to Iran and discouraging Israel.
Wait, what did he say?
I haven't interrupted a single person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted, actually? Okay. He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. I believe we will see an end to that war. Number two, he's actually...
Literally just earlier this year, J.D. Vance said he was not closing off the possibility of committing U.S. troops to Ukraine if necessary. That was a line that even Biden wouldn't cross.
Talking to Iran and discouraging Israel to strike the interior of Iran and has stopped...
Okay, so he tore up the Iran deal, assassinated Soleimani in his first term, and now he is attempting to resurrect the same provisions of the Iran deal and a few more that we were unable to get. So that's his big plan with Iran.
Many other international countries to do the same. Number three, can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan war?
Both of them said he didn't do that.
Well, hold on a second.
Let's go back.
No, that's important.
Russia, Ukraine.
Hold on, that's important.
Can I speak now?
Yes, but the Indian-Pakistan thing, you got to go deeper than that.
Let's go in order. Is a peace summit where the main...
He did interrupt others. Yeah, but it's lame shit to be like, actually, you interrupted this other... Like, you just let it go, stuff like that.
Person in question, Russia doesn't show up.
Because if anybody's paying attention, they'll know he's lying.
That's success, Mr. Kirk.
I'm not even sure.
The main person in question... Let's go in order. Is a peace summit where the main person in question, Russia, doesn't show up? Is that a success, Mr. Kirk?
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure.
A success?
Well, again, these are ongoing negotiations.
I was about to say, isn't Putin like refusing to even come to the negotiating table with Ukraine anymore?
And it's a lot better than when your prime minister, Boris Johnson, went alongside our Secretary of State, Tony Blinken.
So no you is his answer.
To Istanbul and unnecessarily blew up a potential Russian peace deal, which has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians, one of the great unnecessary wars of the modern era. Donald Trump believes in conversation and police through strength. He has been president for well over 120 to 130 days, and he has already ended a war between two nuclear conflicts of India-Pakistan. He has secured our own U.S. southern border.
I don't know anything about India-Pakistan, but something tells me it's a little bit more simple than Trump ended it.
While we were being invaded by foreign powers. And thirdly, he is brokering a potential settlement with Iran that will prevent a major escalation in the Middle East. And finally, it is...
We already had that. We had the Iran nuclear deal. It was unprecedented. It was insane to get Iran to agree to those terms. And now he's trying to get the same terms plus more that we were never going to be able to get.
Very difficult, but I believe they'll get it done.
Trying to resurrect the same deal.
That will finally see an end to the Russian-Ukrainian war.
I'm just going to disregard the enormous lies you just put out there about Russia and Ukraine. But do you really think leverage negotiations work if you cut off all your leverage and scream at one party in the Oval Office? Don't you think that has just emboldened Russia? Because look at the approach. Putin thinks so much of your glorious president, he can't even be asked to show up. You have elected, or help elect, somebody who is at best an idiot and at worst is deeply corrupt.
Okay, again, so Trump and Putin had a 2-hour phone call today. You'll acknowledge that's a good thing. The pursuit of peace can sometimes be a winding road, and it's a lot better than sending hundreds of billions of dollars further into the killing fields of eastern Ukraine, something that tragically both the UK government and the US government has been
He should have pointed out that Trump made it a campaign promise that he would end that on the first day.
unnecessarily supporting for a couple of years.
So ask him, like, why are you supporting somebody that is making promises to the American public that he is incapable of delivering?
President Trump wants to see a brokerage, an ending of this settlement. I pray we can get it. It's very complicated because of the mess that Joe Biden left, which was an active kinetic war with a nuclear power sending American-made missiles into the...
Or he could bring attention to the fact that Trump said that he was going to withdraw from Afghanistan and that he didn't do that, and then Biden was the one who actually did it, and they had to do it by a particular date because of the deal that Trump had negotiated, and that the Biden administration actually lamented and talked about how shocked they were at just how little logistics and plans the Trump administration had left to actually navigate the withdrawal.
The interior of Russia. So President Trump has already ended a war. He's ended an invasion. He's only 130 days into this. And I believe, we do not know. At this point, we are merely speculating, which I think we should not spend our time doing that, because eventually one of us will be right. I believe we'll be right, and I believe we'll see an end to this war.
Can we just talk about $100 billion's worth of weapons? Because you dodged my question on what was going on in the Middle East, where Trump has just signed enormous arms contracts with Saudi Arabia and with Qatar.
Or the fact that he was like, he's trying to protect Israel, and he was like, he could bring up that Trump is starting to directly negotiate with Hamas. He's completely cutting Israel out and negotiated a deal with the Houthis, where one of the requirements was not that they had to stop striking Israel. It was just that they had to stop striking targets in the Red Sea that belonged to the US, and that would be enough for like a truce.
And I noticed you ignored the fact that this might have had anything to do with the blatant corruption going on through the Trump coin and going on through giving the very competent sons of Donald Trump billions of investment from Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is something that is directly embroiling Americans into conflict, but is importantly killing many innocent people. Those nations have been known to terrorize innocent civilian populations. So if you're coming to me and you're objecting to America selling weaponry, why are you defending shilling for the Saudis?
Well, hold on. One is sending weaponry, one is purchasing. Secondly, you do know that the biggest purchase that was announced was commercial airliner, 737, $100 billion. You've heard of Qatar Airways. They purchased $100 billion of commercial airways. You are right, there were some weapons contracts. But I guess the question is, would you rather have Saudi Arabia buy weapons from America or China?
I'd rather they not have American weaponry at cut price rates.
See, I disagree.
Let's talk about Qatar for a second.
Okay, fine.
You mentioned Qatar. You've been talking a lot about Hamas and the evils of Hamas. Can I ask you, who is the main funder of Hamas?
Well, the Palestine. Well,
why do you just do that little hop?
Evils of Hamas. Can I ask you, who's the main funder of Hamas?
Well, the Palestine. Well, the West actually funds Hamas.
Which state?
Well, Iran funds.
No.
Also,
where are the Hamas leaders?
And also Qatar funds Hamas. It is a combination of international relief organizations.
$400 million jet with the president.
He's literally just making, this is the Ben Shapiro argument about why they shouldn't have taken the jet, because you're getting in bed with people that are considered state sponsors of terrorism.
United States on it.
Hold on. First of all, it was not given to him personally. I understand the optics of it, but it was not given to him personally. It was given to the U.S. government, and under that standard, no U.S. government should ever receive any gifts from any foreign countries whatsoever. It's not given to him personally, and not a violation of the.
Why is he trying to transfer it to his personal library? He is
actually okay. Again, he sent out a statement. This is way too in the weeds. If you want to keep on going, we can.
It's a fundamental moral principle.
Okay, so under that fundamental moral principle, then, can you acknowledge though that President Trump is getting more done in a less period of time than any president we've seen, while our prior president did not even know what year he got elected.
Having to retreat to these, like, can we agree to this very loaded, basic statement, completely unrelated to what we were just talking about?
Do you understand the contrast here?
What aboutism again? I'm not a defender of Biden.
No, I'm not saying President Trump is far better than the predecessor.
You have to defend the person you spent millions to
I will defend every day of someone who ends an invasion.
That's all you do.
Who brings down the price of oil, who is revitalizing the American economy, who's brokering peace, who stopped the potential nuclear war, who is bringing Iran to the table and bringing Russia to the table, someone who does not want armed conflicts with the greatest powers of our time. I will defend that endlessly.
Well, living
what are you defending?
In a fantasy world of your own creation. So it's quite hard to engage
that, but then disprove
But let's check on how Trump is doing in terms of diplomacy. Look, with the war in the Middle East, do you think it was a defensible decision to tell the Israelis you wanted Trump Gaza to agree for Israel to invade the Gaza Strip and to continue to murder thousands of innocent children and civilians in a pointless war? Is that in America's interest? Is that in humanity's interest?
Well, first of all, you should know something about Trump. There's something, if you realize with Trump over the last 10 years, he is quite the social media user and uses hyperbolic language at times. But let me ask you, in the conflict of Israel versus Hamas, who's the good guy?
I believe both Hamas and the Israeli government are evil. But I think also that there is no justification.
Are they equally?
There is no justification for the murder and mutilation of thousands of innocent people and children. Well, let's futile. There is no justification, Mr. Kirk, for invading hospitals, for bombing innocent populations, and dragging out a war which is damaging Israel and the West.
You've made that point.
Watch the pacifist will now become a war hawk. On this issue, there's no other way to be if you're going to take the positions that Charlie's about to.
But
it's not a point, it's a moral truth, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. It was also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage. And when you declare war on Israel, expect a firestorm in reaction. Let me finish, I let you talk. Israel, at its holiest day of...
It's so cringe when he tries to be this fucking performative. And like, let me talk.
The calendar year besides Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, Samat Torah, the 50-year anniversary of the Six-Day War. On Shabbat, Hamas invaded Israel, deciding to go recklessly to music concerts.
You could just bring up that this was a major Israeli military and security failure, and that the New York Times reported that they had intel that could have prevented this, but they're too busy dragging security to go protect the settlers in the West Bank instead of actually watch over Israel proper.
To homes, to kibbutzes, and taking 200 plus hostages. They knew what they were doing. In one of the most cloistered urban environments on the planet, 2 million people live in a place where it's impossible to wage war. Impossible. Where they wear civilian clothing, they violate every tenet of the Geneva Convention, and the IDF, when they do something right, they get no credit. When they do life-saving surgeries of a Gazan child, they get no credit. When they drop leaflets, they get no credit. But when they happen to bomb a place where they are operating their military from, which we...
Oh, they dropped leaflets? They told people they were about to be killed before they killed them? Very cool.
Now know from third-party verified sources, hundreds of Hamas military operations are in mosques, schools, and hospitals. I'm sorry, the country where they were living in relative peace on October 6th, that all of a sudden we had a war, and Hamas started the war. And I don't see people that were really upset.
Israel was just minding its business before October 7th, you guys.
About the 2 million Germans that were killed in World War II, civilians. A tragic truth of war is that civilians die. I don't like it, and you don't like it. And they brought it upon themselves. The only operation and entity to blame is the leadership of Hamas, not the Israeli government.
Is Kirk suggesting that Palestinians in Gaza all knew what the attack will be, but not the Mossad? Yeah, exactly.
Fighting this defensive war after they were invaded.
I'm no defender of the terrible pogrom that was launched against Jews on that day. But the justification for the death of innocents cannot be an infinite cycle of bloodlust. It cannot be killing tens of thousands of innocent civilians with a war with no end in sight. People who would.
I was going to say the L point is honestly to try to engage with him on October, like the nuances of October 7th, just concede it and move on and start talking about Israeli actions now.
Not complicit in those atrocities. It cannot be bombing hospitals which children use. It cannot be bombing hospitals in which cancer patients are dying and starving in there. The deaths that have been inflicted, nobody knows the true toll, but somewhere...
Because the whole point is that, you know, if you like, I don't know if this kid thinks it's a genocide. He hasn't said anything that makes me think that that's his understanding of this conflict. Is he's just talking about like specific war crimes and whatnot. But there really is no precursor to genocide or nothing that could justify a genocide. You can't do a genocide in defensive action. So, you know, hovering and focusing on anything that happened on October 7th, it's like, I'll grant that, like, I would grant, like, let Charlie Kirk characterize October 7th entirely in the way that he did, and then move on and say it doesn't matter because this is not proportional. There is no that attack was not there is no pretext for the type of action that you're seeing now.
Between 50 and 100,000 people lie dead under the rubble, and what is left for Gaza except for to continue?
History didn't exist before 10/6. That's the other thing is that like, when they ask the question of like, oh, what happened before, like what's going on now, the easy answer is just like 60 fucking years of an illegal occupation and apartheid.
Continue to suffer under Hamas, because it turns out Netanyahu's political strategy has not worked. It has entrenched Hamas within the territories. To be a Christian, I would have thought, Mr. Kirk, would never have involved suggesting that the price for an atrocity must be an infinite cycle of bloodlust, that innocent people and the young population must be killed to avenge some kind of providential quest. How can you call yourself a Christian? Well, you just did.
I want to make sure we get our moral clarity straight before we proceed. No one likes what's happening in Gaza. No one with a heart or a soul or a mind likes when kids die. But you must understand who started the conflict.
Then why do you support it?
So that you could end it correctly. And until Hamas brokers an unconditional surrender, of which they are unwilling to do, they could release the hostages and drop their weapons and their lives would be spared.
This is not... That's the other lie, that this is the thing that Ethan brought up with Sam Cedar. All they have to do is return the hostages or whatever, and then Israel would stop, even though Israel's already said nothing short of total victory and doesn't include just giving up hostages and demilitarizing. Like, this deal is on the table right now and they're ignoring it.
Instead, they are using children of Gaza as cannon fodder, financed by the Iranian mullahs and dragging the entire world into this conflict. So I don't even know what we're debating at this point, other than I believe that I believe the facts. Israel was unconditionally attacked on October 7th. They're responding in kind. And I would just ask you a very simple moral question. How should Israel have responded?
Not with the blanket carpet bombing of the city, not with bombing hospitals. Of course, some kind of military operation might have been necessary, but not murder on this scale. There is no justification for what is happening with the enormous death toll that is being produced. I really cannot see how you come here and you have the gall to lecture us on Christian morality and then sit here and justify the murder of thousands of civilians. Is it working, Mr. Kirk? Is Hamas dismantled?
I've never said that.
You just did.
Well, no.
This is your whole
in
thing.
war, these are called casualties of a war.
We're going to need to stop bringing this
Again,
to close.
I'm not going to justify every military maneuver of a 100,000 person army. Instead, what I will do is I'll be clear that there is a good guy and there is a bad guy. I honestly...
Isn't that the morality of a child?
Well,
yeah.
Well, hold on. It's interesting you say that, because a child...
Because I don't know if you've ever seen a Marvel movie, but did you know that Thanos is the bad guy and Iron Man's the good guy?
Who knows that Israel is the good guy, Hamas is bad, has a lot more wisdom than a student like yourself at Cambridge University.
I will be glad that I will not have been somebody who has defended the genocide of the Palestinian people. And I think you will have to
so he does call it a genocide.
reckon one day that you have reckoned with...
Interesting. I want to close on this. So can you tell me what African country is currently ongoing a civil war?
Believe it or not, I know about Sudan, because I'm not an idiot.
How about what Southeast Asian country has an ethnic cleansing going on right now?
Myanmar.
Good. And you have strong opinions on both sides?
Unlike you, I take...
Oh, that was a mistake. Why did he think he wasn't going to know the answer to those questions?
an effort to be informed about foreign policy and to come to conclusions. You are a culture warrior. I believe when everything is done, Mr. Kirk, people will see you and the people you supported as corrupt, as selling the country out to the lowest bidder, and of doing irreparable damage to a country I'm sure we all deep down love.
The difference,
you will have to reckon with that.
Difference Mr. Kirk. Is when...
Damn.
The difference
His hops are too powerful.
When we get our way,
he hopped away.
We'll have a country, and your country will be a third world hellhole. Next question.
Thank you. That's all we've got time for today. Mr. Kirk has another engagement, so we're going to walk out of the chamber.
Questions with the students or no? I'm fine with it if you want. I don't care.
No, I think this is all we've got time for today.
You guys are easy.
Save the best for last. I could definitely rock them.
Okay, we'll take a couple more. Does anyone have any questions?
Who's the best?
Over there.
Oh, this is painful, but he has to do this after that.
Marvelous. Thank you. A very, very short question. Israel.
And really quick, like this kid did exceptionally well, not just because he stayed on track. He knew when to take the bait versus when to not take the bait. The other thing is that he knows these things by memory. A lot of the kids, I understand it's hard. They come up with their like phones and stuff like that, but it will just never look as good as somebody who has clearly internalized and understood the issues that they're arguing, the points that they're making, and can do it from memory just off the cuff instead of like constantly looking down at their phone. It's like this point of distraction that like throws them off and makes their body language look weak. Flawless victory from this game.
Versus Hamas. Good guy versus bad guy. Russia versus Ukraine. Who's the good guy and who's the bad guy?
Both are bad, one is worse.
Which way round?
Russia is worse.
That is literally what that kid said with respect to Israel and Palestine.
Than Ukraine.
Okay, so why haven't we pursued that?
Or I should say, in his case, it actually was Israel and Hamas.
What do you mean?
Well, it seems to me that in the whole of the current US proposition, that Ukraine is being the bad guy.
In what way? We funded Ukraine upwards to $200 billion.
Absolutely. But
we just signed a mineral deal with Ukraine, not Russia.
Yeah, but you are expecting Ukraine to give up 20% of its territory to someone who invaded it.
Well, is Crimea part of Russia or Ukraine?
Ukraine.
That's where we don't agree.
Well, I'm afraid that's part of international treaty. That's not up for grabs.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, that's hold on. Even Zelensky has said he's willing to give up Ukraine.
No. America signed the agreement that gave Ukraine Crimea.
Right.
When the Soviet Union ended.
Right. It was done. First of all, it never should have been done. It was largely ceremonial.
But it did not. You're now trying to like rewrite things.
However, it was annexed under Obama. Yes, and it was a mistake, and it should be given back to Russia as a sign of good gesture to end this conflict. Okay. Who's currently controlling Crimea? Where was the Russian Navy headquartered in World War II? Where was the end of World War II? This is very important.
I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying that if we're being logical on what has happened, that you are now arguing against that flow, and I don't understand it. Because actually, why is Ukraine the bad guy?
No, I said they're bad. They're not the bad guy.
Yeah, well, you said they were both bad, but one's more bad.
Correct, yes.
So why is Ukraine bad?
Well, there's a lot wrong with Ukraine. First of all, they're not a democracy. Zelensky refuses to hold an election.
He should have gotten him more on this whole, you need to give back territory as a sign of goodwill to get somebody to stop invading you. It makes no sense.
Well, no, he can't hold an election.
Oh, wait, did Churchill hold an election during the war?
Because under his constitution...
Hold on, Lincoln held an election during the war. That's not true. He can call an election. He can call a snap election. He's full dictator of the country.
No.
Because he knows that the people of Ukraine would kick him out immediately because he's deeply unpopular. In fact, if he wanted to show a statement to the world, he would call an election and win by 80% and say, see, I'm super popular. So that's number one. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with a person being propped up as a government we're sending $200 billion to that refuses even to face his voters.
He's talking about like, okay, what, like both are bad, one is worse or whatever. You're comparing it to a government that routinely holds sham elections like Russia.
Okay, I can't.
And like trying to compare Ukraine, like aren't they under martial law or whatever, suspending elections during a period of like strife and wartime is like on the same playing field.
I don't agree with you factually on that at all. I mean, constitutionally, Ukraine is not able to hold an election because it's under military law at the moment, and that's just a matter of fact.
Again, he can, as a prime minister or president, he can do whatever he wants.
You can't.
Okay,
He
we're going to
can't
just go back
sign
and
an executive order and change their constitution. Neither can the American president either. So hopefully there's better.
He could even do a ceremonial election to see where he actually stands with the people.
I think we call those opinion polls.
Yes, and they're very negative.
Firmly ahead in the opinion.
Again, but you would agree that a person that holds on to power without the election of the sovereign is pretty questionable.
No, not in those.
Also, by this logic, the assumption that I don't know what opinion polls in Ukraine with respect to Ukrainians' feelings on Zelensky are currently, but that it must correspond to this wholesale reduction of foreign policy or like the way that he's handling the war. It's like he would never then you could say that like Biden or Harris not winning is voters rejecting the way that Biden was conducting, was aiding and abetting Israel in their genocide. But it's obviously not something you would argue in that context.
Circumstances.
Okay, and we disagree.
No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. But give me another reason why you.
They are the most corrupt country in Europe that never even met the most remote standards of joining NATO. Do you not know where a lot of this money is going?
I don't disagree that there is a problem with corruption, but the most corrupt country in Europe. Are you sure about that?
I'd have to think. I'd have to double or triple think about that, but they're very corrupt.
Okay,
so he really backs off the point.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean,
there's plenty of corruption around. I mean, let's face it. We are talking about comparison with some of the states you're doing business with in the Gulf.
Oh, of course, but we're not giving them money; they're giving us money. That's a difference, right? Saudi Arabia.
Oh, so it's fine.
Well, hold on a second.
It's morally acceptable to take money from corrupt people.
Well, hold on. First of all,
I was about to say, that didn't sound as good as he meant it to.
And so, for example, we were allied with Russia during the Second World War, and I'm glad we were. And I would ask you,
don't forget,
how much money is too much money to send to Ukraine? We're at $200 billion right now.
Wait, what did he say? Okay.
And so, for example, we were allied with Russia during the Second World War, and I'm glad we were. And I would ask,
well, the Soviet Union specifically.
Don't forget, how much money is too much money to send to Ukraine? We're at $200 billion right now.
I don't think you have to send any more money to Ukraine.
We agree.
I think you have to agree to support them as a free country. And perhaps sell them weapons, like you're very happy to sell weapons to less free countries. And I think Europe will pick up the slack, as we ought to. And I don't disagree with some of the comments about Europe not looking after its own security. I just don't get this approach, which was supposedly to end the war quickly, which now seems to be elongating it, and in doing so, throwing up a smokescreen of very variable facts, if they are facts at all, about how things occurred, which actually isn't helping things. And if people can't see that Putin is stalling, I'm just...
I agree with you. I think he might be stalling.
And therefore, and I think even your president has acknowledged the fact that he thinks he might be stalling.
That's correct. So we don't have a disagreement there.
No, we don't. No,
we just have a disagreement about the efficacy of tactics. And we don't know. And I'm willing to say we could be wrong.
No, you tried to employ this binary, elementary view of morality with good guys win, bad guys need to lose or whatever. And then when it came to this conflict, suddenly you've discovered that it's not quite as simple as that.
Well,
of course you could be wrong in life.
Yeah, we could all be wrong. But actually bringing that war to an end consistently actually isn't going very well. And I would just suggest to you that whatever tactics have been used are perhaps not the best. And they are certainly inconsistent with what's going on in the Middle East and how America has been treating parties in the Middle East. But I've had enough of your time.
No, that's a fair contention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
He was being highly amicable to that guy, so it wouldn't get his shit kicked in, because you could tell he was losing. The only reason it didn't go worse for him on that one is because that guy was nice. How are we doing? It's 1 a.m. on a Sunday night. And yet I've got like 60 people watching me across Twitch and YouTube. Well, if I have anything else, I'll probably be live again tomorrow, but if you're not following me on Twitch, you should go ahead and hit that follow button so you can see when I'm live, which will be again at some point tomorrow. If you're not subscribed to me, if you don't like ads, you can go ahead and use your Twitch Prime sub and subscribe to me now that I'm an affiliate and catch my streams ad-free. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and give my stream a like or subscribe to me if you aren't already. And whether you're in Twitch or YouTube, if you want to donate to support my stream, you can go ahead and follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat, or you can look at my YouTube description for my Streamlabs tip link and my Ko-fi link, where you can buy me a $3 coffee if you want to support me. And if you want to follow me, I'm at StraighterAid or StraighterAid_ on absolutely everything. Who's awake? Who's alive and awake on Twitch right now? Where will I send you guys? see. Too polite, yeah, for sure he is. I'm gonna send you guys to Resi. That'll be funny. Irrelevant? Okay, fine. Oh wait, Kid Not Kin. Kid Not Kin Live? Okay, I'm sending you guys to Kid Not Kin. But I will be back tomorrow. Don't know what I'm covering yet, but we'll see you then. Okay, bye.
It is a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life,